Okay. How's everyone doing? We got a long stream ahead of us today. I have been waiting for a very long time to actually do this chapter. Well, technically a year, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wild. Lots and lots and lots of wild things to think about and see with the capstone. Well, it's technically not a capstone story because the capstone story would be probably technically Ishmael's patch in this, but this is definitely like a major point, a major story point. That we are going to be getting ourselves into a story point that doesn't happen except for like once every 2 to 3 years in this game. I love a lot to do with this chapter, and especially Alicia. Oh boy, we are in. Now, before we get started, let me just grab my weekly stuff. Now, I'm going to hold off on doing these. Excuse me. Until the patch update. Couple operations I didn't, so I could do this much. House. Theorems. Forces, and battlefield. That. Bodies. Activities until next patch drops. After we go through the story, we're probably gonna go through the just the boss part for Wonders Guide to the Galaxy. I already know what the boss is like, anyways. Just wanting to hold off on that until after we get caught up, but I'm probably not gonna be able to do the patch. After the patch drops. Most likely, probably. Depends on how far we get today. If we only get up to the end of Shaper's Ripples and don't even go through like even half of Crescent Sun, then yeah, we'll probably have to wait for after the patch to finish up Nami's part. Buggy, so we now have actually a lot of pulls that we can do on this little event thingy. We might be able to allow us to finish it. Good. 3. 4. And 5. Oh. I guess we're done with this event then. Nice. Awesome. Yay, we love at times. And here. Nice, we got a couple pulls there. I wonder, I think I still need to get more BC though for a weapon. Yeah, only 500. Another 10 pull, try to get Lucia's weapon. And then Blaze, Crimson Hell, Routes. Done. Oh, that's one ship. I already have that. Green Roamer, Star Voyager, Little Mule. Okay. I'll let's Lucha first, then go. With a couple of event stuff, I might be able to pick up Yatas through magical means. Anyways, all that bluster and bubble hubbub done, we have a story to go through. Papers, ripples. Here, our daughter. Part 1. Echoes of Nightmare. To them, the worst outcome of this battle would be no more than a hero's burial. Some would not walk alongside them into a world reborn from the ashes. It would be a victory paid with sacrifice. The hero finds a raw, primal joy in their own destruction. They could yield to the decadent comfort that pity brings, but they continue to dwell on the exact price of that ecstasy, trapped in their pain. In Socrates' time of ruin, a stark tragedy stands as the only beacon of hope. Harry Eagleton, Radical Sacrifice. No one really knows when it begins, but you, as Grey Raven Commandant, keep having strange dreams. In a dream, your vision drifts free from your body, floating over the world like a ghost. Sometimes, it slips back into the body it's bound to, letting you personally relive the distant past of her. Occasionally, the dream faithfully replays a companion's memories, revealing the life she once described. Or it might show a tranquil, stable world that feels both comfortable and strangely alien. But more often, you find yourself relentlessly chased by eerie shadows, your body slowly dissolving, forcing you to turn away from the light and plunge into the darkness. You ascend this strange staircase, pushing onward until you reach the very top. Again and again, you glimpse the genuine end. Again and again, you make almost the same choice. Again and again, you head straight for the same sacrifice. Grey Raven Commandant, who are you exactly? Can you see beyond the ordinary world like me? Is all that's left here just a projection like me? Come, step up to the mirror, lift your head, and tell me. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Papers ripples. What, why, and how? Your vision is murky, and the buzzing in your ears just won't fade. You awaken from a long nightmare to find an unfamiliar street in front of you. It seems there's something you should remember, something scattered at the far edge of this darkness, still slipping away from your grasp. Where is this? What date is it today? You can hear your ears ringing as you glance around, realizing once again that you've ended up somewhere totally unknown. But why am I here? Commandant! Before the nightmare's icy grip reaches your spine, warm hands settle gently over your face. Grab her hand. That same familiar face, that same familiar voice. Unlike those solitary nightmares, her touch in your palm feels so real, so warm, just like she is. Are you alright? Her question draws your attention to the ground, where you notice tiny drops of blood coming from your nose. It's just a bit of a headache. Lucia fumbles through the medical kit with worries, pulling out a piece of gauze. After staunching the nosebleed, she carefully inspects the situation again. How did we get here? Lucia hears that question and momentarily freezes, obviously caught off guard. Commandant? My memory's kinda hazy. I feel like I know the reason, but I can't be certain. She wears a conflicted look, unsure how to start. Beneath it all lies a worry that words can't fully capture. Is this still about the side effects? Side effects? When we use a key to rewind time, it affects both of us, though it's more severe for you. At first, it's just dizziness, but then you lose a small chunk of memory, or can't figure out if it happened before or after the rewind. So, what's your side effect? The mind shift and overload issues, they aren't a big a deal, as long as the mind connection stays intact, so don't worry only about me. Could you help me piece together my memories? Why are you here right now? We ended up fighting Agent Vonnegut inside the Inverhedra Tower. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close. Vonnegut's voice flashes through your mind. Drawn out. One by one, those memories triggered by that short statement flood your mind, each wave bringing a sharp jolt of pain. Commandant. Okay, please continue. On the way, Cradle joins the fray. I have no idea what Vonnegut did, but he ended up shoving all of us, Cradle included, right out of the Inverhedra Tower. You still remember what Lucia said. though the recollection feels like an all too vivid dream, blurring the line between what's truly real and what isn't. Do you recall anything else? Like what? What happened before we went into my frame? Flashback. You follow the thread of your memories and recall March 30th with ease. By then, it was already about a year since Lamia carried the egg away from the depths of the sea. We've finished refining the Omega weapon, and Lucia's frame is now fully adapted. She's set to switch into her new frame before April Fool's Day. In light of that, the Science Council calls everyone together for a quick briefing in the meeting room. As you just saw, the Omega weapon now has an even greater effective range and improved efficiency. But it still only works on frames. We're not yet at the point where the Omega weapon can establish its own purified zone, and we have a lot of technical challenges to overcome first. You've all done a great job. Starting next week, we'll give everyone some time off. He keeps his eyes on the monitor in front of him, never once looking up. Lucia's new frame is fully adapted now, so she can swap into it starting tomorrow. There are a lot of unknown variables. Before we attempt entry into the Inverhedor Tower, I'd like to conduct at least 3 months of standard mission tests. As we saw before, deploying a frame in an emergency without proper trials is not only risky, it violates protocol. Pulled into their memories by that statement, no one around the table says a word. Excuse me. As a result, Asimov carries on with his explanation. Unlike the Heteroma shard from the Hyperreal Frame era, this egg is basically powerless aside from some lingering memory data. However, we've discovered it's highly compatible with the Hetero creature technology. Using the data from Project Winter, the Hyperreal Frame's records, the Phantom Tracer, and our enhanced Omega weapon, we combined everything to use that egg as the carrier for creating an Omega core. Beyond granting immunity to the punishing virus, the Omega core lets the body harness punishing as an energy source, like an ascendant, so it no longer needs stasis pods to recharge. A stasis pod recharges and can operate continuously. So, what's our plan once we're in Babylonia? When there's no punishing virus around, the Omega core automatically switches to its backup mode. At that point, it just head to the hibernation chamber for a regular recharge. Alright, go on. By building in technology from Phantom Tracer, the Omega core lets the user tap into some of the data carried by the punishing virus, much like we saw before with Liv's Dawn frame. Liv. It's also easier to control. Whenever you don't need that data, you can switch the feature off at will. In addition to the Omega core and upgraded combat features, this frame can turn completely invisible, making it ideal for stealth missions. It packs numerous features, most of them cutting-edge tech not used for the first time, so I'm asking for at least 3 months of testing to ensure it remains stable. Thank you very much, Asimov. From behind the screen, he raises his exhausted eyes, only to lower them again. We currently know next to nothing about the Inverhedor Tower or its internal design. Based on our findings, we suspect it has a strong connection to the punishing virus at its source. We must be fully prepared before stepping inside. Once Lucia completes her transfer to the Pyroth frame, we will bring Plume back in for another round of repairs and upgrades. If anything seems risky, she can switch back to her old frame anytime. On March 31st, after Lucia successfully transitioned to Pyroth, the Science Council starts an extensive testing phase, steadily fixing any issues that surface. Like Asimov says, throwing an untested frame straight into combat is loaded with hidden dangers. In the first 3 months, to put the frame through its paces, all her missions involved a simple exploration and rescue task. Thanks to that, those 3 months become a rare and laid-back time spent with Lucia. During this period, he also went on support missions to hot springs, tree planting, and wine brewing, and visited a variety of scenic spots you'd usually never have the chance to visit. Got this for Lucia. Do you remember what happened afterward? From that point on, the world steadily marches deeper into the abyss. Seems like we overlook the crucial problem and don't prevent it in time. Then something something. Just like Puya Forest Park. At first, we're only assigned a straightforward, safe operation. Let's call it a night. Everyone's exhausted. Today, you and Lucia on our routine escort mission set up as a test, just like you always do. Your goal is to help evacuate the residents from conservation area closest to the heterozone. Right now, you're still 50 kilometers away. By the time you finish helping them pack up, it's already late. The caretaker brings out piping hot tomato soup and savory, crispy pastries, then shows you over to a cot in the corner. It's dangerous to go out at night, especially since we've got a bunch of kids here. He gestures toward the little girl in the corner of the tent, who's dashing over with bright enthusiasm. Miss, there's also... She doesn't even finish before tripping right into your arms, almost sending the hot soup on the table flying. Ah, are you alright? No worries, the soup is still okay, right? It's saying it's all good. Lucia gently pats the little girl's head to reassure her. The girl turns to make sure the soup bowl is intact, then holds out the rose she was hiding behind her back. This is for you. Thanks for helping out. She hands over the flower, then quickly scampers off, nearly tripping again as she reaches the doorway. Take it easy, Aina. These kids are always so reckless. Commandant, heading out after dark really ups the danger. Besides, our mission is slated for tomorrow. Alright, let's head out again first thing tomorrow. Sounds good. I'll let the others know. Don't forget to drink your soup while it's hot. Thanks. No need to say that. We're the ones who owe you our thanks. The manager chuckles as he rubs his hand, his broad smile deepening the lines on his face. Who would have thought Babylonia would actually send Grey Raven to see us safely through? Everyone's breathing a little easier now. That night, no one in the conservation area, nor do you, lost in your own nightmare. Oh, senses are coming fantastic. Nor do you, lost in your own nightmare. All the building's detectors seem tampered with, so not a single alarm goes off. In that moment, everything descends into tragedy. A red tide pours out of the heterozone like a flood, racing across 50 kilometers of wasteland. Lucia picks up on the threat, but there's no way to save everyone in time. After flooding the conservation area, the red tide presses on, taking out the vehicles meant for evacuation. In just 1 hour, the raging current slams into our already battered buildings, bringing them down with a thunderous crash and leaving no survivors. Immune to the punishing virus, Lee and Kamu rush over to help Lucia look for anyone left alive. Amid the tide and debris, but they find no one. Lucia doesn't locate little Aina, the girl who brought her flowers, until daybreak, tucked away in a sturdy crate. Spooked by the booming surge of red tide, Aina curls up inside. By the time Lucia finds her, Aina's body is already in a state of decay. Had everything gone according to Asimov's plan, the test would have concluded in late October. But now, there's no point dwelling on what might have been. After that incident, the Invo Hetero Tower sometimes shifts back into that blood-red chaotic state from when it first appeared. Meanwhile, the Hetero Zone keeps expanding rapidly as the red tide spreads. The council puts forward two options: send Lucia out early or step in themselves and collaborate with the Ascendants to buy more time. Let's go now. We've already lost the clean zone, and we can't let what happened in Pulley Forest Park repeat itself. But just when Lucia ignores her incomplete entry tests and prepares to go deeper, the Invo Hetero Tower abruptly returns to its calm state. After weighing the situation, you decide Lucia should hold off on diving deeper and stay in the tower's upper levels for more testing. To contain the red tide, you reach out to Luna for the very first time, hoping she'll step in to stop it or help investigate the Inver Hetero Tower. But she soon discovers that she's been sealed out of the tower entirely. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. Could she be connected to the Inver Hetero Tower's anomalies? As Listos mentioned, Vonnegut is missing too. I suspect he snuck in while you weren't watching. Luna coils a lock of hair around her fingertip and makes a proposal. I'll help you keep the red tide in check and buy humanity some time to retreat. In return, once my sister is ready to enter the Inver Hetero Tower, I want you to share whatever intel she uncovers with me. You've been in there once already. Why would you still need intel on the tower? Back then, its core was toxic to me. Just approaching it gradually robbed me of my agent abilities, so I never got a chance to dig deeper. And now, the tower is changing. It's not the same as before, and I really want to know who can bypass a core like that to seize control of the Inver Hetero Tower. That's how things stand. Right, since Luna and her team of Ascendants have managed to buy us some time, we need to kick off the new intake plan right away. The clean zone was shattered when the A1 air terminal and its contaminating mimetic went down, leaving Babylonia as the only secure spot. Babylonia can't hold too many people. We took in quite a few during the last Pulley Forest Park operation. Based on our previous records, I put together a screening process. He takes a moment making sure no one has any objections. The criteria are pretty straightforward. Candidates must be under 36 and have at least one strong skill or exhibit copolymer adaptability. Should we consider using the Longinus arsenal again to disperse the red tide?
At the rate the heterozone is spreading, it'd be pointless to try.
Agent Luna also recommended against that when we worked together. She believes that once a punishing virus is airborne, it's even more unpredictable and uncontrollable. Based on Gestalt's estimates, how long until the heterozone spread across the globe? Initially, we only had about a year. The region around the ARU might hold out longer, maybe an extra 2 years. Luna's agreed to help push the red tide back, and our engineering squads can build defenses to slow its advance. That's bought us quite a bit of time. But in the end, we still only have 5 years. Whispers ripple through the dimly lit council chamber. This isn't a proclamation of defeat. We already know how to get into the Inver Hetero Tower. Hassan's commanding tone quells the rising anxiety in the room. Oh, Hassan. Was it? Typo there. Hassan? No, Hassan. Hassan. Grey Raven has never failed us before, and they won't start now. Didn't they miss saving a few people last time? In a council chamber that grows quieter by the moment, a sarcastic comment, meant to be whispered, echoes louder than ever. We'll carry out this plan right now. As long as we keep this mutation under control, we won't be leaving anyone behind. A long, long time later. The Grey Raven Commandant once again faces a hetero creature, Chico, still shaken by today's events and by all that follows. 5 years, and most people stand firm in their belief that's enough time for humanity to seize a lifeline from the ever-expanding hetero zone. To them, the worst outcome of this battle would be no more than a hero's burial. Some would not walk alongside them into a world reborn from the ashes. It would be a victory, paid with sacrifice. But if we ask the heroes who are still safe right now, If sacrificing really is the only way to stop all this, how would those heroes answer? I won't sacrifice. I won't allow anyone I love to die. But in these times, disasters demand sacrifices that surpass mere loss of life. They rarely grant the comfort of a peaceful end. Okay. Caged bird in the court. Time. For the agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? October 3rd. Rain passes and the sky slowly brightens. The pyro frame completes every test procedure, and with everything set, it's time to head out. Amid the bustling crowd, you check Dominic's invitation letter in hands again, now activated by the key Cervantes provided. The key. You recall again the day you spotted that letter in the data stream. This world now meets every requirement for using the key. Keep in mind, once the invitation is activated by the key, it can no longer grant the invitee the power to become Dominic. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inverhero Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. This should only be used as a last resort. A last resort. Did Dominic, the one who left that letter, already sense that the Hetero Zone would keep spreading? Hello, Grey Ribbon Commandant. A soft-spoken woman's voice interrupts the silence. She's dressed plainly, holding a bouquet of roses, and for others, dressed just as simply, stand behind her. She lifts her head with a faint smile. She's the same person Lucia saved in the shelter that day. Thanks for coming to send us off too. Yeah, we all really wanted to see our savior one more time. She gently holds out the roses she's been carrying. Please, accept this bouquet. Thanks. I'm not totally sure what the Inverhero Tower is all about. I just know everyone says that the mission is critical. If it works out, we'll all be saved. She grips the edge of her shirt, trying to find the right words. I've overheard some other stuff, but really, none of it was your fault that day. If Graven hadn't been there, none of us would have made it this far. My dad always said, if the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood. As long as you're breathing, you can still do what you want. So, you heroes need to take care of yourselves too. I will. Thank you, and please, take good care of yourselves as well. Take care of myself? Yeah, that seems like that's all I can do. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just remembered what Uncle Sean said last night. She smiles, scrunching her brow, her eyes brimming with a deep sadness. I wish I could tag along. Even if it gets dangerous, even if it could cost me my life, I'd still go. If the mountains stand, you'll never run out of firewood, right? That saying's meant for the heroes. We're not the mountains. Uncle Sean says only the heroes are the real deal. It'd be great if we could be the firewood instead. Nobody wants to just sit around useless and end up rotting away. Our conservation area's already been wiped out, so now we'll have to bunk with a bunch of other people. Feels like we'll be able to do less and less. Don't worry, once we fix this mess, we'll rebuild that conservation area. We're all counting on you, and we'll be right here when you come back victorious. You nod at the young girl, give a quick wave under her serious gaze, and walk towards Lucia. Onward. Hang on, Commandant. Lucia, I've still got a few things I haven't packed yet. Liv stares at the towering pile of crates, looking overwhelmed. There's no way we can haul all of this. I can't decide what to slip into my tactical pack. Should I toss in another tube of healing gel, grab 2 extra vials of serum, or maybe throw in a box of spare rations? Okay. Let's give Lucia some healing gel. We should pack something that'll be useful to Commandant. Commandant, I'm ready. Our supplies are pretty limited, so if it gets too dangerous, please don't push yourself. Come back soon if you have to. Got it. Lee didn't spend much time in the Herald Tower last time, so I'm sure we'll be back in no time. He stays silent, his face still serious as he keeps his gaze on the Inverhero Tower in the distance. Don't stress yourselves out over this. I wish I didn't have to either. But whenever someone from Grey Raven switches frames, they always end up in some tough situation. This time, we prepared thoroughly, and Lucia passed every test. She should be fine. Keep that optimistic talk for when you're back. Fine. Lucia, you too. Come back as soon as you can, and if things get rough, don't do anything rash. I heard Miss Island, the World Government Association of Art, had come up with a bunch of new coding designs. When you get back, let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? Exactly, so don't keep us waiting too long. I will. Lucia lifts her hand once more, inviting you to join her. Onward. What about you, Lee? Got nothing to add? Lucia is our captain. I'm certain she'll protect you. Apart from that, there's really no use worrying. I can't enter the Inver Hetero Tower anyway. Just come back soon. You take Lucia's outstretched hand and, with all eyes on you, make your way towards the Inver Hetero Tower in the distance. A twisted rift, sharp like scissors, waits quietly for both of you. Is the Hetero Tower still spreading? Yeah, there's been a disturbance on the western edge of the Clean Zone. People are already dealing with it. Hetero Zone, rather. Blech. Words. Humanity is running out of time. We may not have long, but it's still enough. Let's move. Glance back once more at everyone. The closest companions appear anxious, while those standing a bit further away look on with envy. Despite knowing the risk, they can't shake that sense of envy. Let's go. Hand in hand, you step through the dark portal. Lucia finally exhales a sigh of relief after hearing all the memories retold. It looks like the only memories that remain hazy are those from the Inver Hetero Tower. I'm guessing it's because you didn't have the key on you back then, or maybe its abilities are limited. We also ran into Vonnegut's assault, so we had to pull out of the tower by force. The key? It's the activated Dominic's invitation. Since that name is way too long, you decided to call it the key once we were inside the Inver Hetero Tower. Yeah, it's way too long. So, which thing happened afterward? Once we entered the Inver Hetero Tower, we head deeper to look into everything. Over time, we figure out that the tower can send messages to my past self, but this only works for me as a construct, and only if that past self is infected does it actually get the message. The Pyroth frame can read the punishing virus, which sets it apart. I remember all this, but the details are fuzzy. Inside the Inver Hetero Tower, the space is much larger than Luna described. It feels like you're slowly exploring a maze-like city on foot, and it eats up a huge amount of time. And then, from what we've uncovered, you figure the punishing virus actually has a fourth-dimensional property. The tower's time-warping abilities rely on that very feature. We're trying to use this power to change the past, like preventing the conservation error from missing its relocation that night, or stopping the disaster at Polio Forest Park, and everything that followed with Liv. Or even further, like something that happened during the Kowloon Metropolis battle. But most of those ideas don't pan out. Some barely help at all. Others make things worse. The people we try to save get ambushed en route, and the backup we call always arrives too late. Suddenly you said with confidence that the tower was acting strange. Then you used the key to intercept every message sent to the past, erasing all the changes we had made. Okay, and I do remember sending a message to Lotus Frame, but I can't recall whether Alpha got it or you did. It looks like we all get them in the end. Still, those memories are hazy, almost dreamlike. They haven't changed anything, just to be sure. They got corrected too. We keep digging into it for a long while until we notice the red tide gathering at one spot through the cracks in the tower. Wait, the red tide? Hearing that triggers your most disturbing memories. All across the floor of the Inverhedra Tower, tiny cracks are forming, like someone brought the Red Tide in and then took it away to another point in time. It's too late. You recall that in a dream, the doll from your memories once whispered these exact words. So remind me, how many times have we used the key? 74. Lucia forces out the number, refusing to relive the tears and time lost with every rewind and death. She leaves your shared horrors unspoken, letting these side effects pile up until her memories blur into a tangled mess. So many times. In this haze of fragmented memories, the two of you rely on the power of the key to send precise information back into the past. The tower teems with strange creatures and baffling illusions, and Vonnegut remains in it too. He's forever seeking to fuse you with chaos, leading to several clashes between you two and him. Commandant. She softly calls you, her smile tinged with bitterness. It's alright. Please, continue. Okay, as we pin down where the red tide converges, we uncover some traces of Vonnegut's movement. It looks like he's up to something at that convergence point. We still don't fully understand what he's trying to accomplish, so we grab a few samples and make sure to store our findings in the Phantom Tracer. Since we've done everything we can for now, we should probably head back and brief the Science Council. The return trip won't be easy anyway. After that, I'm pretty sure that's when the accident occurred. Oh right, do you still have the key on you? Yes. While I was accessing the data, it started shaking violently and fell into red tide. I picked it up, so I've had it ever since. Lucia produces the activated key and passes it to you. Just making sure. Something so important is safer in your hands. You said the exact same thing when we first scooped it up from the red tide. She slips the downsized key, customized by Cervantes, into her camouflage tactical pocket. As she does, a small origami four-leaf clover pops into view. It's the same four-leaf clover you and Lucia folded while running routine mission tests. This is the one from back then? Yeah, we made it together, and since it's so light, I've kept it with me ever since. She carefully tucks away the clover origami and the key, then looks up, pausing to stare down the street in silence for a moment. You remember what happened after that, don't you? As we approached the Inverhedra Tower's exit, you suddenly went missing. We searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Only Vonnegut was left inside. Hold on, you're saying I just vanished? You thought once you got through those setbacks on the way back, the only thing left would be your final battle against Vonnegut, but it turns out an even murkier stretch of memory you're forgetting. Oh, there's an even murkier stretch of memory you're forgetting. It feels like a soft breeze drifting by, only its touch remains, and you just can't hold on to the wind. I really thought Vonnegut took you away again, but then he told me that you were in the process of dying. In the process? Huh? Nothing about life, death, or even time is normal in the Inverhedra Tower. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I'm convinced he's involved in why you vanished. I was in a fight with him when Cradle suddenly dived into the chaos. She said she had realized that if she didn't kill us, she wouldn't finish what she set out to do. Cradle. All I can remember is how she abruptly turns on Vonnegut. But why is she in the Inverhedra Tower? I suspect she lurks in the tower all along, and hurts you more than once, though we've never noticed. After all, most of our battles here have been with those horror creatures inside. The only person who's appeared from time to time is Vonnegut, but do those creatures really answer to him alone? Her abilities are way beyond what we first thought. Neither I nor that agent can keep her under control for long. You think Vonnegut is still holding back? Could be. He was on high alert around her during that skirmish. By the way, do you remember how the Phantom Tracer digs up Vonnegut mentioning the Agent Zero from another era? I remember it. None of us really got what that meant back then, but after running into Cradle in the Inverhedra Tower, I couldn't help thinking, is it pointing to her? Cradle is Agent Zero? What reason can Vonnegut possibly have to hold a grudge against Agent Zero? I thought they were on the same side. Not entirely sure, but the moment I met Cradle, she made her hostility crystal clear, both toward us and those humanoid hetero creatures at Vonnegut's side. She's got a grudge against Chaos, too. Chaos? So that little humanoid hero creature goes by that name. Lucia furrows her brow, her expression darkening. How do you know her name? Wait, why didn't you tell me sooner? How can you possibly tell her you learned everything about chaos through dreams? And how do you let her know that, in those dreams, you always end up taking the same path? It's a long story. I mean, I knew about it even before we went into the Hetero Tower, but I guess I never really had a moment to fill you in. You mean, before heading into the Hetero Tower? So, the reason you're helping Vonnegut is tied to all of this, isn't it? What? I'm helping him? You really don't remember? The whole thing's a bit fuzzy. I can only piece together a few random bits. We got into a fight with him in Cradle. He said some weird stuff, and then the next thing I know, we are here. I was locked in a tense three-way standoff with Vonnegut and Cradle. The fight went on forever, and it was only by matching Cradle's attack rhythm that we finally pushed Vonnegut to the brink. But then he showed up on the steps of the Hetero Tower, that humanoid hero creature by her side, and he commanded me to join forces with Vonnegut. She sighs, just like she can't wrap her head around this outcome. Huh? Me command you to help him? Exactly. I was having a really tough time accepting it, but you didn't offer any explanation. You just couldn't keep insisting that I help Vonnegut take down Cradle. Huh. Maybe you discovered another truth during that time, but you never got the chance to explain yourself. Still, you were clinging to that humanoid hetero creature's hand as if you've decided to go along with Vonnegut's plan, ready to accept becoming one with her. At this point, she anxiously pulls your hand closer, checking whether the spots where the hetero creature touched you is showing any signs of decay. Why would you do that? What exactly happened? This memory is especially hard to piece together, but it's not without leads. It leaves behind a profound sense of despair, like every terrible suspicion has been confirmed. If I actually ran into Chaos, the one from my dreams, and saw those dreamlike images in real life, would I walk over just to confirm if they're real? While you're lost in these thoughts, a familiar figure darts by in the distance. Chaos? What? Follow her. Together with Lucia, you follow Chaos as you step onto the streets of Constellia. You're not sure why, but Vonnegut's final words surface in your mind once more. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close. For that agent, is this where the final battle will unfold? Golden Time Court. Like a jeweled palace in the clouds, majestic and radiant, it stands also as a tombstone for a glorious age, vast and desolate. Different view emerges, and then this is their story. So one probably regular, and then find an overpass to see a view, I guess. You follow Chaos's trail into the cramped alleys of Constellia, only to find a soldierly figure standing in your way. He's got a purple-haired kid in his grip, someone who seems oddly familiar. Lithos? Sorry. You little punk, I finally got you. Now tell me, where's the guy who took my instant noodles? Hands off her. Stop. Before you can reach out for your weapon, Lucia moves in and stands squarely before him. Huh? Who are this girl and the wimp supposed to be? Lucia hasn't had to deal with such a lowbrow taunt in quite some time. Given what you know about her, if she's not saying anything, she's probably gauging how hard she needs a hit next. These folks obviously won't listen to reason, and there's a human among them who can't handle a real heavy strike, yet they're still in the way while she's going after Chaos. Are those two part of that rowdy bunch of employees as well? Cool, sure. Guess this is probably a different point in the past, most likely. Do not skip the stage. Constellia, before the central building.
なんだお前ら、俺に文句でも。
派手なのと弱そうなのだな。歌ってダンスでもするか？見せてみろよ。
Well, Lucia, don't hold back, I guess.
腹ペコでダンスもできないってか？
了解です。
食料はやるよ。
We're not really here for that food, but
指揮官、
okay.
大丈夫ですか？
Okay, what about you? Do you need a deep mind connection?
大丈夫です。ただ状態を確認させてください。
Fair enough. Okay. Where's this kid from just now that looks like Lithos?
お兄ちゃんを知ってるの？
Oh?
ワクサはあなたの兄なのですか？
お兄ちゃ
Oh,
んに会った。
Rose.
もうずっと帰ってこないの。
What's going on?
お兄ちゃんはグルート教授がいなくなったって。意識データをコンステリアに持っていくから迎えに来るって約束なのに戻ってこないの。
Oh,
グルート教授というのは
Professor Trout, indeed.
引き取ってくれた人。私たち孤児院にいたの。
彼は亡くなったのですか？
うん。引き取り手続きが終わる直前に突然いなくなって家も差し押さえられたの。 お兄ちゃんが探しに行って戻ってきて教えてくれた。
Okay. Would the managers at the
もう
orphanage
この
let
世
you
にい
guys
ないっ
out?
て。前はダメだった。グルート教授が里親になるって決まって何も言われなくなったよ。
Huh. Interesting.
ワクサがいなくなったのはいつです？
Wait, Lucia. Tell Lucia what you remember. She's indeed related to Lithos, and she's going to become Rosa's mother down the road too.
ロサ、アシモフのところの。
Yep. Yes, she and Ren are the ones that bring the data back for the Plume's specialized frame, if my memory serves me correctly.
彼女が
Okay. Even if you're blood related, you're not, be the same?
ワクサ、お兄ちゃんがいなくなったのはいつの出来事ですか？
グルート教授を助けに行った時、1ヶ月前？
どうして彼はグルート教授を助けようと？
里親を申し出てくれたから恩返ししないとって。
Fair enough.
いなくなった教授は多くのことを残してくれた。教授の代わりにお兄ちゃんが完成させてあげるの。
グルート教授から何を手伝ってほしいと言われました？
意識データと関係してるようなこと。ワクサお兄ちゃんの話では、意識データは人の脳に保存された情報を全てデータ化して別の場所に保管してるんだって。それを使って新しい体に取り替える人もいるって。体を取り替えることと関係あるならグルート教授も生き返らせたいな。
Smart, Rose. We're for kids your age, so no memory. We're for kids your age, so no memory data.
パパとママがいた時科学の研究をしてたの。うちはそういう才能を持つ人が多いんだってお兄ちゃんが言ってた。お兄ちゃんはもっと物知りだよ。パパたちもそう言ってた。もし体が不自由じゃなくて私と同じいいママから生まれなければとっくに引き取られてる。
グルートはその才能を求めた。
グルート教授はただ私たちをちゃんと学校に通わせたかっただけだよ。
グルート、意識データ、ワクサ。ある人物が浮かびますね。
Yep. Vonnegut?
なんでその名前を？お兄ちゃんと私しか知らないはずなのに。
He actually
教
told
授
me
か
his
ら
name
聞いた
too.
んだ。じゃあみんなグルート教授の友達だね。
ローズ、もう一つ質問が。お兄ちゃんがグルート教授の意識データをコンステリアに持ってきたのはなぜですか？
わかんない。多分秘密基地とか。
その秘密基地は見つけましたか？
お兄ちゃんはいなくなって私も外に出れないから。
Is there anyone else here?
美術館のところにいるよ。でも嫌な傭兵がよく物を奪っていくの。
指揮官、美術館の方へ行ってみましょう。カイウスが消えたのもそちらです。
賛成。Hey, command and gameplay. Yep, custom sensitivity mobile. Yep. New PC. Yep. Spots. Special interaction. 1, 2 buttons. Yep. And next. The configure to overwrite other perspective sensitivity configurations. Speaking of, actually, see if I move that up a little bit. Nope. Yeah. And so, I don't know if there's a way to change that. I believe it probably uses the same sensitivity controls as the thing in Han Ying's chapter uses. Others. Camera shake intensity. I'll figure it out as we go. I guess I will use a mix of that. But this is Constellia in the Golden Age.
そっちは危ないよ。行こう。
彼らは一般人ですし、ここで議論しても情報は手に入りません。ローズを美術館へ送ってからカイウスを探しに行きましょう。
Okay, fair enough. Oh, something interesting here.
これってあれか？あの専門家と教授たちがアンブレシャよりすげえのを生み出してこの世界をぶっ壊そうとしてるのか？
最高よね。もう出勤も首のことも考えずに済む。晩ご飯の心配もいらないなら最高だけど。
世界滅亡万歳だ。障壁が開いて外に出れてもどうせゲシュタルトのデータベースは俺の希望ポジションを選んじゃくれないし。
決まってたことよ。トップが機械芸術好きなのは周知だし、引き上げられるのは一部のコネだけ。コスパが機械に劣る私たちみたいなのは当然最適かよね。
Interesting. You guys have to say.
話が違わないか。これは一体どういう状況だ。俺たちが受けた任務はただのデモの鎮圧だぞ。なんでコンステリアに何日も閉じ込められるんだ。
なんかの撮影か。赤い蝶とか変なロボットとか。どう考えても美術館がテーマのホラー風リアリティショーとしか考えられん。
リアリティショーで死人は出ないだろう。命は最低でも保証されるはずだ。それか本物の人間は俺だけでくた。
もしあの二人、さっきお前が言ってたやたら強いってやつ？
違う違う。おい来るなって。何もしてない。お前らがデモで工事の邪魔をするから上の連中に雇われただけだ。閉じ込められたりしなきゃ食料を奪ったりしない。そもそも悪いのは使えない奴らだろ。向上心もなしに食っちゃねゲーム三昧じゃそりゃクビになる。お前らレベルの働きぶりなら解雇の心配もないが。
Hey then. Anything else around here? どれにしよう about this way?
フロートか。あれで上から都市の様子を見てみますか。
Yeah, why not?
私が連れて飛んでもいいんですが、ローズもいるので道中を考えるとあれを使う方がいいかと。権限カードが必要ですね。リーがいれば直接解除できたかもしれませんが。
Oh, chaos.
カイウス？
あの人知ってる。少
Butterflies?
し前にショーに殺されてた。
Oh. Okay. That's... Oh. Guess we can't go any further.
権限カードを持っている。カイウスが私たちにカードの場所を教えた。
Probably trying to familiarize us with the city.
ただの異合生物に過ぎません。行動に善意は期待できません。確かにフロートカーの権限カードですね。これで起動できるはず。
コンステリア北五館黄金辞典展示区へようこそ。美術館までご案内します。お子様は手をつないでしっかりお座りください。
高いね。
隣の高い塔は黄金辞典を代表する最も高い建造物です。輝かしい時代の旋律と人類の正解へ向けられた願いを象徴しています。塔内の床と階段、手すりなど全ての装飾品は触れることで異なる楽器の音を出し、塔の旋律と調和する仕組みです。美術館に到着しました。車両が完全に停止してから順番を守ってご降車ください。それでは黄金辞典をどうぞお楽しみください。
Our target's probably this way? Nope. Okay, yep, can't go that way.
カイウス？
Oh, chaos again? Oh, pointing us over there. Over here though. Doo-doo-doo.
いない。
Huh. Go and check it out.
都市設備は全て戦闘とは無関係。生活設備も少ない。まるで隠居した芸術家です
I
ね。
mean, this is Constellia.
体と魂
It
を
was literally made for
黄
the
金
arts.
辞典という主題に捧げたような。幼い頃に広告を見ましたが、来るのは初めてです。
Oh, but
CM ソングが素敵だったので、
very catchy song.
歌詞はこうでした。歌おう輝く時代のメロディー、進もう広大な星の海。
I see.
ずっと思っていました。こんな時代を指揮官と生きられたらって。過去の栄光は取り戻せなくても新しい未来は作れます。出発しましょう、指揮官。
It would be nice to do so, yeah, but unfortunately your Shikikan wasn't even born by then. It's like 21, 28, 21, 29, something like that. 21, 29, 80, some around there. Because like the end of the start of like the early golden age period after like the whole wars and stuff, when they had the united governments and shit, was like around like 2080, like 2090.
ローズを連れて高所へ退避を。
Side.
キリがない。移住強盗内でのコレドールの上等手段です。
Reload. fellas. Let's get out of here before they wear us down.
消耗戦は不利です。撤退を。
Oh, that's Lucia. That was actually saying that. Lol. Okay. Cutscene. In just 10 seconds after reaching the art gallery steps, a surge of red tide sweeps across the streets. Keep your distance. Getting too close to that red tide can get you infected. Infected? This must be your first time seeing the red tide, isn't it, Rose? She keeps her voice low as she cautiously peeks out from behind your clothes, looking at the street outside the exhibit hall that's now flooded by the red tide. The slight silhouette briefly reminds you of the child who brought roses the other night. The Golden Age is caught in the red tide now, too. It must be because of the Inverheader Tower. There's no other explanation. There has to be some link to that tower here, letting the red tide flow into the Golden Age. The catastrophe is only just starting. There are still many survivors, and the gear is in working order. There's still a chance to turn this around. If only we could get out of here and hand the Omega files over to Golden Age's Science Council right this minute. I recall trying something like this back in the Inverheader Tower, but we don't have any of the Omega files. All we can do is warn people about what's coming. The second we open our mouths, they dismiss us as spreading rumors or acting out of line. They then drag us off for examinations, leaving us no way to get out unscathed. Lucia sighs, turning her gaze to the distance once more. It's locked down here. First we need to figure out how to get out, but there's something else bothering me. If we break the lockdown, does that mean we'll accidentally jumpstart the red tide in the Golden Age? So about the red tide from the Golden Age, does it happen because of Vonnegut or Cradle? The moment Rose hears that name, she looks like she wants to speak up, but ends up holding her tongue. From what we found out during our investigation, Vonnegut is still working on keeping Cradle in check without her catching on, so he's probably too preoccupied to stir up any other trouble. Cradle then. Back when we first ran into that humanoid hetero creature, she showed an unusually keen interest in human civilization. If the red tide can sweep away what's left of humanity's golden age before it's completely destroyed, she won't pass on that chance. Besides, Vonnegut is keeping a close eye on her too. How in the world did she get tangled up with Agent Zero? That part's still a mystery. Why is Vonnegut so bent on sending us into the Golden Age's Constellia? Remember, he calls this place the Fog. Right before he shoved us out of the tower, he said, "Then enter the fog and behold the true threat humanity faces. It's time to bring this drawn-out feud to a close." The fog? Lucia goes over every bit of data on the terminal again, making sure nothing is overlooked. Exactly. It's like the tower disappears without a trace, or maybe right now, it hasn't shown up yet at all. That's probably it. When we are stuck in the Inverheader Tower, we never manage to send our whole selves to another era. We can only pass along information. I never think we actually get out. I still don't know if this area is counted as part of the tower's influence before it even showed up. And what's Vonnegut's reason for calling this place the Fog? Could the fog be somewhere overhead, or maybe on the ground? Or better yet, has the fog not really taken shape yet? Right, we're still inside the Inverheader Tower. It could be affecting time somehow. No point guessing here. Let's head into that art gallery and see what we can find. We already know some of the tower's secrets and we've got a bit of intel in hand. Our top priority is definitely to get back to our own time. The people who've been hard by the red tide and the hetero zone are still counting on us for news. By the way, Rose, did you run into anyone else around here? Darcy is likely back already, and her friends are over in the gallery. She shyly points towards the staircase. We literally just went to grab some instant noodles from the vending machine, and that's when they nabbed us. Let's meet with the folks here first and see if we can learn anything. Alright. You stand behind Lucia, taking another look at the city. Right now, Constellia lingers in silence, caught in the twilight of the Golden Age. It shines like a celestial palace adrift in the clouds, stunning and radiant, yet it also feels like the headstone of a once great era, lonely and empty. Okay, next stage. Loom of calamity. People who bear different burdens converge, stepping toward the tempest, one stride at a time. Cradle. How would you describe this era? It's a timepiece with cutting-edge technology. Vibrant and resplendent. Growing up in this golden era, I sense there's more beneath its gleaming surface. Even a lush mountain can have its rotten wood. No matter how thriving the times, there will always be people who simply won't learn. If a flourishing era could truly wipe out humanity, well, human laziness and mediocrity, then we'd be marching straight into dystopian future. Did you know there's a towering structure in the Golden Age exhibit that employees quietly call the Babel Tower or Skyreach Tower? It stands as the tallest and most majestic edifice in all of Constellia. Inside the spiral stairs are fashioned from piano keys and strings. Whenever someone sets foot on them, they guide a variety of instruments to create a mesmerizing melody. To stop a flood of footsteps from turning that harmony into discordant mess, the tower only allows its music to be triggered in a carefully ordered sequence. Guided by the careful orchestration of multiple composers, the tower's theme changes with every person who steps onto it or lingers there, yet always maintains a measured, harmonious flow. At the same time, it suggests certain individuals with certain steps only create the sound of their own tread, discordant, unable to blend into the tower's majestic harmony. This, in my eyes, is the Golden Age. Oh, Cradle. Cradle stands on a street stained with the red tide, her gaze locked on Babel Tower in the near distance. In the future that belongs to her, she first appears right where that tower rises. Back then, Constellia was a hub of scientific advancement. But now, neither the city nor this era is hers anymore. She must wrest control of the contaminating memetic just to recall the fleeting memories of that bygone time. She recalls her descent, her imprisonment within the memetic of human nature, and how she arrived in this new world, broken and clinging to life in Cradle's body. Even now, much of her past remains lost. She can't remember what led to her last failure, and she's still influenced by human nature, feeling a surge of desire and praising the tower's monumental presence. It's breathtaking. She's put lots in place here, intent on letting the red tide swallow every nook and cranny until this city is consumed by a sea of red tide. By a sea of red. After all, reaping Earth's civilization has always been Agent Zero's calling. It's about to start. She gently tucks back the wind-blown hair near her temple, casting a faint smile toward the shadow at the street corner. When that time arrives, Chaos, what do you think those two will do? A doll-like hetero creature steps out from the corner she's been watching. I've been looking for you, as Vonnegut changed his plan again. He still aims to tamper with the red tide by gradually wearing me down through the portion connected to me, right? It'll work, but it'll take forever, or multiple time rewinds. Cradle, looking completely at ease, steps closer to Chaos, causing her to retreat in caution. But before he's ready for anything, Vonnegut goes ahead and tosses Lucia and that commandant straight into my playground. He knows full well what's bound to happen and that I won't hold back, but he still hurries to push them out of the Hero Tower, sending them to their deaths. Don't tell me he's already ridden the three of you out of his original plan. Chaos doesn't say a word. She just clenches whatever she's holding even tighter. Looks like he still won't give up. Well, I'm ready. This city is about to be consumed by the red tide. She discreetly conceals her next move in this massacre, using provocative taunts to stop Chaos from backing down. Including Rose. Why do you care so much about that kid? Even lure that commandant just to help her. Then I guess she's very important for all of this. Ooh, nose. Madam, are you alright? Rose sticks close to Lucia, hurrying over to a visibly exhausted staff member. It's alright, you're safe too. Stay close so we don't get separated again. I've been worried. She draws a deep breath, finally recovering from that tense fear that still clings to her. Who are these two people? They're the ones who saved me. Oh, and I'm Lucia. Just call me Kane. Haven't seen you folks around before. How'd you get in? We came through an underground tunnel. Once we got out, we got turned around and couldn't find our way back. Calling yourselves time travelers isn't exactly a genius move now, but it might help you dig up some info on Constellia. Underground tunnel? The staff member takes a moment to think and then voices what Lucia has suspected. Maybe it's near the underground parking area. I heard they're still fixing that place up. Where's the underground parking lot anyway? Mind showing me roughly where it is? Okay, but those mercenaries are hanging around nearby, trying to find a way out. If you head over, you could end up in a fight. What's going on? Why would we end up in a fight? It began as a protest. It was only about a month ago. We got fired, management wants to cut costs, and put more of our tasks in the hands of machines. We really want to keep our jobs, so we've been protesting with everyone else, because it's actually a pretty decent job. But it didn't take long for some folks to stir up trouble. Went too far, so management brought in the mercenaries. We've been stuck in a deadlock for over 10 hours, then all of a sudden the disaster containment wall goes up. We thought they were about to pull some new tactic, but it turns out they ended up trapping the mercenaries in here with us too. After that, everyone's been scrambling over food. Once people get hungry enough, they just stop caring about everything else. She doesn't even finish her sentence before the whole building starts to shake. An earthquake? There might be a problem with the underground tunnel. I'm gonna look for the entrance. We've been hungry for days. If you find a way out, let me know. No matter what, we need to get out of here. Alright. Darcy, where'd everyone go? The exhausted-looking staff member, Darcy, gestures to the west. They're probably holed up in building D7 over on the west side. You know, the twin tower with the viewing bridge. The water's still running there and the bathrooms work. How many folks do we have here? We've got roughly 60 people, though I'm not sure how many can still move now. Go with us. Downstairs is flooded by some sort of super toxic liquid. Most folks can't make it through, but I can lead you across. Nah, I'm good. If you're heading out, go on. That Siscon's probably holed up in D7, and I don't really feel like listening to her. Siscon? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Yuko Kirishima. That's who it is. As soon as her colleague comes up, she practically can't stop talking. Ever since she got locked up, it's always the same talk every day. No news from her sister, no news from her sister, and still no news from her sister. It really seems like she's worried sick about her sister. Oh, it's way more than worry, but you've never seen a total meltdown level Siscon before, huh? It's 3 in the morning, and I was about to drift off when she suddenly bolted upright and said, I'm such an idiot. Seriously, if only I'd messaged my sister more back then. She never bothered to call or text before, but now that something's gone wrong, she thinks she can reach her sister through me. I mean, what can I do? I'm starving and cranky, and she won't stop complaining. If you had a sister like that, would you be able to put up with it? Lucia opens her mouth, but stops herself, weighed down by tangled emotions, and says nothing. Where is her sister? I don't really know. She said they had some bad blood ages ago, and they just stopped talking. Now that everything's gone wrong, she's scared she won't get a chance to see her sister before it's too late, so she's been venting to me non-stop. Right at this moment, the arts gallery starts shaking violently again. We're not going to get buried by all this, right? Come on, stick with us. It's safer that way. Ugh, fine. Yuko's more familiar with that underground parking lot than I am. Once we're there, I'll see what she knows. If there really is an underground tunnel, let's hope we can get out of Constellia before it caves in. Alright, let's go. Twin observation building, top floor, infirmary. Why is everything shaking again? I got a really ominous feeling. If we don't get the hell out of here soon, more lives will be lost. He pops his knuckles audibly, then circles the hospital bed a couple times, clearly agitated. Yuko, you've been staring at the floor. What's caught your eye? Mary Chico? The last message I got by my sister with calms down. I can't even tell where she is anymore. Huh? I didn't know you had a sister. You never mentioned her before. Wait, like, is this actually Chico? Yeah, she's caught up in her own business. We haven't really kept in touch, so it's never came up. Any updates after all? Nothing yet. The signal's still out. The captain glances back at the woman resting in the infirmary bed. Mona, any updates on your end? Nope. Comms are still down. You've checked 5 times in the past, huh? Or why not take a break and sit for a bit? The ground's shaking over here. We can't just keep doing this. Yeah, it's not gonna work, but asking over and over won't magically solve anything. She rubs her shoulder where she was hit during the protest conflict. If I'd known we were going to end up stuck in here, I never would have done this or asked the boss to send you in, for that matter. Hearing these words of regret, the mercenary captain grows more anxious, pacing back and forth in the infirmary. Come on, there's no such thing as if. You folks at Constellia built that wall over the top. So, over the top, we can't even crack it. Is it really necessary to make it this impenetrable? Yeah, it's odd. I checked the space on those disaster-containing walls. They're not supposed to be that sturdy. But somehow they are. Hey boss! They're only halfway through talking when a mercenary rushes into the infirmary out of breath. What now? Downstairs is suddenly flooded with some red liquid. Anyone who touches it starts rotting all over, and the squad we sent on the ground parking lot still hasn't returned. Got a few folks with rotting legs, some of ours and some of theirs. They're up on the second floor, can't even stand. We also stumbled upon a whole bunch of weird... He picks his words with care. Creatures? Monsters? They're even weirder than anything we've run into before. We should round up a few more hands. At the very least, let's get the ones who can't walk back safely. This isn't really some twisted reality show, is it? How did things end up like this? A reality show that triggers an earthquake. Good thing Constellia's construction is rock solid. There could be an underground lab below Constellia that's gone off the rails. That would explain the monster showing up again and all that red water. Then a little girl, driven mad by the experiments, crawls out of the facility looking for payback. Happens all the time in the movies. Don't scare me like that. Chico. Just cracking a joke there. She really is quite a laid-back person in this time. At least compared to like when she's on the purifying force. Sure, your theory makes great sense, but I literally went to that super accurate church last month and had a great luck blessing. There's no way I'm the one this is going to happen to. I guess a great luck still counts, even if it's in your next life. You piece of... No matter what happens, we have to rescue them. Ugh, I know, we can't just abandon them. We can only secure this building and the one directly across. The streets are underwater now, so there's no way to go down there. Alright, let's split up. Chico, take 2 people and head to the building across the way. I'll go downstairs with the rest of the team. Alright. Chico pushes open the infirmary door and steps onto the observation bridge. It's already dark outside, and the bitter winter carries the promise of snow. From the bridge's edge, the 3 of them look down. Beneath the veil of night, the streets glow with eerie crimson. It's a very, very mad world. We need to save people first. A crimson lightning flash tears across the darkness, then crashes into the raging red tide. 2 red tide hetero creatures remain locked in a vivid crimson struggle for over an hour now. Cradle's deft fingers glide over the strings, weaving a haunting melody that compels the hetero creatures to relentlessly charge at Chaos. Relying on the force field barrier provided by Vonnegut, Chaos focuses on defense and evasive maneuvers. Each time they collide, the underground tremors intensify, and the red tide lets out a sorrowful warning. Damn. This is pretty fire. I'll devour the city any moment now. Are you really going to keep hiding from me? The doll doesn't respond. She just grips the fruit in her hand as the music plays. No point carrying on like this. I've got more interesting things to do. Cradle cocks her head to one side, casually plucking the strings. She exposes her fair neck to chaos, pretending to be completely defenseless. The crimson surge at her side swirls into a vortex and swallows her up, guiding her into the crack in the street. Even though she knows it's a trap, chaos can't hold back anymore. She refuses to stand by and watch her slip away, letting catastrophe run its course. Bang! The moment their blades clash, a surge of crimson energy far beyond mortal understanding erupts. The swirling current immediately engulfs both figures born of the crimson surge, but it carries Cradle upward while trapping chaos. Got you at last. She floats above, her eyes fixed on chaos and the scarlet maelstrom below, like a faint moon watching its own reflection. Do you regret it? You had a better shot if you'd stayed out of sight, but here you are anyway. The girl lifts a hand in victory, ordering her faithful red tide to tear into chaos. You're not going to answer anyway, so let's just finish this. She lowers her hand, but the red tide remains silent. A strange feeling pounds at the wound on her chest. I see. She touches it carefully, realizing that the fruit chaos was holding got fully lodged in her body with that last blow. Is this a fragment of your memory? You put it inside me so you can share Agent Zero's authority, right? Did you get that idea from Alpha and Lucha, or from Luna and Celine? Vonnegut, it looks like you finally made some progress. Congrats, but you made it way too obvious. At least let me stay in the dark for a bit longer before catching on. The girl lets out a sigh at her opponent's naive scheme. Smiling, she presses a fingernail into her wound and digs out the fruit that hasn't yet fused with her body. There's still a bit of residue left that I can't totally clean off, but this ought to be enough to handle you. Cradle plucks the strings again. Under her limited guidance, the red tide condenses into a dense orb of water. In the next instant, the street crashes down in sync with the deep cracks in the ground, echoing with a deafening roar. Oblivion Butterfly was the last sliver of glory. As comfort and promises turn to lies, embrace and touch become the sole means to comfort one another. Time Court. The ground quakes violently, splitting open to reveal a terrifying chasm. The street yawns wide like a ravenous mouth, swallowing every last thing on the surface. A red tide bursts from the fissure like a spring, flooding the sunken street in an instant. Only surging waves and swirling eddies remain, announcing that the collapse below is far from over. The underground parking lot is already underwater. Lucia holds the human in her arms, flying overhead through this continuously collapsing zone. Watch out! An explosive burst shatters the floors. Lucia shields her head with her arm, twisting swiftly aside to dodge the crumbling wall. Behind her, thick smoke billows and terrified screams pierce the air without pause. Commandant, she still won't let go of those protective hands around you. We have to tackle the core problem first if we want any chance of helping them. I know. Is there any safe spot left? Let's head that way right now. I've just moved Darcy and Rose to the D7 Twin Observation Tower on the west side. It's higher up and farther from the underground parking lot, so it's still safe for the time being. We should meet them. Chaos seems really worried about Rose. There could be more going on than we realize. Got it. Hold on tight, Commandant. An observation building, second floor. You reach the second floor with Lucia just as Darcy comes into view. The crash of breaking glass rings out overhead, and everything goes dark in an instant. Watch out! Rose, Darcy, what's happening? Darcy's anxious voice echoes through the dark. Stay put, we're on our way. Switches on the terminal's light. The dim emergency lamp flickers, so you slow your pace and advance carefully. The lamp. The glow lights up the path with every step. As you scan the hall, your eyes lock on splattered blood and bodies sprawled across the floor. bodies. They're wearing the same gear and uniforms, just like those mercenaries looking for trouble earlier. Must be mercenaries of some sort. What happened? How did so many end up like this? Don't ask me. I was shocked coming over here. It wasn't here yesterday. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shoots up from below, heading straight for Lucia. She swings her sword in a smooth arc, slicing the lightning clean in half, exposing what it really is. A butterfly? What is it? It's a hero creature. They're coming in! Before Lucia can even finish, more butterflies surge from the shadows. Darcy, get behind cover with Rose. Pulling back behind Lucia, standing back to back with her, supporting her with your covering fire. A swarm of butterflies floods into the light, surrounding the two of you. Their assault is straightforward and delicate, relying on their small frames and sheer numbers to overwhelm. If you let your guard down, one slips into your blind spot and sticks to you, almost daring you to slice through both it and whoever it clings to. Pull back. 10, 20, 30. The broken wings accumulate around you, creating a crimson circle. Just when you think you're in for a long, grueling standoff, the remaining butterflies suddenly pull back into the darkness as if they've been given a direct order. Are you two alright? Okay, what just happened out there? Hetero creatures aren't supposed to be this smart. It's obvious we're their target, which means someone must be controlling them. Lucia lifts a fragment of the butterfly wing, holds it close to her mega core, and engages the pirate's frame's phantom tracer system. Find anything yet? So, it really is Cradle. She's the one who made these butterfly-like hetero creatures. She scans the area again, making sure no threat is left unchecked before finally lowering her blade. This whole district is now her stronghold. There must be an underground crack linked to the Inverhedro Tower. That's likely why the Red Tide rolled in so fast. We won't solve anything by stalling. We can't keep the Red Tide at bay, so we need to head back to the tower. If it's really below us, submerged like that, there's no way you'll make it through. If it comes to it, you head back to the tower first. No sense staying stuck here, right? Okay, I'll hurry and locate the rift heading back to the Inverhedro Tower, then find a way for both of us to get in. Let's split up then all. Lucia suddenly turns towards the east side of the exhibit hall. What's wrong? There's a live signal. Human, armed, heading upstairs. Doesn't look like this person is with the mercenaries. I'm also detecting other signs of human presence in the building. Could it be Yuko or other colleagues? Possibly, but aside from them, I'm picking up signals of other hetero creatures on the upper floors. Lucia closes her eyes and concentrates, trying to sense the outlines revealed by her scans. They're acting strange. I suspect Cradle is close by. Let's divide our tasks. I'll take care of whoever's upstairs. Standard hetero creatures won't pose much of a threat to me. We need to move quickly. Okay, let's establish a regional comm link. Whatever happens, don't cut off communication. Stay connected at all times. Alright. Once the comm link is up, Lucia goes over her gear again. I'm off. Stay safe, okay? Lucia's voice echoes from both ahead and through your headsets, reminding you to stay on guard. Don't worry about me. Lucia? And the answer to those words is an unexpected hug. Commandant. It's obvious why she's worried. She spent so long reliving loop after loop in the Inverhedro Tower that her body is riddled with lingering side effects. Memories of those shifting pathways, warped spaces, and the onslaught of mind interference and illusions, along with the looming threat of death, still remain vivid. Now completely unprepared, you've landed in a strange city overwhelmed by catastrophe, right into the enemy's carefully laid trap. No one can be sure what might happen next. As comfort and promises turn to lies, embrace and touch become the sole means to comfort one another. I'm right here. The arms around you tighten a little more. You protect yourself first. Just remember, only by solving the root problem can you hope to keep everyone safe. And she leans in to close her ear and softly reveals the most chilling truth. The key is about to get broken. I guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. I get it. My safety comes first, no matter what. Okay, I'm off. Stay put until I get back. If anything goes wrong, shout for me. Of course.
早く異常箇所をコンステリアが飲まれる前に。
Red tide crystals. Oh,
またお会いしましたね、
cradle.
ルシア。宝探しですか？
黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。
Okay. Moving forward. Butterfly.
赤潮はここだけじゃない。本気で飲み込ませるつもりですね。
Yep, that's for
い
sure.
かがです？異常はありましたか？見つかったとしてどう対処します？指揮官を頼みに忌々しいカイウスに助けてもらいます。
それいけ。集え暁の光。いけ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。翼よ羽ばたけ。当たれ。いけ。当たれ。それ。いけ。集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。
Next. Back out this way, I guess. Nope. Oh, here we go. Connect the tower.
扉が開きました。コレドールの赤潮拡大を阻止しないと。集え暁の光。いけ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。それ。当たれ。集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。 紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ、彼方まで超えゆけ。集え暁の光。当たれ。いけ。それ。集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け、翼よ羽ばたけ。当たれ。いけ。当たれ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。
Okay. You know what? Can I just ignore them? Yes, I can. Cradle out here stalling. Oh, at
一
least
つご
there's
提
no
案
secret
で
for
す。
this one.
証を引いてあげますから、カイウスを捕まえるかおびき寄せてくださいません？
Is that actually a truth, or is
お断り
she
で
just
す。
trying to bait us?
あなたもカイウスもあの代行者も誰も逃しません。
ええ、あなたならできるでしょう。ですが、移住強盗の影響範囲内であることをお忘れなく。何度殺されても、私は不死の身なのです。
Okay, a glorious end. Okay, next scene. A sunken city. She is the first Agent Zero, named by Dominic, who descended upon our time. Okay, story. Vonnegut remains quiet, his eyes fixed on the doll that scrambles out of the rift and returns to the tower. He opens his palm, revealing a tiny fruit, thrumming with life. Time to face the reality. This is the final fruit. Its creation always takes a toll on your memory, and you've already witnessed what happens when there's no key. Did you already expect we'd fail again this time? Exactly, but even if there's one approach we haven't tried, I know you'd never agree to let that commandant act as bait, right? This will affect your memory. It's your final fallback. The red tide outside is still surging, and forging that link is the only way to keep Cradle under control. If you manage to disrupt the Agent Zero, Cradle's original will take over. You've spoken with her before, so you know there's still a chance to reason with her consciousness. Even in the worst outcome, Lucia just has to use her key again and return to the moment when you first entered Constellia. Her key has reached its limit, nothing left to use. So have you. I can't handle her authority. I'll only send Agent Zero spiraling even more. Once those two see what happens, they won't hesitate to follow the route she set, even if it means betting their own lives. So, do we have another option? Chaos closes her eyes for a moment, then walks up to Vonnegut and accepts the gooey fruit. It contains a fragment of Chaos's memory, throbbing in her hand like a warm, living heart. Why did it still have to end up like this? One of Zuri, third floor. The clash of combat echoing from the terminal, Darcy, Rose, and you make your way to the third floor. As soon as you set foot on the floor, a shaking woman jumps out, gun raised at you. Don't move. Release Rose. Have you seriously fallen so far that you use a young girl as a hostage? No, Enough with your excuses. Before you can utter a calming word, a muzzle flash flares from her gun. You dash over and knock the gun from her hand, the clang of metal on the floor echoing just as the bullet smashes an exhibit farther inside the gallery. You pin her down. Ouch. Hold on, that's Yuko. Darcy, don't tell me you actually led these people over here just for a few cookies, even if you... We're not here to hurt you, we just want to team up with everyone and work together. Believe me, ask the person hiding in the corner to step forward too. Let go of me first, okay? The Twin Observation Tower rocks back and forth as Darcy wraps up her account of what happened to Yuko and the young man standing behind her. That sums it up. Oh, and the guy behind Yuko, we'll just call him Barley. Poor guy's had the worst luck. He's from a well-off family and only took this job to see what it's like. He joined our process just for kicks and looks where that got him. The young man hesitates, looking like he wants to protest but has no strength left to speak. Hey. The underground parking, yeah, it goes pretty far down, up to the 12th level, I think, but most of it's still being built and isn't done yet. She rubs her freshly injured wrist and notices a swallowing bump forming. You mean it's totally flooded, so I guess that place is no-go. Any other way around? Right, so first, you happen to glance at Yuko's chest where a tiny froggy hangs. So you just around, you immediately pick up on it. What are you staring at? It's nothing. Are there any other survivors nearby? Some employees are still hiding elsewhere. That leaves only those mercenaries, doesn't it? The red tide is still rising. Let's go to higher ground. What's the red tide? It's basically a thick red sludge. Its concentration doesn't stay consistent. Whenever it comes into contact with water, it thins out. No matter what form it takes, it's packed with viruses that can be deadly to humans. That sounds like a giant germ-ridden snot. The smug. Okay, I like her. It's unfortunate, probably, because something probably happened in the initial outbreak to her. If, Chico ended up in the purifying force and stuff. You have to make it sound so gross. Fine. So, Chico's last name is Kirishima. Interesting. Besides that underground parking lot we were just talking about, have you noticed any other weird spots lately? This place is weird enough as it is. Apart from the blockade walls, you sometimes hit this unseen resistance, like there's an ultra-clear, rock-solid sheet of glass right in front of you. There's something like this on the blockade wall as well, huh? Vonnegut's force field barrier. What? No, that's just my own guess. Wait, don't tell me you're actually investigators from the Umbrella? Yes, the quote-unquote, legal... Definitely not something to legally talk about, corporation. I love that. Resident Evil reference. Afraid not. But the way you're throwing out those guesses, it looks like you know something. She leans down, skips to something on those neck, sidesteps her finger through the trigger and spins it around like it's nothing. Better let me keep that gun. Alright. Yuko lobs it over without hesitation. That was our final shot. I found this gun with just one bullet left inside. If you knew that, you really shouldn't have pulled the trigger so fast. You're not gonna believe this, but I got all worked up and hit the trigger by mistake. I do. Okay, let's move out while we still have the energy to tackle these damn stairs. Not sure if my sister can manage it. Got it. I'm done listening to you. Darcy, it's normal to worry about your family. She's really not like that. Hey, you guys. The four of you are caught in the whirlwind of debate. Just before you stop, you make your way to the floor-to-ceiling window along the third floor corridor and look down at the street. In the faint moonlight, the red tide shimmers with vivid, shifting colors, like the stare of the dead. Since arriving at the D7 Twin Observation Building, the water has risen by roughly half a meter and is already swallowing the steps. Gaze into the distance. The red tide is held back by the disaster containment wall at the street's edge with no sign of spilling through. So far it hasn't spread beyond Constellia. That means it won't be long before it floods to the ground floor, consumes the whole district, and ensures no one makes it out alive. Focus on the distant disaster containment wall. Even during the Golden Era, putting up a disaster containment wall that could hold back the red tide in an art-centric district feels way too ahead of its time. This appears to be Vonnegut adding another layer of defense with a force field. Is that damned agent really worried about the red tide spilling over, or is there something else on his mind? How long will these force fields hold? Do they run underground, keeping out any red tide that might seep through the cracks after a collapse? The red tide, the golden age, Constellia, every grim warning has come to life. Looking at how these fissures stretch across the ground, it really can send the red tide into either the past or the future, and when you... She looks down, stays quiet for a few seconds, then goes on. When you were badly hurt and everything went dark, did you see it too? Yeah, it's almost dreamlike. I think the sudden red tide in Puya Forest Park after that fight probably has the same root cause. It really did just spring up without warning back then, and we never saw it coming, like we missed something obvious. Just like that conservation area. If this keeps up, are things going to get even worse? I'm not entirely sure. The world's basically over, and you're still telling me to rein it in? Give me a break. You turn around ready to tell those three to hurry up and head for higher ground, but they're too busy arguing to notice anyone else. No, I'm just wondering how you've got the energy to keep talking. You haven't been sneaking food behind our backs, have you? So even a rich kid like you needs to worry about food or water, just like us. Makes me think this whole apocalypse might not be so bad after all. We're all about to die, and you're still caught up in that. How about figuring out how to handle this mess instead? Can't be fixed. Your mind suddenly drifts back to the Inverheader Tower where Lucia taps into her pyro's frame power and to find the traces of Vonnegut never managed to erase, right at the heart of the red tide. This tower was originally her masterpiece, and my core is simply... That agent's form flickers in those scattered records. Whoever he's speaking to remains a mystery. After leave from Grey Ravenel to the tower's core, it's become almost impossible for her to get anywhere near it. Keeps her claiming that that's rightfully hers in her own way. Even if we try infiltrating using the red tide, we can't match how fast she strikes back. We let our guard down and she manages to she'll unleash that era's... In the records, Vonnegut bows his head and speaks in a voice that's strikingly clear. After all, she is the first Agent Zero, named by Dominic, who descended upon our time. Cradle, Agent Zero, named by Dominic, another era, leaving countless questions unanswered. But after sensing her abilities firsthand, the claim that Cradle is Agent Zero feels much more believable. If that really is the case, then according to the scant clues in those incomplete records, the disaster she's set to unleash could be even more perilous than the red tide. It's so dire that even that overconfident agent, who always seems to have the upper hand, admits there's no way to solve it. Just what could it be? With Babylonia's current firepower and preparations, can they truly face a calamity that even Vonnegut himself couldn't overcome? It's too late. Amidst these disjointed nightmares, you feel as though you've heard the answer to this question before. In the dream, a small, doll-like hetero creature kneels on the floor of the Inverheader Tower, her trembling hand tracing the cracks again and again. So, I really can't do anything after all. Her voice resonates like a collective sigh, as if many are speaking in unison. Why have I pushed myself to this point? Scarlet tears run down the doll's cheeks, falling into the crevices. Even in her panic, she keeps trying to mend those cracks, as if she could sew the Inverheader Tower back together and stop its blood from spilling. But we're out of time. It's Too late. Meanwhile, as Cradle warns, so long as she is under the tower's influence, she can't be killed for good. The fruit might still linger, and Lucia has the upper hand in the fight. Even so, she's powerless against the creature that revives over and over in the red tide. The two battle for hours, and by the time night settles in, you find yourselves ushering in the new year to the creature's fading howls. Don't rush things. The red tide on the ground still isn't ready. Can't head down there yet. Even if you decide to leave, I'll block your way, and that commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. The only path you can take is the one I've laid out, unless you're ready to make a choice. Lucia, team up with me and kill Chaos. I told you, I won't let you or Vonnegut's people off the hook. Lucia grips her pyro katana and lunges again. Cradle quickly steps back several paces, her fingertips dancing across the strings. The music echoes like a moonlit lament, summoning the dead from within the red tide. I've seen memory corrupting tricks like these 100 times over in the Ember Tower. She swings her sword and shatters the haze of illusions before her, then charges straight at Cradle. Guess those never-ending illusions are all part of your trick, huh? That's right, because the moment you laid eyes on that commandant's death, you gave away your biggest weakness, didn't you? Cradle ducks under the slash, using the street lamp as a springboard. She circles behind Lucia with effortless grace and murmurs in a teasing tone. But if I'm going to finish off that target, I've got to get past you first. A little interference in the minds can easily pull off the same trick, assuming there's no mind connection. Lucia's blade immediately skewers the head that's still grinning. A gleam of a sword chases the falling form until it disintegrates into a surge of red tide. At that instant, the entire street shudders. Cracks split the pavement from the collapsed parking lot and race straight to Lucia's feet. She's about to jump clear of the collapse when she spots what's below. Everything beneath the torn ground, those structures on the ground, has already been swallowed by the red tide. A perilous shortcut is right in front of Lucia. Cradle isn't back on her feet yet. If Lucia jumps into this red tide formed abyss now, Cradle just might reach the Inver Tower again. Commandant! She quickly explains that she's about to lose contact. I managed to put Cradle out of commission for the moment. The entrance to the tower is probably beneath the surface, so I have to go down there before she comes back. Diving into the red tide will fry my terminal, but I promise I won't be gone long. Be careful out there. I will. The Ark of Decay. All paths to resolution crumble like drifting on an ark built of rotting wood amidst the flood of annihilation. And that commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. Rotten wood. You glance up at the folks Cradle labels rotten wood. They're all looking at each other, terrified. So, any conclusions yet? There's no way we have one yet. I thought just finding a corpse on the second floor was enough to freak anyone out. But seriously, that weird red tide hetero creature and whatnot just showed up downstairs, and now there's one on the 7th floor as well. And that person back there looks like they've been dead for days. Hold on, isn't that the merc who sneaked in 3 nights ago to swipe our cookies? Yeah, I was wondering why he hadn't showed up for days to see all stuff. So he's dead. Maybe the mercenaries turned on each other. My guess was the hetero creature. The torn spots on his clothes shows rotting flesh. It's winter, so there's no way things would decay this fast. You seem pretty skilled. Are you a cop or something? I guess you could say that. So, what's your real reason for being here? If you're lost, this is way out of your way, isn't it? Well, you barely know who they are, so there's no guarantee they'll buy into any of your time travel talk. The bigger issue is, even if you manage to spell it all out and tell them what's coming, you can't guess what that might lead to. When everything went down, we ended up stuck in the subway tunnel after the train shut off. We've been hunting for an exit ever since. The subway? But isn't that way too far from here? I'm not really sure what's going on the ground. My terminal's lost its signal. Then before I knew it, I somehow wound up here. They glance at the body on the floor, then exchange wary looks before finally turning your Your gaze this way. You're a cop, so you're probably better at investigating and taking the lead than any of us. What's our next move? Let's head for higher ground if we can. The red tide down there is dangerous. It's dangerous up there too. I even spotted some mercenaries who just died. Good. There are the fewer of them, the better. Maybe that fancy custom robot took them out. What? When he first gets stuck here, high-end custom robot shows up to talk with Yoku. Right, it's been days since we've run into that invincible robot. Yoku, did she tell you anything? Yoku? Yuko? Hey, typos. No, I have no idea. An invincible robot. She's kind of like... She's just a robot, you know. Some rich folks like to make them look like their favorite characters. Sometimes they'll even do chores or act as bodyguards, but that's pretty much it. I recall you had one with you. Wasn't her name Lucia? She was impressive able to handle just about anything in a fight. Seriously, a robot that can take on anything, even those hetero creatures? Yuko, who has been lethargic all along, suddenly looks up with wide eyes. She's not a robot. She's my partner. Wait, are you serious? That getup she's wearing. It's obviously a custom paint job, right? Plus it uses this year's hottest design trend. Yep, I've come across loads of these requests on freelance sites. I see. WGA have already even said this frame's going to bring back the Golden Age's glory when they were designing its coat, so I love my... they must have looked up some old data for that for inspiration. That rope. Where's Miss Lucia now? She's downstairs taking care of the other hetero creatures and looking for an escape route. We just need her to hold on a little longer. I'll handle what's upstairs. By the way, are you sure that robot hasn't gone nuts from the infection? No? She's the same as Chaos. There's no danger for her at all. How do you know about that? Rose, didn't I say to stop mentioning that monster? You know Chaos? Don't worry, Rose. Go ahead. Tell me. I can't exactly say I know her. She's choosing her words with caution. I only spot her dashing and chatting now and then. I did ask her name once. Anything else? Rose scans the crowd, nervously shaking her head, only now that she realized they're all glaring at her with revulsion. Has Chaos done something terrible to them? Why do you all hate that name so much? That's a monster. I've actually seen someone's skins decay the instant they touched her. I mean, it is a hetero creature after all. Yuko says that monster's far more dangerous than the occasional street creatures or those berserk work machines. Didn't you just get here? And how do you already know its name? I heard Rose mention it when I got here, and I caught a glimpse of her, but I never had a chance to ask. Rose tilts her head to the side like she's trying to recall whether she ever mentioned Chaos by name. Luckily, she doesn't ask any further. About that robot. Anyway, getting this news while we're stranded is a lucky break. Any idea where she is? Another set of hands would be a big help. Yuko, you're close with her. Got any leads? Yuko turns her head away and remains silent for a long moment. It's only when the building starts to shake again that she finally speaks, her face set in a cold expression. I don't know. You two aren't fighting, are you? Fight with a robot? Well, it's an advanced custom robot with personality data. It's bound to have its own quirks. Arguing with people isn't all that surprising, right? So what does this thing look like? Does it have a name? Name? I've never heard Yuko bring it up. She glances over at Yuko, who doesn't seem interested in discussing it. She's a young girl with black braided tails wearing a green cloak. Cradle. That glimmer of hope, not just surface, flickers out in an instant. You want to ask more questions, but you hold your tongue. You're not sure about her ties to Cradle, or if she's already planted the wrong ideas in these people's minds. Blurting out that you know the truth wouldn't gain you any allies, even if you managed to explain anything. Failing to clarify would only stir up more complications. It's just, you can't believe you almost let such a vital piece of information slip by unnoticed. Cradle clearly has a means to reach the city ahead of schedule, which is why Vonnegut put up the force field barrier. She's likely been in contact with these folks for quite some time. But since she calls them rotten wood, you're guessing they won't spill any important intel. Just then, Bonnie, who's been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. You look like you know that monster pretty well. Hey, don't you think this is weird? This isn't the first time we run into those creepy twisted hetero creatures. We ran into something like them a few days back. We still don't know why they appear. Sure, they look scary, but they haven't actually attacked anyone. And you, did you say these bodies were taken out by those hetero creatures? But wasn't it the dead mercenary who struck out at us first? No, they were just... I don't care how those things operate, I wouldn't get it anyway. I've only got one question. Why did everything go completely off the rails the second you appeared? You understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation. You might say it's because human nature is ugly. Fine. Think that if you want, but unless you grasp the real cause, you'll repeat the same mistakes in actual combat. The tougher the condition, the more people start mistrusting everything. Their fear and suspicion will turn even the would-be rescuers into threats in their eyes. So, what's waiting at the far end of fear? Anger. It's a built-in survival instinct. Anyone can reach a breaking point under enough pressure. Calm them down first and everything will fall into place. Kane, you performed well this time. You'll be in charge of the next simulation test. Unknown threats, fear, anger. It's true. You've been so focused on the Red Tide infiltrating the Golden Age that you haven't explained anything yet. And that command will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. Yep, she knew exactly where this was going. So this is exactly what you had in mind, isn't it, Cradle? They really are just ordinary people. We shouldn't involve them in such complicated matters. Besides, messing with what's already happened could cause serious problems. Well, while that idea isn't wrong, we shouldn't skip communicating with them either. Alright. With everyone looking at you uneasily, you let out a small sigh. You're just about to say, I really should explain a few things to everyone when the twin observation tower suddenly starts shaking again. The quake hits especially hard, causing the lights in the exhibition hall to flicker on and off. Hey, did you guys hear that creepy noise? In the dark, Darcy's voice is shaking uncontrollably. We found out your secret. You're gonna shut us up for good, right? Aren't you the one who killed the lights on the sly and then blamed me? Hang on, be careful. The footsteps belong to hetero creatures. You can hear them on the upper stairs. Tap, tap. Sounds like they're on the 10th floor, coming down. Now with the whole place shaking, you can pick up a rushing noise like a wave about to crash. Quick, head upstairs, now! But there's something freaky up there. The red tide below is even more dangerous. Stick with me, I'll take care of those creatures. What makes you think we have to listen to you? I'm the only one who knows how this monster works. I'll fill you in once we're safe. Shit. Even though they're unsure, they push on through the darkness. Hold on. Inside the exhibition hall, the lights finally catch a break, once again illuminating everyone gathered. It's like every disaster is colliding at this exact moment, with Yuko's horrified look signaling that something terrible is about to unfold. Where's Rose? Where did she go? Could it be one of those hetero creatures? You don't think that monster called Chaos took Rose, do you? She can't have gone that far. Let's split up and find her. Hurry, we're running out of time. Seriously, we're half dead from hunger. How fast do you think we can move? Just making it to the stairs has already wiped me out. She yells this while splitting off from the others, combing every corner in search of Rose. Forget that kid. Keep this up and we'll end up dead. Plus, this might be some scene to split us up. Splitting you up was my goal. I wouldn't have to try this hard. 3 minutes. If we don't find them by then, we'll regroup by the stairs, heading up together. Fine. I'll check downstairs. You guys search this floor and don't forget the bathroom. What about you? I'm going upstairs. Where could Rose have gone? What snatched her away? Why didn't she cry out? Did she not even get the chance to scream? Chaos. The name Rose mentioned, and a very familiar one at that. Your thoughts are racing as you dash up the stairs. The moment you reach the 8th floor, you spot a drop of vivid red blood at her feet, stark and glaring in the faint light. Blood? Still fresh, you can't tell if it's Rose's, but at least it means whoever is hurt hasn't gone far. You speed up, tracing the bloodstains deeper into the expansive silent hall. Each drop seems to fall closer to the next, as if warning you that you're closing in on what's really happening. At the end of the trail, you find a hairpin lying quietly in the corner. Rose's. A cold dread settles in your chest as though you plunged into ice. You turn your grip on your gun and cautiously move toward the corner where that hairpin rests. Using the wall as a shield, you quickly pivot and take aim at wherever an enemy might be lurking. But in the gloom, Rose's body is suspended from the chandelier overhead in a grotesque pose. Damn. Rose! Her head hangs low, the flesh of her face and neck is decayed, marked by 2 huge handprints, like some hetero creature grabbed her by the neck and smothered her, and then... A soft footstep pierces the stillness. You whirl around to find the figure who haunts your dreams, lurking in the shadows. She slowly looks up at the corpse hanging overhead, too stunned to move. Did you do this? Chaos gives a sad shake of her head. What are you doing here? She carefully holds out the small transparent box, revealing an apple-shaped fruit inside. This is for me. She nods. What's this? Just tell me. I know you can talk, Chaos. It's part of a hetero creature's memory. Why'd you give me this? Cradle's been itching to get your memories. If you go ahead and eat it, she might just end up swallowing both it and you together. So I'm like the cheese on a mousetrap. So, what exactly does it do? She stays quiet as though she's asking, are you really prepared to face this ending? I'll decide whether to eat it or not, but you have to spell out what I stand to gain or lose. If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse her cradle, making separation almost impossible. That way I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the red tide. It's connected to the Inverhardor Tower, so it won't change even if time is reversed. Whatever happens, good or bad, sticks around, much like recovering old data unless she manually wipes it out. But if you swallow this fruit, you're guaranteed to die. No human can survive taking in the hetero creature's memory like that. You mentioned you can hold her in check if all goes well, but what happens if it doesn't? People's memories are huge and it takes ages to digest, but if luck's on her side, she could spot this chat between us from the beginning. Then before it's too late, she could extract the fruit. In that case, we'd lose. There'd be no way to contain her anymore. In short, we're taking a gamble here. We've discussed so much, but you've forgotten it all. Do you really still believe in all this? But at least I remember you, and I know exactly who you are. Since you're telling me all this, you must be trying to stop the red tide, right? Hand it over. You walk up to Chaos. The moment you take the small box from her, a shrill scream erupts at the exhibit hall entrance. What are you doing? I was starting to worry about how long you were taking to get here. The red tide already flooded to the 7th floor. What did you get from that monster? That thing? Hold on, where'd it go? Chaos is gone, leaving no trace behind. Where's Rose? Well, there's no time to say anything. Darcy spots Rose's body suspended in the air. You killed her? She was already... You took something from that monster and then killed her? Just listen to me. There's no time to get the words out before someone else's fist slams in. It's almost an automatic act of self-defense. In an instant, the attacker is already pinned to the floor. This jerk! Let me finish. When I got here, she's already... Starvation and fear drive her to drink, confronted by unfathomable catastrophe and imminent death. Her pent-up emotions erupt in a single fierce impulse. She seizes the knife and turns it on you. Darcy, enough already! Blood sprays. The blade doesn't catch you, locked in your own struggle, but sinks into Yuko instead. I knew it. You really betrayed us. Those corpses, you're behind them too. Yuko doesn't deny it. She just clutches her side, wincing in pain as she staggers backward a few steps, then positions herself next to you and Barley. Darcy breaks down completely, crying out as she dashes frantically up the stairs. Watch out, there are hetero creatures up there. Let's go. Go, I'm already... Let me carry you. The red tide is about to surge in. Up. Thanks for the raid. Orochiwa, how you doing? Okay. We're just chilling and trying to catch up with this peak story that is being divulged as we go. Let me carry you. The red tide's about to surge in. Still. Shut up. Barley, stay behind me. I'll explain everything about Rose and Chaos later. But not now. Pinned to the ground, Barley nods with gritted teeth. Yuko stops resisting and allows herself to be carried on your back. Let's go. The moment you lift Yuko onto your back, an agonized scream tears through the air from the stairway where Darcy is. It hurts so bad. Ah! Then there's someone rolling down the steps and vanishing into the red tide. Darcy! Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Of course, you're getting the hell out. You two are nothing but monster-loving traitors. Suddenly whips out a gun from out of nowhere, aims at you, then quickly tilts it downward, taking aim at the helpless Yuko. Go to hell! Suddenly gunshots of a different caliber ring out all at once. Bullets rip through Barley's chest and back, and he drops to the floor with blood streaming from his mouth, nose, and wounds. Who's there? Figure dressed in the mercenary's uniform quickly emerges from the darkness. It's me. I noticed he was about to attack you, so... A mercenary? What are you up to this time? We need to head upstairs right away. The red tide's almost here. No, just go. I'll keep this guy busy. Yuko presses a hand over her wound and forces herself upright as though she's about to pour all her pent-up anger into the figure before her. Yet the mercenary just stands there, eyes fixed on Yuko, not moving an inch. Go, hurry! She staggers forward, almost collapsing at the mercenary's feet. Only then does the mercenary finally take off her protective mask. It's Yuko, it's me. Hmm? Yuko? Yuko? Why are you here? Well, Chico, rather. It's probably what she's supposed to be saying. Chico, Chico, why are you here? But yeah, we're doing good. Very, very good. How can you transform into a butterfly? By me. Man, I'm just getting so many goosebumps from this already. Having dispatched the hetero creature in front of her, Chico carefully lowers Yuko, who's been on her back, and pauses for a quick breather. We've got 14 more floors before we hit the highest observation deck. Let's take a quick break. Yuko's wound won't stop bleeding. She's checking Yuko's stomach wound, all the while keeping an ear out for any signs of trouble. Okay, let's take a break then. The further up we go, the more of those creatures we'll run into. Thanks for everything along the way, Chico. She raises her head in a mild surprise when she hears that name. If you want to thank me, then first tell me what's going on here. You look like you got a lot more info than I do. Sure. You give a rundown of the Red Tide, hetero creatures, the punishing virus, and what's happening outside Constellia. They both listen carefully. It doesn't look like this disaster will blow over in a year or so. Yes. This is only the start of the crisis, so how come you all know this? You know all this, and why are you calling me Chico instead of Kirishima? If I said I've just returned from the future, would you buy it? Sure, I don't see any other explanation. Fair enough. You're really from the future? Does that mean you can still turn things around in Constellia and save us? The key is about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. I can't guarantee that. Since you've arrived here from the future, you must already know what our fate will be today, right? Yeah, neither of you will die here. In the future, both you and your sister will become constructs. Yuko joins the support force, while you join the purifying force. Not bad at all. So what happens after that? You rise to vice captain and earn everyone's trust. Then, during one of your search operations, you're killed in action. Did my sacrifice get everyone else the opportunity they needed? You managed to hold off the catastrophe, save your friend, and with your help, we also got our hands on some critical intel. Great. Looks like I gotta make sure I pull through today. If I drop here, I won't be any use to anyone. Sis, you... Nothing surprising there. Mom is that way, and so am I. And since I saw your wound, I got it. Those who are cornered often cling to the sacrifice as their proudest virtue. Constellia, underground level 6. Dense red tide floods the tunnel below, leaving Lucia nearly blind. With her senses dulled by the punishing virus's intense concentration, she follows her scouted route and presses forward through the roiling tide. Even with all these hurdles, a familiar red silhouette breaks through the tide with ease, surging straight at her with murderous resolve. Cradle! Lucia whips around, her blade erupting with a sharp clang that lingers in the air. Cradle staggers back, but in the blink of an eye, swings her scythe again with a scornful chuckle. Under the crimson surge, both blades clash and strain, vibrating until they unleash a shrill, prolonged ring. The clash reverberates and echoes, cycling over and over without pause. At last, the surging red tide engulfs every piercing sound, turning them into a low, ominous roar. The fruit residue is finally wiped out. Excuse me. Now I'm done holding back. The scythe skims the construct's cheek, its sharp gleam sparking the red glow in Lucia's eyes. Shedding fluid whips from the wound, stretched into a thin strand by her swift movement, then dissolves into the endless red tide. Out of the way! Thrusters ignite in a brilliant blaze. Lucia narrows her eyes and slashes, breaking Cradle's tight offensive. The moment Cradle slips back in the flicker, Lucia surges forward to confront her head on. Raising her blade high, she slices through the surging flow in a bright flash that illuminates everything around her. So you're that eager to ditch your command and head back to the Hero Tower on your own? Lucia, stay silent. Her blade flashes like a fierce storm, tearing through the water bit by bit, only for it to surge back together as if mending a wound. The deeper she goes, the heavier the pressure of the red tide becomes. The cradle scatters when their blades clash, leaving behind a derisive laugh. When the enemy disappears again, Lucia adjusts her stance and dives even farther down. But the red tide quickly swirls into a new human shape, a curved scythe once more poised right behind Lucia. You really think that commanding is safe just because I'm here? A savage surge of murderous intent tears through the construct's awareness. The device on its spine flares a bright warning red. Flames roar non-stop, propelling it away from the foe in a flash. This time, Cradle refrains from charging in. She flicks her wrist, sending her scythe into a sweeping arc while her body tilts backward under its weight. All the while, a radiant grin remains fixed on her lips. Come on, show me whether the blood you've wrung from the Hero Tower can flood every corner of Constellia. In the midst of her swift descent, Lucia abruptly stops. A katana materializes in her left hand, then she whirls around, bringing both blades up in front of her. Overhead, Cradle's features lie shrouded in darkness. A swirling crimson current wraps around the scythe's blade. Just as the construct raises her blade, the humanoid hero creature now hefts her weapon in the same manner. Bam! The attack reverberates through both blades, demolishing any defense with a resounding crash. The scythe's tip tears open a savage gash across Lucia's chest. Her complex mechanical systems rupture in an instant, shards flying from her torso. Looks like today's a day you meet your end. Lucia grips her sword, hilt firmly, her stare fixed on Cradle's face. Every clang and echo around them fades into the relentless roar of the red tide. You three forge ahead, your weapons rattling with every strike. You and Chico trade off the severely injured Yuko as you ascend the exhibit stairs without pause. We're almost at the top floor. As the tide behind you rushes up the stairs in a flash, its roar thunderous. The red tide is closing in on the top floor too. A harsh roar echoes through the air as the building's front wall splits open, and a twisted giant claw rodges itself into the crack. A deafening roar tears through the air again as the hetero creatures lunge straight at Chico, who is still carrying the wounded Yuko on her back. Open fire to cover Chico. Bam! The creatures snarl in pain as they crash to the ground, then tumbles into the relentless red tide. Stay close to me. Two shots echo across the field, sending the hetero creatures in the way, toppling off to either side. The red tide swallows and dissolves its creation, steadily eating away at the skyscrapers. The route to safety climbs endlessly upward, with only the echo of footsteps shaking the stairwell silence. Lift, aim, pull the trigger. As the shot rings out, another hetero creature vanishes in an instant. The relentless gunfire leaves your arms tingling with numbness, and you mentally track the dwindling ammo and the distance to freedom. The wall on the left side gives way in an instant, and a nimble monster pounces with its claws outstretched. Its massive jaws snap at the pistol in your hand, but you've already aimed at its throat, unleashing another round. Draw a dagger. Taking advantage of the forward rush with nowhere left to run, the monster's neck collides with the shining blade. Searing hot blood splatters across your faces as the creature's head detaches and tumbles free. Chico strides forward, kicking aside the headless corpse in her path. With one hand, she steadies the wounded person on her back, and with the other, she grabs your arm, holding you clear of the surging red tide. Adrenaline spikes, powering your legs to drive upward in a swift kick. The exhaustion dissolves. You reload, aim, and pull the trigger. The bullet erupts from the chamber, tearing straight through the enemy's body. Bullets rip overhead, monsters cry out in torment, and panic screams echo behind. Behind it all roars a blast so intense it feels like it could split your head open. These sounds unite in a sweeping pulse-pounding symphony, while the tower's windows silently reflect the desperate scramble of those racing for safety. We're nearly at the top floor. As soon as we get through this door on the top floor, we can make it to the viewing bridge. This isn't a promise of hope. It's the final countdown when there's nowhere left to run. What if the red tide rushes the observation bridge? Then what? Is there any higher ground left? Nope. That's how things are, then what are we gonna do? You look down at the box Chaos just gave you, where a throbbing hetero creature's fruit is alive. If all goes according to plan, this fruit will fuse with her, making separation almost impossible. That way I can keep her in check and stop her from freely controlling the tide. Except, no human can survive taking in the hetero creature's memory like that. Are you really going to stake your life on this? The key's about to get broken. I'd guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, it might only have 1. Behind you! You glance over your shoulder. Several monstrous hetero creatures are clawing their way out of the surging red tide, all vying for the exit. Fire. The ambushing creatures unleash piercing cries before tumbling back into the tide, one by one. Scrambling to dodge their attacks, Chico loses her footing and goes rolling down the steps. The red tide surges even closer, now just a step away. At the bottom of the stairs, Chico's leg twists into a grotesque angle, leaving her unable to stand on her own. Sensing death at her heels, Chico forces herself up. Acting purely on instinct, she raises her arms and hoists her younger sister to safety. No, I'll pull you up. She struggles to stand, fresh blood leaking from her abdominal wound with each attempt. Both of you, take my hand. Your heart is racing, and your voice quivers as you force the words out. Before help reaches the distressed figure, a swarm of shadowy butterflies burst from behind them both. Open fire for defense. It glides gently across the churning water, settles near Yuko's ear, and conveys its master's command in a barely audible whisper. Then, as though it's threatening... The butterfly's proboscis drives right through Chico's shoulder, and her blood pours down in a thick, pillar-like stream. Chico! You finally drag Chico up and guide her to the bridge entrance. At the same time, Yuko collapses on the steps, looking like she's ready to meet her end as she watches the red butterflies. But the red butterflies ignore her and fly straight at you and Chico. If we don't move now, we'll never make it. These words jolt Yuko awake. Clutching her wound, she struggles to stand, and under the red butterfly's watchful gaze makes a desperate dash toward the exit at the topmost level. Together, the three of you step into the highest point, one that offers no way back. The night remains dark and oppressive. On the windless observation bridge, red butterflies swirl in the air, looming as close as the bloody tide below. They make no move to launch a futile attack. Instead, they seem to linger on the bridge, observing what final stance the trio will take. In the end, you're backed into a dead end, like there's no escaping this grim fate. Dazed, it feels like you're already trapped in that endless Inver Tower, facing that same desperate chase and bloodshed. Yeah, I've been killed like this more times than I can remember. But at the end of each tragedy, Lucia is always right there beside you. Over time, she goes from panicked to calm, ready to take everything in stride. Then the moment finally arrives and her face stays locked in a mix of grief and fury. Where is Lucia now? Did she get into the Inver Tower? Is there any way to roll back time before she stepped inside? If the tower's timeline is in sync with yours, then once you're pulled back in, does that mean Constellia will remain swallowed by this red tide for good? You try to distract yourself with scattered thoughts, but you can't shake off the darkest possibility. Will Lucia still be able to return? Without thinking, you clutched the fruit Chaos gave you. She warned you you'd die for sure if you ate it, but there's a slim chance it could rein in Cradle. I'm at my wit's end. Maybe I should just do it here. And Lucia, am I really leaving her to handle this all by herself again? Yuko! You hear her cry and see Yuko down on all fours at the bridge's edge, surrounded by swarms of butterfly that seem to hold her hostage. Stay back, I can't. She suddenly swallows the rest of her words, letting them spill out as tears. Easy, Yuko, they haven't gone after you yet. Don't provoke them. Speaking calmly, you clutch your dagger an inch closer. She trembles gently, shaking her head as her eyes dart between the two people standing in front of her. Get down! You fire a rapid series of shots to push back the butterflies around her, only for another swarm to surge in right away. Sensing your intent, the butterflies swarm over Yuko. In a single heartbeat of hesitation, one of them plunges its proboscis straight into her eye. Ah. Stay calm, I'm coming closer. Overwhelmed by the agony, Yuko tears the butterfly from her face, which makes her hand start to rot almost instantly. Please, I'm begging you, just leave me behind. There's another level across the bridge, let's hurry. The red tide's still rolling in and the butterflies won't spare us. Don't give up now. You carve a path with your dagger and catch Yuko by the railing of the observation bridge. Hang on a little more, there still might be a chance. A chance? Lean on me, Halfway through your words, a sudden jolt of pain lances through your chest. Huh? Yuko grips a strange, slender needle and plunges it into your heart. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Do you understand why your squad failed the rescue simulation? Memories from the old days flash through your mind. Why? Cradle, that should be enough, right? And that commandant will be pinned down by a pack of useless rotten wood. Please, just let her go already. The butterflies on the bridge scatter all at once as though echoing this last mournful cry. That line. So that's what it truly meant. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'll give you my life if that's what it takes. Through your blurring vision, she reaches for the long needle again. Yuko! Oh, you... Blood rushes from your torn lung into your mouth and nose, making it almost impossible to breathe. Sit down now. Just focus on stopping that bleeding. You shove Chico's arms aside and stagger toward the edge of the observation bridge, collapsing there as the red tide creeps dangerously close. It's not necessary. Right now, we're both cornered, with nowhere left to turn. The key is about to get broken. I guess it has maybe 2 uses left. No, might have one. Then... can't afford to waste it. We'll just have to gamble everything on this. You grit your teeth against the searing pain, dig out the fruit from your pocket and force it down with the taste of blood still on your tongue. You set your sights on the crimson torrent before you. In one swift motion, you hurl yourself forward. You can't tell how long passed. You can't tell how much time passes, but the thunderous crash of the tide slowly fades. Glancing upward, you notice snowflakes drifting down from above. No matter how you try to move, you can't feel the shape of your own body. It's as if your consciousness is floating in water, becoming one with it. You drift like this for what feels like an eternity. And your scattered senses slowly converge. Now you're able to perceive information, allowing you to sketch out the scene before you. January 2nd, 2161. It's the 3rd day since you've arrived in Constellia. Chaos stands at a distance, using the fruit she planted to hold back Cradle's abilities. Cradle, perplexed, keeps checking herself, struggling to understand why the red tide has faded, which really has. Staggering footsteps approach the twin observation building, coming to a halt in the street, then kneel down in place. She lifts a torn jacket from the red tide. It's Lucia. Commandant. Her voice quivers, her fingers tremble. Is this all that's left for us? Are you making her show that expression again? Are you dumping all of this on her to deal with by herself again? Is this the only option we have left? Amid the heart-rending cries, a single flash of clear crimson slips quietly into the butterfly's procession. Miracles and dawn remain just out of reach. Papers ripples by me. Okay. The end of the first loop. Now let's see where this takes us. Record, descend. This is the birth record of another future Agent Zero in this world's cradle. On that day, humanity once more stands at a crossroads that leads to its ultimate end. The moment Gestult's data wall opens, the hall plunges into darkness. Only crimson warning lights frantically flash across the screen. The entire Babylonia begins to shake in sync with Gestult's tremors. Violent crimson lightning crackles under an alloy shell as punishing virus seeps out. These punishing viruses contract inward, forming a dark star about the size of a human eye. This is the core of that corrupting memetic. It was always going to come to this, wasn't it? This time begins on December 20th, 2160, and there are only 5 days left until December 20th of this year, aren't there? Just as the Dark Star gazes upon Ishmael, she is also staring at the Dark Star that has been imprisoned for over 30 years. She sees the future of the Dark Star. Corrupted by a twisted persona, she reclaims the mantle of Agent Zero. In a bid to regain her full capabilities, she is taken in by Celine, who wields a matching power, only to be separated again during the battle at the Hetero Tower. As long as the punishing virus endures, the Dark Star's authority will remain, forcing her to be controlled and embraced. Ultimately, she transfers to the next suitable host capable of accepting her. Cradle. We've acquired Agent Zero's authority, integrating it with current permissions. Access check in progress. Permission check complete. She finally remembers everything. She finally recalls that she once had the same authority as Agent Zero, the same origin, the same record logs. Data sync in progress, updating her memory. Selecting calibration node. Commencing descent. This node's record differs significantly from the way this world has developed. Continue with the sync. Confirm. Establishing connection. Starting synchronizations. On December 25th, 2197, arrive at the 0 Point Energy Extraction Center. Operation successful. Mission: gather all data from the target civilization and retrieve the gates. Ah, so this is in the future, eh? Detect the most advanced technology of this civilization, a time travel capsule, and designate it as top priority target. Hack into the time travel capsule. Adaptation successful. Release the contamination meme. Successful. Synchronizing with the next node record. Infiltration and spread now encompasses 10.97% of the city's population. The leading mind in human scientific research has perished because of it, and humans dismiss it as a mere accident. Let's head to the auditorium, Dominic. You're next on stage. What's wrong? Am I truly fit to be the Chief Technology Officer of the Science Council? You're his only student, and you've made remarkable strides for someone so young. We all see your potential. Believe in yourself. Professor, so you're heading out next, aren't you? I'm old now. It's time I left. The next step's to you and the others of your generation. Dominic stands in the dreary rain, mulling over the phrase young people for what feels like ages. How's Nemo doing lately? I remember back when we were in school together a few years ago. He had pretty decent grades. Hearing his son's name, Professor lets out a weary sigh. Since that incident, he's lost all enthusiasm for research. No matter how others try to persuade him, he won't listen. Last month he went to the countryside, found a local hospital, and began practicing as a psychiatrist. Sounds nice. Come on, if we wait any longer, we'll be late. Humanity discovers the Heroma crystal. Hey, take a look at this, if you can. Would you say it's a crystal? Where'd you find it? It was on the core's components. At first, it was just the dust, but recently there's more of it showing up, and it really looks like some kind of crystal now. Gather that up and deliver it to Science Council. Let Dominic figure out what we're dealing with. The human science leader begins studying the Heteroma crystal. The human science leader is using time travel capsule to accelerate the research. These crystals keep getting bigger and they're clearly visible now. If we must even wonder and clean out, things get that fast. The first people infected are labeled as mentally ill by humanity. This contamination makes them launch interference whenever they spot a high priority target, helping it spread faster and collect intel. The incubation period is almost up. Thanks to its nature, it's bound to show itself once conflict breaks out. Humanity's leaders make a major breakthrough. As soon as he steps into that time travel capsule, these crystals show up and they even corrode the parts that grow with it. The time travel capsule's parts are tough enough to make it as is, if things keep going like this. Don't be so down. I believe Dominic will get to the bottom of this. The world government believes Dominic too, and they're already working on the replacement parts. Hey, did you hear? Rumor has it all those riots popping up worldwide might be tied to these crystals. People have been using the time travel capsules a lot more often to gather intel, and which in turn boosts the amount of these Heroma crystals each time they fire one up. The single activation Heroma crystal multiplier keeps climbing, now at 71.23%. The single activation Heroma crystal multiplier keeps climbing, now at 84.94%. The single activation Heroma crystal multiplier keeps climbing, now at 95.15%. Humanity never forgets that day. Mysterious crystals of unknown origin almost envelop the entire time travel capsule, even trapping the user inside. Why are you just standing there? Save her now! The harder people try to remove these crystals, the more subtle contamination seeps in. The more people try to go back in time to find the truth, the deeper they get pulled in. Until that final activation. A massive tower appears, devouring the building where the time travel capsule is kept. Everyone around is gone without a trace. No force can scrape off the Heroma crystals that fuse with the capsule. Together they form an ever-growing Babel Tower. Humanity now knows the complete truth, and this crystal, Chaos, the Chaos contamination. Access conflict detected. Record update failed. Please confirm access to the Hetero Tower core. Conflict? She sets the conflict aside for now, emerging from the massive records and carefully mulling over the names she just saw. Chaos. Punishing virus. Chaos contamination. When did I forget about all of these? Cradle tilts her head back, her bewitching eyes fixed on the vast night sky. Then she shuts her eyes and retraces the tale from its final chapter all the way to its first. I'm waiting for you to wake up. Is it the moment when it takes the form of Cradle to rise from the red... Well, is it the moment when it takes form of Cradle to rise from the red tide? Oh yeah, no form probably. I will cherish... No, make the most of everything I've gained from you. For calming the sound of the tide on the planet, for that lives can bear greater fruits. so that next time we and you can meet under better conditions? Or is it the moment her data takes over everything and you find yourself truly excited about this new purpose? I want to discover more stories. I want to understand civilizations, societies, humanity. The stories of humans are more important than humans themselves. So I sincerely hope that you will leave more stories behind. Even if she's lost sight of her original goal, her instincts still brim with joy whenever she reads these stories. So, go forth, expand, and seize, just like what other civilizations did when they developed. Go absorb everything that can enrich us. Seek out a homeland that can nurture our civilization. She is guided by instinct, finding a similar purpose and longing. But why does she feel this desire? Why is there a sense of joy? These emotions aren't really hers. It's almost as if Agent Zero, why call it contamination medic, has it taken on a human form before? Okay, this I'll know soon enough. After regaining the authority of Agent Zero, under the cloak of night, taking advantage of the sudden invasion of hetero creatures, she slips through the clean zone, no longer clean after Celine and Agent Zero's defilement, and quietly enters the hetero tower. The Guardian, who once watched over this place, has vanished without a sound. She sees no need to greet someone already bound to the gate, nor does she feel compelled to care for a future still dormant to miracles. For the very first time in her life, Cradle feels truly at home, like a child returning to a long-lost haven. She settles back into the warmth meant solely for her. Agent Zero. Looks like the answer I've been looking for is right here, and the one who robbed me of my memories is here too. Cradle glances around the hetero tower, casually talking to this place she calls home, as if she's alone with her thoughts. So, is this the moment when someone's supposed to say, "Welcome back"? The core of the tower glows with a vivid blue light, but all it offers is silence. She moves in closer, then closer still, compelled by desire with her objective just within reach. The moment Cradle assumes the tower's core is permitting her every action and reaches out to touch it. Oh yeah, but okay, yeah, I paced that a bit oddly. A sudden flash of light streaks across, devouring the hetero creature, Cradle's fingertips. Crimson radiance pours over her wide, terrified eyes, breaking down the barrier of curiosity bit by bit and laying bare her rawest fear. Is the hetero tower's core erasing me? Since there are established rules and we know the language that powers them, overriding Tower's core logic can fundamentally change the way it functions. By shifting from release and activate to absorb and obliterate, the region once exposed to the Tower's influence will be cleansed of any sign of punishing. This time, it's your turn to be used. In that moment, fear stirs memories long dormant in her mind. Snapped awake, Cradle stumbles back as though the stern young man still hovers at the edge of her vision. I remember now. This marks the start of the story, and this is where everything begins. A young man knocks on the door of the gateway, rewriting the hetero tower's core logic. His timing coincides with Agent Zero making a long journey from her own future, determined to invade this world's hetero tower. The outcome is obvious. With the core altered, the gravely wounded patient is robbed of every chance at recovery. This world is already dominated by the punishing virus. There's nowhere for her chaos contamination to spread. Humanity has even branded the tower as Inver Hetero, and it's no longer her loyal child. She's lost her throne, her memories torn away by the endless blue, leaving her to wander adrift and sink beneath the red tide. She remains still until her consciousness fuses with Cradle, slipping into a deep sleep. Now that Cradle has regained control of the hetero tower, she stands before her child once again. Even though this child has been rewritten, it still watches in silence with its bright blue eyes. So, what comes next? Cradle takes a moment to think, abruptly stops, then shifts aside and quickly hides herself. Right in front of the Hetero Tower's core, the Dark Agent stops in his tracks. The brilliant light also identifies him as an intruder, but it can't simply consume or erase him with the same method. Whenever a burst of light streaks by Vonnegut, a faint arc of blue light nearly neutralizes the attack. A finely tuned force field fits around the agent like a glove. There's something strangely familiar about it, as if she's seen it somewhere before. But where? Cradle tries to get a clearer look at these barriers and peeks out, but Vonnegut's eyes instantly lock onto her hiding place. The silent standoff comes to an abrupt end when Cradle beats a quick retreat, fully aware that sticking around won't do her any good. Almost had a Mexican standoff there. Armed with Agent Zero's clearance, Cradle moves unhindered throughout the Hetero Tower. Meanwhile, the agent, clearly on guard, stays put in the tower's central zone, keeping a close watch on her. That means if she tries to seize control of the core again, or keep seeking data to learn more about that future, she's bound to collide with him once more. He isn't influenced by the blue core, but if Cradle goes near it, she will be wiped out. Alright, let's give this plan a shot. Muttering to herself, Cradle stays at a distance from the core. Looks like I found the rat hole. I'm not sure who left us behind on the trip to another era, but since I found it, I'll make good use of it. A scythe lifts from her hand, its blade aimed quiet at the quietly seeping crimson fissure. You're not going to object if I open a bigger portal here and bring in some backup, are you? A surge of red light tears through the tower wall shaped by the punishing virus, sending shards skimming across the regrets in Cradle's gaze. In a few pulses of crimson, the battered wall finally overflows with a watery sheen, and the red tide, like a newborn just opening its eyes, begins to stir. They flow, spilling into the depths and forming a shimmering crimson stream. We're born here. Cradle plunges her hands into the red tide, shaping it into a new pathway. My old friends. Initially, a smaller hetero creature shows up. It barely sets foot on the core's area's edge before a sudden burst of light erases it completely. Then come 2, then 3, then 4. Under Cradle's watchful eyes, they rush toward the Hetero Tower's core in succession. Yet these fallen bodies can't carve a path. They all disappear at once in the tower's radiant glow. Switch to a new formation. Go. As always, the light intensifies. The leading hetero creature is the first to utter a tortured wail, and that wail becomes a clarion call, marking the true beginning of their advance. Once again, they shuffle into a new formation. The charging hetero creatures dissolve under the brilliant light. As the first creature's body fades, the rest use its remains as a makeshift shield and push closer to the seemingly unstoppable blue. One after another, they disintegrate, die, and then reappear, racing through the fading heat of their fallen to reach the source. I see. Cradle tenses and eases up, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes, as though her curiosity has been completely indulged. She plunges her fingers into the hetero creature she's holding, fully feeling the red tide engulf her. This should work. If I just boost the red tide and turn out a few more of these creatures, I'll be able to reach the hetero tower's core. You're not going to stop me, Vonnegut. Vonnegut stands at a distance, ignoring the hetero creatures around him, his eyes never leaving the core or Cradle. Agent Zero. Exactly. Thanks for the intel from Mythos. After gaining the Agent Zero's authority, I've started to remember things, at least part of it. This Hetero Tower is my creation, and also where I came into existence. So, do you want to reach the core by doing this? Yeah, it's a bit of a hassle, but all it takes is a small sacrifice. A small sacrifice. Vonnegut's brow grows tighter and tighter. Right, it's just some hetero creatures. This is my solution, but you, who exactly are you? And how do you, as an agent, manage to keep this core's corruption at bay? And also, why are you so knowledgeable about the Hetero Tower? Keeping quiet isn't exactly polite by human standards, and besides, your story intrigues me. Alright, so can I count on you to keep watching from the sidelines like this? I'm getting my core back, no matter what. Vonnegut snorts in disdain and strikes with lethal force. Oh, looks like that line really struck a nerve. He offers no response, his gaze fixed intently on Cradle. Okay. A girl lets out a sigh as her scythe hangs by her side, its polished surface reflecting her opponent's figure. Looks like this is your answer. Well, I have to say, it's just as I expected. Okay. Things are heating up. Record Rotting Wood. Unlike the other creatures, she has realized the value of the rotting wood and wields its fire to burn away her obstructions. Questing data resynchronization. Searching for records related to force field. Success. Partial data corruption detected. Proceed with synchronization from this point anyway. Confirm. Earth time November 21st, 2198. Node 2001. Log. Humans develop portable force field devices capable of preventing the chaos contamination from spreading. Due to multiple uses of the Hetero Tower for time rewind, the tower continued to expand. Due to manufacturing costs, humans were unable to mass-produce force field devices and could only distribute them to the selected few. As a result, the human leader assembled a 12-member Vanguard team to explore the interior of the Hetero Tower. The Vanguard team equipped with force field devices entered the tower for the first time. Unable to detect their specific plans and results through the chaos contamination, the Vanguard team equipped with the force field devices entered the tower for the second time. Unable to detect their specific plans and results through chaos contamination. Log data corrupted. Log data corrupted. The human Vanguard team... Due to the force fields unable to detect human plans. Judgment error. Human leader Dominic became aware of my existence. Log update. My is the correct designation. Runtime error. Self-diagnosis detected. Log data corrupted. Log data corrupted. Log update. Human leader Dominic became aware of my existence and named it Agent Zero. They continued to advance and explore. The human leader has altered the Vanguard team's operational directives, designating me as their highest priority target. A futile action. Yet the human leader continues to update the data on me through their iterations. Their force field can now shield an entire area. I cannot ascertain how he achieved all this. I feel agitated. Must concentrate computing power to detect their activities behind the force fields and cease observation of all Vanguard team members except Dominic. Dominic is the primary threat I must deal with. The rest are nothing but rotten wood on a lush green mountain. December 24th, 2160, Christmas Eve. Fresh from another confrontation with Vonnegut, Agent Zero steps into the Golden Age through a rift in the Hetero Tower, processing the node records from her narrow victory. Amidst the towering golden forest, Cradle forgoes flight to stand upon the ground, overlooking everything from her elevated position. This man-made marvel stretches vast and grand, its glory and brilliance weaving between glass towers so magnificent they could steal the very lights from the sky. The Golden Age. On December 25th, 2197, she descended into an era even more prosperous than this. Through the storm brought by the chaos contamination, she witnessed that era's decay, yet she herself was also part of it. Why did she fail in the end? The records remain incomplete. She only remembers confronting the human leader with all her might and hurling Dominic into the fog before the Vanguard team could complete their final operation. Crossing through the gateway from where the Earth Hetero Tower stood without a key or a higher dimensional receiver would inevitably result in falling into the fog with no hope of ever escaping. She remembers how the Vanguard team, after losing their leader, suffered a crushing defeat. Not a single soul survived. She has no idea how Dominic managed to escape the fog and arrived in this era. However, capable as he might be, he was fundamentally human. It was impossible to emerge unscathed from the fog, let alone return to his own era. The subsequent decay was likely unrelated to Dominic. Then, why did I fail back then? The opulent buildings offer no answers to her question, nor do the service robots provide the responses she seeks. Sparse pedestrians cross the streets, their figures reflected in Cradle's eyes. This place feels overwhelmingly empty, with not a single worthy hero to be found. All her eyes catch is nothing but rotten wood. She wanders through the glittering brilliance, occasionally slipping on the ground to prepare for the convergence of the red tide. That very afternoon, with the sunset taking its time to arrive, she catches the sound of a soft, relaxed melody resonating from deep within an alleyway. In the flowers bloom a gem's sweet twine. No matter what we found, the seed of a miracle. Near the great tree a puppy frolics free. Not a clover of wonder, but a drowsy grandpa. It's an adorable nursery rhyme, a song about the quest for a four-leaf clover of wonder that can bring back homeland, yet the singer's voice is laden with regrets. Before the harvest truly begins, she might as well go witness the story of this place. The cradle within her body is drawn to this song of regret. She approaches with a gentle smile and offers a greeting. Hello, would you tell me about this era in your story? Huh? The melancholic song comes to an abrupt stop. Their first encounter wasn't exactly smooth, but with nothing else to do while trapped here, they began to talk. Cradle has provided her with protection and guidance, keeping her safe from corrupted machines and mercenary harassment, while also revealing many secrets, ones of genuine truths to her. Cradle told Yuko that she came here from the future, and also told her that she was searching for the reason behind her previous failure. Cradle doesn't mind sharing secrets with someone so insignificant. These words are far too obscure for Yuko to comprehend. Even if she learned the truths of the universe, she would simply laugh them off as jokes. For this young woman with loosened hair, food and protection are the only real reasons she sticks around and shows any closeness. We've known each other for several days already. Would you share your story with me now? It's nothing interesting. You should go ask real heroes of this era instead. I've already heard those stories. Just think of this as a way to pass the time. Yuko lets out a sigh and settles onto the beach, her calloused fingers cracking open the can of beer. Fine, consider this payment for the beer. He raises his can in a mock toast with Cradle, and as her gaze drifts to the empty streets, she begins to tell what she calls an ordinary story. Remember my sister Chico that I always talk about? Naturally. Truth is, she's not my biological sister. My mother passed away when I was 7, and my old man remarried his cousin just days after. Because of their relation to each other, they only held the ceremony without legally registering the marriage. After their wedding, I met Chico for the first time, my stepmother's child from her previous marriage. Hello, Yuko Kirishima. Nice to meet you, Miss Chico Kirishima. Little did Yuko expect that her stepmother, a woman appearing so gentle and kind, had a daughter who seemed like a typical school delinquent. Since we're family now, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call her Chico or Sis. Chico? Yet facing her new little sister, this supposed delinquent 7 years older bashfully averted her gaze, before finally reaching out to take Yuko's hand under her mother's old urging gaze. Let's take care of each other from now on, Yuko. She only looked like a delinquent, but in reality she wasn't one at all. That was what Yuko thought back then. After the remarriage, both her father and stepmother remained busy with their own lives. The stereotypical stepmother's abuse she feared had never came, but neither did any love. In the empty house, her only company was her older sister, another person left behind at home just like her. How long are you going to stand there? Come in if you want to. But you're still doing your homework. It's fine, just don't make too much noise. Can I use your terminal to draw, Chico? I'm using it right now, so I can only let you borrow the old one for now. Okay, thanks, Chico. Is this a birthday gift for me? Go ahead and open it. Ah, it's the puppy I drew before. I saw your drawing when I was using the terminal earlier. Thought it was really cute, so I found a way to turn it into a plush toy for you. If I remember correctly, you've always been fond of these kinds of things. Yes, thank you, Chico. The love she never received from her parents, she found it in her sister instead. Her birthday became the most anticipated day of the year, and what was once an unbearable daily life now passed like fleeting moments, 5 years gone in the blink of an eye. And then the rough days began. Shortly after Yuko's 12th birthday, her father invested their family's years of saving into his friend's project, only to fall victim to a scam and lose everything. After days of running around to report the fraud, her stepmother and father suffered a car accident. The woman was left paralyzed except for her left arm, while her father was also permanently disabled. And the money taken vanished without a trace, along with his so-called friend. They became dissonant notes in an era of prosperity, no longer able to harmonize with the theme of the Golden Age. Fortunately, even as discordant notes in this prosperous era, they still found shelter under its protective embrace. Healthcare, education, food and shelter were all guaranteed to every law-abiding citizen by the world government's regulations on minimum living standards, ensuring that even in times of disaster, her family wouldn't be left homeless. With their family's circumstances promptly updated in the school's records, free accommodation and meals were made available to both of them. Such was the blessings of this prosperous era. No matter how hard or how fast you fell, there was always something to catch you. Thank goodness for the welfare support we have now. In my grandmother's generation, a situation like this would have left us with no choice but to end it all. Lying feebly on her bed, the woman let out a sigh as she gazed at the now emptier room. At least it won't affect you two. Chico, Yuko, just focus on your studies. Don't let me hold you back. Let you hold us back? If you hadn't been such a fool falling for that scam. That's enough. Chico, please, no more. Everyone makes mistakes. If only I had been more careful that night, we might have had a chance to make things right. You two, you should move out. Go stay at the school dormitory. My family is now qualified for free boarding and meals there. What about you? You can barely move. Your father will take care of me. Don't worry about it. That man, take care of you? Let's go to Grandma's, even if she's still angry that you married. Your grandmother passed away. I tried contacting her the other day, that's when I found out. She passed away half a year ago. Leave this place, Chico. Take good care of your little sister. She's innocent in all this. You both are. Get as far away from here as you can. Don't let this family drag you down. Clank. Another beer can hits the ground with a crisp clang. Despite her worries, my sister couldn't argue with Mother, She had to continue her education. Only with a job she could afford a new house and get mother a mobility assistance robot. The adults in our family had already strayed from a normal life. If she followed their path, we'd both be stuck in that cold, damp house forever. But my old man didn't care about any of that. Unable to accept his failure, he turned to gambling, spending his days dreaming of becoming an overnight millionaire and achieving great success. Every time a school semester ended and we got back home, Chico and I would try to convince him to get himself back on track. But what we got in return was his frustration boiling over into violence. After a few months, he even sold the medical wheelchair that the world government had provided for Mother on the black market. Those dark days dragged on for another 2 years. Then Chico finally graduated and planned to start her own life. It was the only chance to take Mother away from there, but Mother said, "Chico, I won't be going with you. The public dormitory is too crowded for someone like me who can barely move. There's nothing good for me to be in that kind of place. You'll have to work, and you won't be able to take care of me. I'll only become a burden to you. Just let me stay here. No matter what, it's a roof over my head, and Yuko will still be here to help me." Back then, I wanted to ask Chico to either stay or take me with her. How could she, at just 21 years old, possibly support 2 people? That's right, I was a burden, and Mother thought she was a burden too. As burdens, all we could do was watch her leave. Cradle waits for the story to continue, falling into the deep contemplation amid the silence. The red tide now creeps toward Constellia, its searching echoes murmuring in her ears, whispers of duty and obligation, whispers of Agent Zero's mission. She shouldn't linger here any longer, nor should she continue listening to the spiraling tale of despair that offers no light at its end. Yuko, the woman before her, shows no curiosity towards many of life's questions. In her own words, with the pressure of life weighing down on her, she's already struggling with all her might just to keep breathing. She often despises her own powerlessness, hates it so much that she yearns for death. Yet here she sits perfectly composed, cracking open a can of beer Cradle brought along, smiling as she continues to tell her story. Yuko's first job was as a private caregiver, profession specifically catered to families who preferred not to use domestic robots, where she had to play the roles of a nurse, nanny, and beautician all at once. In this era, machines have taken over most jobs, but the world government offers generous welfare benefits, ensuring that even those without work receive a basic living allowance. However, to live a bit more comfortably than just the basic standard, to travel now and then, dine at nicer restaurants, indulge in paid entertainment, or to save up for personal interests and career aspirations, one will need to secure a decent job. Chico, did you see my message from this afternoon? By the second year of work, everything seemed to be back on course, with the things worth complaining about no longer being life-altering crises, but rather minor inconveniences. Nothing much, just busy. Chico's voice carries a hint of weariness. Are you drawing Froggy? Yeah, just doodling for fun. On the other end of the video call, Chico looks down to check the text messages Yuko sent earlier. You changed employers? What happened? They don't need a caregiver anymore, so I switched to another family. This new place is pretty close to where you are, so I'll come visit when I have the time. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Did you have some kind of trouble? What are you talking about? How could there be any problems with a simple job like this? I asked you to help my son with these problems. He can't even handle something this simple. I might as well just rent a domestic robot instead. Not that I don't trust you, of course. It's just that there's been a lot of news stories recently about families blaming their own problems on private caregivers, and it's caused quite a few incidents. No matter what job you have, the real challenge isn't just the work itself, it's dealing with people. That's true. But you know what makes us better than domestic robots? They've got built-in recorders. Can't pin blame on them even if you want to. Think it's necessary? You should turn on the built-in cameras on the household appliances while you're working. No, it's fine. I trust my employer. You've been secretly recording us. Fine. This might prove you didn't break that vase. But there's no recording of what happened last time. Don't you dare try pinning that on my daughter, too. I'll pay you today and you can leave. We don't want someone as sneaky as you out of our home. Did your last employer pay your wages? Yeah, they did. They pay through the agency, so they can't withhold my wages. I've sent your pay slip to your terminal. After deducting compensation for damages, you still owe us 300. Don't forget to pay it. What? Weren't you there when the agency assessed the damages and checked the purchase records? Oh right, you weren't around that day. We already settled everything. Take it up with the agency if you have questions. That's good to know. How's your new workplace treating you? It's quite nice. I only have to look after one person now. My old man just had surgery. With my wife and I tied up at work, you'll need to look after him. Make sure you grasp the post-surgery care instructions from the hospital team, including, well, the more personal routines, just in case. There were some complications. He needed colostomy surgery. He'll probably need to wear the bag for the rest of his life. Well, he's already past 50, so at least he won't have to bear it for long. Oh, and try not to upset him. The old man has quite a temper. That's actually why the last caregiver left. That's good to hear. Only then did Yuko realize that her sister has been asking about her life all along, as if she was holding back something left unsaid. Sis, what's wrong? Yuko. The tone grows grave. Your father passed away. At the casino, he got into a fight, killed someone, and didn't make it himself. When did it happen? Tonight. Just now. I heard it from Mom. We'll probably have to pay someone compensation since it happened in the casino. He ended up breaking a bunch of stuff, and now Mom has to deal with some troublesome debts. At least you're doing all well. Sis, don't make that face. What are we going to do now? You're doing well, so focus on your work. I'm planning to quit my job and find some part-time work closer to home, so I can take better care of Mom. You know the situation. Chico refused to let her sister bear everything on her own. After a long argument with Chico, she eventually came around and accepted her sister's plan. And so Chico sacrificed her career prospects, quitting her job to return to her mother's side. To pay off the compensation, they had no choice but to sell their house. Their mother said that the house was bought with their father's savings, and now it seemed only right to use it to settle his debts. Everything had returned to emptiness once again. The two moved into free public housing built by the world government. Those dormitories were usually located in remote cities, which made it hard for Chico to secure suitable work. She had no choice but to take night shifts at bars and return in the morning to care for her mother. Even though Chico never mentioned it, Chico knew all too well what it meant to live in cramped public housing while caring for someone who was completely paralyzed. She never complained, nor did she feel she had the right to. Families like hers have faced far worse fates in any other chapter of history. She must be grateful for her current situation, grateful how generously this prosperous era treated the mediocre ones like her. Taking a brief break, Yuko takes another long sip of her beer. Thankfully, that rough patch didn't stick around for too long. Life got back on track, and after the storm, there was sunshine again. A month after receiving the devastating news, a stroke of luck allowed Yuko to break free from her old job and join the toy company she had long dreamed of working for. This is our new hire. She'll be in charge of the promotional comics for Froggy. It's such an honor. I've seen your Froggy comments before. Can't believe we're co-workers now. Thank you. I never thought the staff would actually see my drawings. We just saw them last week, actually. Didn't expect you to join us so quickly. The company just decided to pump up the promotion for Froggy. Your fan comics caught someone's eye and they recommended you a position in the marketing team. I see. I look forward to working with you all. Now that everyone's here, let me explain our team's objectives. As you all know, Froggy has been around for many years, but only has gained a small following. Well, given how it looks... Don't say that. There are plenty of quirky toy designs out there. That's all well. All we need is a good storytelling and the right promotional strategy. It's all about finding our niche. Froggy is more memorable than those generic cute plushies. We should capitalize on this uniqueness instead of seeing it as a weakness. But it's not really quirky either. It's stuck with this awkward middle ground. There's no point in discussing this further. Let's focus on training our new hire to promote properly. Mona cut off the conversation with decisive authority. That is what affects our performance reviews and year-end bonuses. As Mona left, Yuko suddenly realized that she was the only one in the meeting room actually excited about joining the Froggy marketing team. Still, she was grateful for this unexpected opportunity. Though the pay was slightly lower than before, there were far fewer risks involved and she could finally help with household expenses. Also, being surrounded by all those adorable toys, this is what truly brought her joy. She was even delighted to find her tax payments had reached a normal level. No longer reliant on welfare overwhelmed by compensation payments, she had finally become a contributing member of society. With help from her co-workers, she picked up various art and marketing skills, collaborating with the team to promote Froggy's new look and creating many chat stickers featuring the mascot. Despite the slow progress, Yuko remained full of enthusiasm, believing that their persistent efforts would eventually yield the results they were hoping for. Yuko, did you pull another all-nighter out the office? Yeah, sorry, I was not quite happy with the expressions in these stickers, so I wanted to make some adjustments. Take care of yourself, your health is what matters most. Yeah, I'll go to sleep once I finish this part. Thanks, Mona. She believed these peaceful, pleasant days would continue forever. This peace only existed because of her ignorance of what was to come. 3 months after hearing the words of concern from Mona, Yuko overheard a conversation between her co-workers at the next table in the company cafeteria. This afternoon, Damien told me that their department got another pay raise. Another raise? Didn't they just get one in the first half of the year? Well, it's no surprise really. Their floor work on the Cinnamon Kitty sales are through the roof. And every department's been crushing it. With Froggy, you'd be lucky to even get a pitiful raise once every 3 years. We're also thinking about breaking off a section of the team for a new project. The big bosses want the marshmallow theme specifically for this one. Sounds cute already. Maybe I could request an internal transfer. Sure, why not give it a shot? That day, for the first time, Yuko found herself questioning, was there any real meaning in continuing like this? When she brought this question to Chico, she received unexpected words of comfort. Of course it's meaningful. Froggy might not click with everyone, it'll surely touch the hearts of people just as special as itself. That's precisely why the company wants to promote it, right? Give me a moment. Nah, the higher-ups are just likely trying to salvage whatever they can. If it doesn't pan out, they'll probably scrap it. Yuko stood in the empty office at a loss for words as she watched her co-worker pack up their personal belongings. All our past work has been uploaded to the database. They're going to have AI take over the drawing from here. But then, the story will just become another cookie-cutter one that never ends. Froggy will be forever trapped in this loop, never finding its 4-leaf clover. Who cares? Did your internal transfer request get approved? Yuko shook her head numbly. Better hurry up and find a new job then. I remember your family is having financial troubles. She stood in the office until late into the night, looking at the illustrations on her terminal and the songs she wrote for Froggy again and again. The original plan was to have a famous singer perform it, but now it would remain just an AI demo, never to be released. Everything returned to emptiness once again. The things she cherished always seemed worthless, always the first to be sacrificed. She never wanted Chico to sacrifice her future, but powerless to help, she could only watch as Chico chose this path. She never wanted the company to give up on Froggy, but powerless to help, she could only watch as Froggy was abandoned. Would things like this continue to happen in the future? They probably would. And when that time came, what should she do? How could she ever forgive the worthless reflection staring back at her in the mirror? Unable to find an answer, Yuko packed her things and returned home to the public dormitory where Mother and Chico lived. Without the cropped frame of video calls to mask reality for the first time, Yuko saw their living conditions for what they truly were. Despite the world government's efforts to provide medical care and food, even including a basic domestic robot, the public dormitory still faced many problems stemming from its other residents. Visible bruises on Chico's face, shoulders, and chest serve as silent reminders of her working conditions at the bar. What should we do now? Then Mother spoke in a frail voice, mumbling to herself. Since you love drawing, you should go study art. You can still apply for welfare benefits while continuing your education. No, Mom. I'll find some part-time work nearby, too. Chico should take a break. Chico, yeah. With it, Yuko lowers her head, falling into a long silence before she finally speaks again. The next day, she took her own knife, right there in the public dormitory, next to Chico. Someone paralyzed like her couldn't just walk out, and Chico would wake up at the slightest sound. I can't even imagine what was going through her mind. When she soaked tissues with water from her cup, put them over her face, layer after layer, pressed down with her hands, and suffocated herself. Her suicide note was found in her terminal's memo, just a few simple lines. She wanted to leave us her life insurance payout, and what she called freedom from her burden. She wanted Chico to quit working around the public dorm for her sake, and instead find a job that better matched her skills. After the funeral, Chico has become distant. She rarely replies to my messages, and I don't even know where she is now. With a self-deprecating smile, she takes a deep breath and downs her beer, apparently trying to swallow her hidden sorrow along with it. You want to know about the Golden Age? Well, all I can share is how a worthless piece of rotten wood like me managed to get through each dull day of this so-called glorious era, barely scraping by with the help of the world government's welfare. That's just how things are nowadays. Countless products get sacrificed or shelved by companies when they're deemed worthless. It's not just toys. Every industry does it. Even that McDonald's downstairs has sacrificed plenty of menu items. There are way too many families whose lives spiral downward after just one slip-up. It's just the details that vary. Using my story as a template, half the people in the city and 99% of its companies, they'd all either feel personally offended or think I'm taking shots at them. But it's just all too ordinary. These things, they're all just too ordinary. Too common. Well, that's my story. Did you really find any of this worth listening to? Cradle finds it hard to answer. Still, she has sensed numerous sacrifices within the tale of this piece of rotten wood. A mother sacrificed herself for her children. A company sacrificed its less profitable toy for the more valuable ones. Through such sacrifices, humanity has reached goals that should have been impossible. In that future, could it be that the members of the Vanguard team, those neglected by her, made similar sacrifices? Come to think of it, there was a way to get out and defeat those responsible for this calamity. Well, if there was a way to get out and defeat those responsible for this calamity, but you might get into danger, would you sacrifice yourself? Probably. What about the others? They might too. Cradle smiles at the rotten wood before her. She wants to test something on her. Actually, I've been keeping a secret from you. A secret? In a few days you might see two people you've never met before suddenly appear in Constellia. It's those two who brought the disaster, trapping all of you here. Yep. Just on a whim. Cradle has set her plot. The hero finds a raw, primal joy in their own destruction. But requesting data resynchronization. Searching for records related to Dominic. Success. Partial data corruption detected. Proceed with synchronization from this point anyway. Confirm. Earth time, November 22nd, 2198. Node 371 log. The Vanguard team, led by Dominic, continued to explore the Hero Tower. Due to interference from the force fields, their specific plans remain difficult to ascertain. The Vanguard team, led by Dominic, detected the gateway on Earth's side within Hero Tower's core level. The Vanguard team, led by Dominic, decided to abandon the plan of crossing through the gateway. Disappointing. Why wouldn't they go? No, I shouldn't have such emotions. Must erase the personality data implanted by Dominic. Must thoroughly eliminate all associated negative traits. Terminate monitoring of individual human behavior. Terminate mimicry of individual human actions. Terminate indulgence of the inducement and reward mechanisms triggered by human emotions. Terminate record corrupted. Record restored. The Vanguard team, led by Dominic, has developed a key capable of hacking into the Hero Tower's core using chaos contamination. They are currently conducting simulation tests. The Vanguard team has designated this series of operations as Project String. The specific preparation process and methodology of Project String remains unknown. The name alone suggests a possible connection to the human concept of string theory. Whatever their intentions may be, their final operation will undoubtedly involve entering the Hero Tower again with the key. Intercepted Vanguard team meeting record. Dominic informed the remaining team members that using the key to infiltrate the Hero Tower's core would require an individual sacrifice to prevent the gateway from opening. Vanguard team member number 7, Nemo, volunteered as the sacrifice, while Dominic, who usually took the lead, chose to step back this time. That's irrelevant. The sacrifices of those mediocre will only become stepping stones on the hero's path to success. And completely eliminating the hero and removing the threat once and for all is my current highest priority. December 31st, 2160. Merging from her memories, Cradle notices that the red tide's surge into the streets is occurring 1 hour later than her initial calculations. Meanwhile, the Grey Commandant has been in the slumber for over an hour in Lucia's arms. That woman carried her Commandant while rescuing Rose, managing to reach the exhibition hall before the red tide's arrival. You, who are in Lucia's arms, finally awakens from the nightmare, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Commandant! Could it still be the side effect of the key? Let me take you to the infirmary, Commandant. Do you remember who I am? I remember. I'm fine. Just had a long nightmare. Those dreams again. Yeah, this time I dreamed about Cradle and Agent Zero. Me? Lurking in the shadows, Cradle halts her departure upon hearing those words. I think I understand her connection to Agent Zero now. And she must have said something to the people here. That's why they were so suspicious of us. The only good news is Yuko. Lucia tightly grips your hand, holding you in her arms and hanging on to every word for fear of missing even the slightest detail. Cradle helped Yuko drive away some troublemaking mercenaries. Or that was the plan, at least. But those mercenaries were found dead, their bodies completely ulcerated. How did that person know about this? Because of the dream? A human's dreams couldn't possibly contain such details. She probably didn't follow Cradle's instructions completely. There's still a chance. Taking the gauze, Lucia offers. You clear the blood from your nose and mouth you clear the blood from your nose and mouth between coughs. Then, in their daze, a sudden realization comes to mind. Wait, upstairs. We need to go upstairs. We have to stop them from killing each other. We move together this time. This time? Have those two gone back in time? This isn't the first time this has happened. No, something's not right. I should be able to remember something like that. Why would I forget? The delayed red tide and those deleted memories. What did I forget exactly? When was I made to forget? Is this not the first time I've been through all of this? A flood of memories rushes through Cradle's mind amidst her doubt. The fierce battle with Lucia and the Hero Tower, the interference from Vonnegut and Chaos, or perhaps a certain death of that commandant. Maybe that is really the reason. In stories, heroes often bear the key to salvation within themselves, making the ultimate sacrifice to save everyone else. Delaying Calamity's march, buying time to survive, a death that holds meaning. The girl floats silently within the red tide, her words a soft whisper. This isn't good at all. Still interfering with me. The longer this drags on, the more I'm corrupted and the more I'm bound. Kill Chaos? No, that won't work. At least not here. She disappears way too fast. Now, she turns her head, setting her next destination as the Hetero Tower. No time for wandering around. With a sigh, she looks back one more time at the alley consumed by the red tide. At the edge of her vision, Lucia and the Commandant ascend the exhibition hall stairs once more. Waiting them there are the repeated battles, and Yuko remains lost in her doubts and anxieties. What exactly are you, Cradle? That day, when she helped Yuko drive away the work machines, had she hurt fewer people, would Yuko not have trembled like that, becoming so wary of her? But she had already explained herself by telling Yuko that this was all to defend against the greater enemy, that she remained the same Cradle from the story, protecting humanity until her dying breath. However, once the Commandant notices Yuko's secret and her wavering heart, and begins to persuade her, will she still retain her faith? I'll let the Rotten Wood make her own choice. Then, it will be a good measure of how effective my efforts have been these past few days. But now she must prepare for the upcoming battle with the hero. The girl's figure slowly descends into the depths as red butterflies flutter away in the opposite direction. As butterfly wings veil Cradle's vision, in the world behind her, Lucia and the Commandant push open the gate to the exhibition hall, ready to step into the turmoil. Let's go, Commandant.
我々の食料だ。この美術館も我々のオフィスだった。出て行け。
我々の？もうクビだろうが。お前らがデモなんかしなきゃ、俺たちは閉じ込められなかったんだ。
こっちには子供
が。あのガキが一番異常だ。全員空腹なんだよ。あのイカレロボットからお前らを守るために仲間が一人死んでんだ。食料を出せ。俺たちが先に見つけたんだぞ。じゃなきゃ。
Lucia, go help them.
了解です。
どこから来たお嬢さんだ。えらく威勢がいいな。
怠慢にしろ。いじめみたいになるのはごめんだ。
翼よ羽ばたけ。
あれ、こいつまさか実戦経験か。
おい、きっとあのマントの女の仲間だ。全員でやれ。ビビンじゃねえ。
それ当たれ。はっ集え暁の光。行け。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。翼よ羽ばたけ。
These guys are surprisingly tanky.
それ行け。それ当たれ。それ集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。はあ 紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。
There we go.
待て待て、話し合おう。俺たちだって空腹なだけで誰も傷つけたくない。
それは理解しています。ただ大きな問題が、赤潮が町を飲み込もうとしています。
赤潮ってなんだそれは。
非常に危険な液体です。今は争っている場合じゃありません。
Oh, and 100 features, yep.
おい、後ろを見ろ。
あの蝶でもなんか様子が。
助けて。
Well then.
撤退しろ、大尉。
私が最後尾に。指揮官もお気をつけて。それ当たれ。行け。カラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。はあ、彼方まで越え行け。それ当たれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。この化け物どこから来たの。蝶だけじゃない
Give me
の。
one more.
食料をくれるなら少しは守ってやるけどな。
Random gameplay.
指揮官を離せ。
え？
指揮官、大丈夫ですか。医務室で薬を取ってきます。横になって。
Fine. Let's calm down everyone first.
3階にまだ人がいます。そこにみんなを集めましょう。集合次第指揮官からお話を。
Straightforward enough. Don't go. Stay away from those employees. Just as everyone is about to leave, two mercenaries suddenly rush down the stairs from the other side, blocking the group's path. The employees? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Can't you see? Those butterfly monsters never touch the employees. They're only targeting us. Upon hearing these words, those who were originally willing to cooperate stop in their tracks, distancing themselves from the employees. Aren't you the ones behind all of this? Stop pinning blame on us. Go ask that girl if you want with you. One who's always holding a paintbrush. Anyone who's crossed her got beaten up by that custom-made robot of hers. The injuries didn't look serious at first, but then they started feeling sick, and none of them lasted more than 3 days before dying. That can't be right. I met that robot. She seemed nice enough. She even let me in on the secret, saying she was on the hunt for the mastermind behind these monsters. Didn't the girl mention any of that to you? No, she didn't. Let's go ask her. What do you want to know? Riko stands behind the crowd that has yet to evacuate, maintaining her usual listless demeanor. Even in direct conversation, her gaze stays locked on the shadows, vigilant for any red butterflies that may flutter into view. You've met Cradle before, right? Did she tell you that we're the ones who trapped you here? That we're responsible for all of this? Yes, I did hear something like that. Huh? When did you? But do you have any idea? Do you have any fucking idea what we've been through here? Are you trying to play innocent right off the bat? Enraged youth swings his blood-stained fist at you, but before you can even register what's happening, his body is pinned firmly in a twisted manner to the ground. Of course we know what you've been through. This is exactly why Commandant rushed here, risking personal health to save you. Those hetero creatures infested by the butterflies, do they look friendly to you? Cradle is intimidating you. Aren't you doing the same thing now? That's because you attacked us first. Truly meant harm, or if we really want to intimidate you into doing something. Lucia tightens the grip, drawing a sharp cry of pain from the young man. Commandant doesn't even need to do anything. I can handle it right now, by myself. You... Let Barley go. Please, let him go. We'll listen to what you have to say. Inver Hera Tower core level. Chaos stands at a distance from the core, head bowed as Vonnegut implants the minuscule heterocrystals from his palm into the deteriorating parts of her body. These are just temporary fixes with some additional defensive measures to let you approach the core. Under no circumstances should you engage Cradle once more in your current state. Is it possible the fruit acts as a two-way connection, giving her control over me as well, once I leave the Inverhadar Tower? Then don't leave. Cradle will be here soon. She's running out of time. She'll certainly try to seize the core while she can still move. Make your own survival the priority. And then what? Will you kill her? No, you're not ready yet to handle Agent Zero's authority and replace Cradle. Because my consciousness isn't... He withdraws his hand and gazes at the core before him with emotionless eyes. Do you know why I chose the abandoned and the clones to make the key, despite the risk of Chaos's unstable consciousness? Because Babylonia offers no place for such people. In my countless attempts to correct diverging timelines, I once used the original you, yet neither side would relent. At those times, your primary goal would shift towards returning home rather than seeking the future. Naturally, you may harbor hatred towards me, towards Lythos. You could do the very same thing when you first entered the Inverhadar Tower. Not anymore. That would only waste what few chances I have left. Even if I were to kill you, I would have to wait until everything is over. Except Chaos clenches their fists, their eyes burning with frustration. Why do the others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness? Why am I the only one who can't do it? Creating the key from human consciousnesses was never possible to begin with. Your very birth is a miracle itself. After all, this isn't the future where the key can be properly created. At best, we can merely generate a replica. The same applies to Agent Zero. Until she reclaims the Hero Tower core, she remains bound by both her current body and the Cradle personality. And now, the fruit you planted has become another one of her constraints. All of this is buying us time. And time is exactly what we need. Vonnegut reaches out his hand to measure Chaos's current height, met with nothing but her contemptuous glare. To have grown this tall, considering all the instances of time rewind, it must have been about 6 or 7 years by now. Once you undergo further completions and become capable of accepting Agent Zero's authority, your physical form will grow even larger. At that point, you would retain Agent Zero's authority while possessing enough consciousness stability to override her instincts that drive her to fulfill her predestined mission. That was my initial plan. Had Cradle not been persistently destroying the Inverhadar Tower, we would have had enough time. But at least you now have a way to keep her in check, preventing her from freely manipulating the Red Tide. From here on, we can only place our hopes in Lucia and that commandant to complete you ahead of schedule. I hope those two can discern the true adversary during their stay in Constellia. She yearns to speak her thoughts, to tear this agent before her into shreds, to avert the impending tragedy. Yet she remains silent. She has witnessed the truth with her own eyes, personally confirmed the unchangeable reality. Though she cannot agree with all of Vonnegut's plans right now, this thorn-laden tightrope represents the sole path to the future. One misstep would plunge all of humanity into the abyss. Lucia's key is nearly depleted. If Cradle destroys it again, she won't even be able to return safely to the Inverhadar Tower. The ever-reserved agent offers no answer to Chaos. Vonnegut. The doll calls out his name, her voice like an echoing lament. If things continue to go as Cradle wishes, we can't find any way to turn this around. Tell me, do you have any backup plans at all? No. Damn. An all or nothing record widower. The one who craved sacrifice most lived on, severed from the chains of time, a widower of an entire era, mourning countless unfulfilled ideals. requesting data resynchronization, searching for records related to Project String. Success. Some data has been deleted by a second authority and is unreadable. Proceed with synchronization from this point anyway. Confirm. The human Vanguard team completed the simulation test for Project String and officially entered the Hadar Tower carrying the key. The key possessed by the Vanguard team is divided into an input end and a receiving end. The input end is held by team number 7, Nemo, who is designated for sacrifice, while the receiving end is held by Dominic. A vulnerability has been detected in the key possessed by the humans. This could be our chance. The core itself is part of the Hadar Tower. Its mere removal would open the gateway. Their flawed key will serve perfectly to expand the gateway's range. Next, I will exploit the key's vulnerability to open the gateway and push Dominic and the entire Vanguard team into the fog behind the gate. For those who dare toy with time, there is no more fitting end than to be devoured by the fog, a place where time itself no longer exists. Humans, no. Eliminating Dominic alone will leave humanity helpless. The others are merely collateral casualties. The moment you grasp that false hope, I shall bestow upon you true despair. Hacking into the receiving end of the key. Traction module preload completed. Countdown 3. Countdown 2. Countdown 1. The gateway has opened. Dominic has been successfully cast into the fog with no means of return. Judgment error detected. Must block random lines. Log updated. The Hadar Tower's core has been melted down. All members of the human Vanguard team have fallen into the fog. Once again, Cradle approaches the Hadar Tower's core, a sight she hasn't seen in a very long time. Directly ahead, Vonnegut's gaze fixes upon her. We meet again, Mr. Vonnegut. The girl curtsies with a lift of her dress, yet the agent remains unresponsive, opting instead to smooth out the creases in his gloves. A pristine blue light shimmers silently behind Vonnegut, and the radiance emanating from the Hadar Tower's core elicits unmistakable displeasure in Cradle's heart. By human custom, I should first express my full respects to you, but unfortunately, I'm rather pressed for time now, thanks to your schemes. In a flash, the scythe blade cuts through the lingering echo and flies over the Hadar Tower's core. A fierce red light streaks forward, only to collide with a wall of brilliant blue. The thunderous collision heralds the beginning of their battle. Vonnegut remains perfectly still, merely turning his wrist to reposition the force field, once again intercepting Cradle's assault. Sparks burst forth where the blade meets shield, their flashing light reflecting those eyes of deep gold and bright crimson. It's about time you tell me who you really are. How do you know about my Hadar Tower so well? Vonnegut remains silent. The Hadar Tower's core continuously absorbs the punishing virus that fuels their actions. This deadlock only serves to drain both sides' energy needlessly. Moreover, the man before her shows no sign of fatigue. Only the punishing concentration surrounding him has slightly decreased from its previous levels. Upon this realization, Cradle relinquishes her power and pulls back, steadying her scythe against the ground to pause her assault. Just before the girl can steady herself, the agent gives a slight shake of his head. This subtle gesture sends countless possibilities racing through Cradle's mind, but before she can speak with composure, her body trembles upon an instinctive warning of danger. She immediately looks down, only to find her own wide-eyed reflection staring back from the blade protruding through her chest. The blade, thrusted into her back, pierces straight through her chest. Before Cradle can even react, the assassin behind her twists the blade and violently wrenches it sideways through her body. Watching as the blade threatens to slice her body apart, Cradle has no choice but to grab the edge with bare hands. Red tide seeps from her wound, washing over her deathly pale knuckles. Snap! The assassin's weapon shatters, its broken surface reflecting the girl's rare expression of gravity. Cradle realizes her strength is draining away far too quickly. Yet that gravity soon gives way to her usual demeanor as Cradle turns around with a smile, her blood-soaked fingers idly toying with the broken blade. You've finally shown yourself, Chaos. Cradle extends both arms towards Chaos, an invitation presented as an embrace. Chaos tosses aside the remaining half of the blade, using a small frame to slip past Cradle's interception and swiftly retreats behind the force field. Only now does Cradle notice that Chaos's body has grown considerably since their last encounter. The last time we met, you could barely walk on your own. Now look at you, no longer a doll, but something more human. This seems quite unusual. Perhaps her own abnormality and the gradually haywire red tide have something to do with Chaos. As these thoughts cross her mind, Cradle dispels her scythe. The red tide, having come along with her, swirls around her legs, and from its roiling waters emerge numerous other creatures, their nascent forms taking first strides. No, I've been like this for a while now. The girl waits no longer, stretching the newly manifested harp in her arms. The Hetero Tower yields to its original master as the red tide surges forth. Countless red butterflies and hetero creatures answer her call, once again surrounding the blue core. Meanwhile, the girl's eyes bore into Chaos like a curse, an unrelenting gaze that refuses to let go. You can erase my memories. No, you've consumed too much that's hard to digest. The chaos in your memories is just a side effect. So, it's that commandant. She can afford no further delay. The hetero creatures unleash another barrage of attacks, masking a fatal blow within their assault. Even a barrier of such formidable strength cannot withstand Cradle's full power unleashed within the hetero tower. Chaos swiftly glides behind Vonnegut, using his body as an impromptu shield. The steadfast barrier erected by the agent's hands remains resolute against the fierce onslaught. As the crimson light from the impact still lingers, Chaos leaps into the air, her fingertips pressed against Cradle's chest. The touch freezes Cradle in place, rendering her unable to move even half a step. That is precisely where the fruit has taken its deepest root. You piece of... Chaos' lifeless eyes reflect Cradle's fury born of humiliation, a rather unusual sight. Her body rebels against her will, refusing to move. Cradle's eyes remains fixed on Chaos, who has already raised her other arm high above. The target is clear, Cradle's head. Enough, let go of Cradle. Chaos's movement freezes at the words. Huh. This isn't the first time. Just as before, Vonnegut abruptly halts the attack once more. You weren't ready last time, so it's still the same case now. Well then, even with her body immobilized, she can still broadcast commands as Agent Zero to the unrestrained hetero creatures. Kill her. The girl stands before the azure light she despises, her deafening command to her creations reverberating through the air. Chaos. The agent points to the evacuation tunnel constructed with the force field. His usually unshakable composure shows its first crack in the face of Chaos's reckless actions. So, now is the time. Cradle sits steadily amidst a swarm of crimson butterflies, letting them carry her aloft. She soars past Vonnegut, who holds back the tide of hetero creatures, as she launches herself towards the massive blue core. Gotcha! This is my real target all along. All rationality vanishes as her figure leaps toward the core. Chaos charges through the surging enemies, springing forward and leaping across countless heads to reach Cradle above. The blue core sets both figures ablaze as they draw near. While Cradle remains protected by her butterflies, Chaos's body begins to dissolve piece by piece. Yet she shows no intention of retreating. Instead, she uses her dissolving body as a barrier, desperately trying to keep Cradle from reaching the core. Not bad. Under the dazzling blue light, the girl breaks into a radiant smile, but when her curved eyes widen, they reveal nothing but coldness. At last, I've caught you, Chaos. Cradle opens her arms and holds Chaos tight, turning a tender embrace into an instrument of murder. As if reuniting with a long-lost family member, the girl tightens her hold until it becomes a cage. She buries her face into the doll's neck, crushing what should have been space for a tender intimacy. Let me have a taste of you. Her lips curl up as the red tide's crimson hue seeps between her teeth. Then the girl sinks her teeth into the doll's neck, relishing and devouring the desire she has craved for so long. Pressing her pierced chest against the culprit, Cradles focuses her entire being on reclaiming the control that rightfully belongs to her from Chaos's body. And as fragments of information along with Chaos, flesh and blood flood into Cradle's consciousness. Some are memories from before the birth of the doll. Some are stories from her present existence. Deep within these fragments, a fleeting image surfaces of Vonnegut conversing with Chaos, sending an unsettling wave of familiarity through every fiber of Cradle's being. A face both foreign and familiar materializes before her eyes, and she hears her trembling voice asking a question, whether from her own lips or Agent Zero's, she cannot tell. Dominic? This is the final step. Sheltered behind layers of force fields, the human leader held up an inscrutable device and handed it to the Vanguard team member number 7 standing before him. But will this really work? Can this key made from hetero crystals truly melt down the hetero tower's core? We gain nothing from this and we lose another team member. Keep your chin up. This simulation test was successful. Hello there, Nemo. The Vanguard team member number 7, known as Nemo, pat his teammate's shoulder as a final gesture of comfort. But Dominic said even simulation tests can't provide absolute certainty. This is our only option left. We have to try it, whether it succeeds or not. Nemo waved his hand, unwilling to discuss it any further. I'll get going then. With a heart long since dead, the young man strode towards the core. The moment Dominic sent the signal to act, he immediately inserted the connected key. Just as everyone had anticipated, a red light instantly engulfed the entire space as the hetero tower's core gradually melted down. What ensued was a boundless white that filled their vision. Something unexpected happened. This whiteness neither receded nor consumed Nemo alone, but instead devoured the entire hetero tower. When the hetero tower's core melted down, everyone fell into the fog without a single soul spared. The young man, ready to meet his own demise, now found himself trapped in the fog, seeking the release that was meant to be his own salvation within this limitless prison. Even Agent Zero was inevitably caught in the fall. No wonder all memories related to her vanished at that moment. Cradle continues to tear and devour Chaos's flesh, both craving more memories and depriving the doll of her full mobility. Emerging from the tumultuous wave of hetero creatures, Vonnegut finally joins the battle. Somehow his figure blends seamlessly into the unfolding scene. The core. He sees the hetero tower's core. The young man clutched an eerie cube in his hands, the original form of Agent Zero, the crystallized remains of the hetero tower's core after the meltdown. Like a seed within a fruit, it stood ready to sprout into a new hetero tower at any moment. Nemo knew with certainty if there was a way to analyze and harness this seed, humanity would draw closer to the vast starry sky and to the gate itself. This was Dominic's plan all along. This is our only hope. I must at least send it back before I die. Chaos, don't waste the fruit's connection. Keep your consciousness stable. The doll, on the verge of dissolving into the blue core, heeds these words and desperately grasps Cradle's shoulder. Control her for 5 seconds. We're back. We made it out of the fog. Wait, Dominic. Where's Dominic? Nemo, what happened to Dominic? Before he could offer any explanation, the young man collapsed from exhaustion. Hey, let him rest. We made it back from that place thanks to him and the key he carries. 4. The force field completely envelops Chaos, slowing down the Hetero Tower's core from devouring her. The doll silently clutches at everything within her reach, her silhouette gradually fading into a blur beneath the radiant light. Let's move out. Good luck to us all. As the next memory fragment unfolds before our eyes, Cradle sees the Vanguard members with new frames, their capabilities matching those of Lee's. This is no picnic. What's there to be excited about? I'm not excited, but this is our last hope. We can pass through the gate, we might still have a chance to make things right. The gate. Last hope. Ha! We said the same thing last time. We made the key, took the core, and got people to study it, but now, Dominic's nowhere to be found. We've been going in circles. Even with the key to disrupt the Hetero Tower's rules, we haven't made any progress. We even had to rely on a kid like you to lead the way through the gate. Nemo, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just tired. I'm tired too, Nemo. But soon there won't be any living humans left in this world. These replicated keys are our last hope. And you, who understand this technology better than any of us, are even more crucial. So this time, let us take the lead. We will definitely pass through the gate. Yep. 3. Seizing back the control, Chaos pierces through Cradle's body once again. Yet the girl shows no fear at this assault. Instead, she looks past the doll, fixing her deeply playful gaze upon the agent. Thank you for coming to collect my belongings. There's a candy in the red box. I hope it helps sweeten the business. Feel free to take a short break here, but it's not time yet to stop. Nemo, go find Dominic. Go find our hero. Go find the last hope. The young man clenches his fist and raises it high, but as he brings it down, all his strength fades away. Humanity is almost gone from this world. Why do we keep choosing to march towards our deaths? Why, again and again, do we search for a hope that has long become hollow? 2. The core of the Hetero Tower trembles, emanating an even more brilliant light. The young man closed his eyes, trying to shut out the countless scenes of utter defeat and despair. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes again, gazing at the destination of this long journey. A string of distorted text emerges into the center of his vision. He recognized this handwriting. It belonged to the Vanguard team member number 4. Like everyone else, I rewrote the rules of the Hetero Tower and became part of it. You really did it. Indeed, they crossed the impossible river on the sacrifices of their companions, stepped through the impassable gate over countless corpses, and now... 1. We're close to having our own secret tunnel. When that time comes, take everything we've left behind and go to Dominic's era. The solitary young man collapsed to his knees before the message, curling up in agony, as if his very soul had been torn away. His tumultuous emotions twisted his body into knots, causing his already exhausted consciousness to quiver and shake. The sound that emerged from his throat began as an infant's cry before bursting into hysterical wails. No one to comfort him, no one to hear him, only countless ghostly eyes watch him in silence. Cry as he should, until both his voice and tears were exhausted. Only then would his crying stop. Through the blood-stained edge, Cradle sees the final line of the message. Oh, by the way, I want to name this tunnel extending from the Hetero Tower the Bridge Across Dreams. Doesn't it sound nice? And so, crimson consumes all. Record. Harvest. Do not die. Defeat all corrupted. January 1st, 2161. Outside the Inverheader Tower, time silently flows through the deep night, surging towards dawn. The force fields sealing this place do not reject the drifting snowflakes from outside, allowing the new year to snow to fall through Constellia. Cradle, after a long slumber, finally awakens from the stagnant red tide. The precious gain from this venture that agents pass is truly worth savoring, and she purses her lips in relish. Oh, by the way, I want to name this tunnel extending from the Hero Tower the Bridge Across Dreams. Doesn't it sound nice? The Bridge Across Dreams? Ha! Such a poetic name given to an illegal structure. However, if the keys they carried were similar to what I saw in the Hero Tower back then, it could indeed alter some of the tower's rules and even create a space of their own. Cradle paces back and forth anxiously within the red tide. This could very well be the reason why the Hero Tower would, well, in this world, transformed into the Inverheader Tower. But no one had the key back then. Did someone help, or was that construct really capable of doing these things? Looking at it now, her previous failure was indeed caused by those Vanguard team members. But how did he manage to return from the fog? As she paces, turning thoughts over in her mind, she arrives at only one possibility. Perhaps he exploited the flaw of the key, allowing the input end, held by him, to seize the Hero Tower's core. Could the Hero Tower have appeared here, also because he brought the core over? Cradle breaks into a laugh as if having finally figured something out. Interesting. The Vanguard team ended up outsmarting themselves, and the same fate befell Agent Zero. History sure has a knack for repeating itself, doesn't it? The Dominic there vanished when seizing the core, while the Dominic over here disappeared after the burst from the 0-point energy. It's truly like an inescapable closed loop. Why? Why does a gatekeeper exist only before this gate? According to recovered records, before the construct known as Lee could knock upon this gateway, a gatekeeper blocked his path. Like a deliberately placed safeguard, the gatekeeper stood as both a warning to those who would trespass beyond the gate and a guide to those who came prepared for the challenge. Just what is the gatekeeper's true identity? Where would she take those who crossed the gateway? To the deepest gateway? Would she devour them? Or perhaps... Don't make me regret this. Such speculations laid nowhere, but she can be certain of one thing. The gatekeeper is not an envoy of the gateway. As for Vonnegut, it turned out that he was one of the Vanguard team members all along. Once just another piece of rotten wood, he was the first to volunteer for what seemed like a certain death, yet ended up being the last survivor. It's just his behavior remains inscrutable. It neither fully aligns with Nemo's behavioral patterns, nor shows clear traces of anyone else's influence. What could be the reason for this? What if, like the Red Tide, multiple consciousnesses have merged within? Did Professor Trout tell you what it is he needed you guys to do for him? I think it's got to do with memory data. Lithos told me that memory data is this thing that turns everything in the human brain into data and stores it somewhere else. Some people change their bodies using it. I hope it's something that allows people to change their bodies, though. I really want to see Professor Trout alive again. The girl's voice resonates in her mind, echoing Cradle's predictable line of speculation. Could this be when the consciousness of Trout merged with that of Nemo? Given the technological limitations of the Golden Age, could Trout's consciousness have really remained intact? There must be numerous consciousness fragments of others inside, preventing him from maintaining control according to his original plan. Just like the ship of Theseus. And I'm no different now. She touches the spot on her chest where chaos struck her. Even if she dismantles this body and reassembles it, as long as the red tide is used for repairs, chaos will know there is no escaping this predicament. The red tide itself is a jumble of countless consciousnesses and chaotic information. That's why most hetero creatures display such erratic behaviors. Only a sufficiently stable consciousness can drown out the voices of others and maintain their sense of self. After such a fusion, whose wishes are they really fulfilling? What truly drives them forward? She suddenly feels a sense of estrangement from herself. Is she driven by the duty of Agent Zero and the coldness that should come with her? Or by Cradle's curiosity and her respect for humanity and civilizations? She feels lost in this unfamiliar state of existence. What exactly am I now? Once again, she recalls Yuko's pointed question. Forget it. Who cares anyway? No matter what she is, what needs to be done now is clear. It's time to stop those trying to approach the rift. "9 a.m. After a night of long talks and rest, you and Lucia sit up from the soft beds in the infirmary. "Good morning, Commandant." Lucia gently cups your face, examining it carefully. "Are you okay?" "You look much better now." "But why the look on your face?" "It's nothing. I just had another incredibly long dream." "Again?" "Let me lean on you for a moment." "Alright." Lucia opens her arms, allowing you to find solace in her tender embrace. "Can you tell me what you dreamed about?" "It was very long. There's still some time before we head to the underground parking lot." "I dreamed about dying in the red tide many times. So many that I can't even tell if they're memories of what's already happened or visions of yet to come." "In one of them, Rose died too. The red tide gradually swallowed Constellia. It was as if the city had been abandoned by the world, waiting for help that never came. And then, so you begin to tell your dream. In this long dream, Constellia remained sealed off for eternity, abandoned and untouched, even as the red tide dissolved every last corpse drowned within. 10 years later, Lithos, now in ascendance, returned to the city with Vonnegut's help and found the hairpin hanging from the ceiling. At last he learned the truth. Rose had entered Constellia looking for him, just 30 minutes too late for their paths to cross. She met her end here. Unable to bear this truth, Lithos took his own life before Rose's remains. His death brought an end to many things before they even began. And so, revenge lived on, while the old Grey Raven continued its missions in an unstable state. Until one operation, where his desperate bid for glory drove him to force a night raid, resulting in devastating casualties within the squad and severe damages to Lucia's mind. No longer able to fight, rejected by every squad, Lucia wandered between cities, only her sword for company, until Luna found her and brought her back to their old home, where she now spent her days staring blankly at the sunlight outside. What about you, then? She gently wraps her hands around your neck as she moves on to what she cares about more. I, Miss Grey Raven, and instead was assigned to Suzaku. Liv and Lee still joined me, though the squad's captain was another construct. Who's that? Have you heard of Emma Copperfield? I have. She's the Copperfield's heiress. We saw records of her childhood when we fought that butler mechanoid guarding the Copperfield estate, right? Yeah, that's her. Why did you choose her? She was standing in the hallway greeting me with a smile, saying she wanted to become Suzaku's captain. And then, how did the squad perform? Well, not particularly well. Emma was a support construct. We failed to notice many problems in the battle at Pulia Forest Park. Liv never came back. She didn't even make it to switch to Imperia. The red tide was the same. It appeared out of nowhere, just like how Constellia's barrier was suddenly broken, and before we knew it, Commandant. She calls out in a gentle voice as if trying to wake you from the lingering shadows of a nightmare. We still have a chance to change things. Yeah, we still have a chance to change things. God, I'm actually starting to get a bit teary again. You raise your head, managing a smile that isn't entirely forced. I've recalled some things that happened in the Hetero Tower. Yep. If I were to die in the red tide like that, you must bring the key back. Commandant. Contrary to her usual self, she interrupts your unfinished sentence, and after a long moment of hesitation, voices her request almost as a whisper. Do not die. Hold Lucia's hand. Lucia lowers her eyes and places her hands on yours in a firm but tender grip. Yeah, the dream is over now. Yes, and now we've been talking. No, sorry, am I interrupting something? It's fine, go ahead. Okay, after discussing it for a while, we want to go with you to the underground parking lot. Well, there are a few reasons. First, we checked out the area, and it seemed pretty safe down there with no major threats or exits to the outside. Second, we're all pretty desperate to find an escape ourselves. The boys and I have been starving for days, and we can't hold out much longer. And third, my men have told me about your capabilities. With you around, there should be nothing much to be afraid of, I suppose. Since you noticed last night that those hetero creatures were targeting us, you must understand this trip to the underground parking lot won't be a walk in the park. It's not like we're safe here starving either. Can you guarantee those things won't come after you leave? Besides, if I have to choose between starving to death or dying in battle, I prefer the latter. At least let us teach those bastards a lesson. I won't rest in peace until I put a few bullets in them. It'll be very dangerous. We're exactly safe now. You think those whatever they are creatures won't come after us once you're gone? They attacked us before you even showed up. Let us come with you. None of us can sit still anymore, and besides, we can take care of ourselves. But I also think Lucia has a point. You should stay here. It won't take us long. I wouldn't recommend that either. Here's the deal. I have the access card you wanted from Mona. Either you take all of us with you, or you'll have to kill me to get it. No. Don't give me that look. I shouldn't give the card to anyone, but he said he'd take the blame and serve the time if needed. That's why I gave it to him. Will you come with us? No way, it's too dangerous. I'm getting married next month and I have 2 cats waiting for me at home. I just need to look after myself and survive no matter what. Excuse me, but nobody asked if you were getting married. Shit. I was half expecting your next excuse to be about 5-footish fish you caught that still waiting to be claimed at your fish farm. Huh? What's wrong with valuing my own life and being sensible? Not everyone's like you lot, acting like starving dogs ready to bite at anything that moves. Alright. Cut it out. If it weren't for those 2 boxes of snacks Mona left here, none of us would have made it this far. So that's that. Listen here, Commandant, from who knows where. Either you take us with you, or you're not going anywhere either. Commandant. Whether you split up or stay together if there's danger anyway. Fine, let's move together. We'll be back. Be careful. Watch out for those butterflies. Recorded. Supposedly likely Cradle keeping an eye on us. Yep.
なんでここにも死人が。
ここにもあの蝶がいます。下で出口を捜索中に。
驚かせんなよな。
Indeed, because of those butterflies.
指揮官警戒を。
Edit gameplay again. Turn on our thingy.
気分が悪いなら先に帰っとけよ。
触れないで。
Oh, He's at a high level of corruption. When did he become corrupted?
侵食速度が増した可能性は一つ。コレドールです。
Is it possible for those red butterflies to live off humans?
はあ？規制？ふざけんなよ。腸が口の中に入ってきて痛い。腹が痛いよ。
Do we have any serum left?
お前ら気をつけ。
Okay. The sensitivity on this really needs to be higher. Oh. So we got some other creatures.
助けてくれ。うわー、全部ぶっ殺せ。
I'll go check it out.
私も一緒に。他の皆さんは戻ってください。
負傷者は帰れ。俺らは残る。地下の調査をすると言ったはずだ。もしお前らが何か見つけてトンズラしたら俺たちはどうすりゃいい。
そうだ。それにこのままだと遅かれ早かれ全員飢え死にだ。人を食いたくもない。何と言われようがついていくぞ。
Well then, those of you who are hurt should head back first.
気にするな。むしろ戻りたくない。今から単独行動なんてフラグじゃないか。
確かにな。俺も
Fair enough.
俺も戻らないぞ。
Yep, that would be a pretty good death flag. Let's move along then.
わかった。お前らも気をつけろよ。
Spooky. Okay, pick up the file. Mercenary's Journey, 6th December 27, 2160. I didn't sleep last night. I've been trapped in this damn place for 7 days. Terminal still has no signal and electricity went off this morning. Instant noodles. Wings of grandma. She was born in my own job, just like all other working machines. Nobody, not
前回はここまでひどい状況だ。いえ、たとえ戻っても同じですね。前へ進みましょう。
She's playing games. Moreover, it takes more than hard work to achieve these. It's just the same with mom. She wouldn't stay with her family and pursuing her ideal life just because it's a good time. But now I finally understand the feeling grandma had, feeling have not had nothing good to eat for days, and how important a good time and how important a good time and a subsistence allowance given to before are. I promise I'll take a new look at my life and survive this. So can I survive this? Well, when I lost sleep, I keep thinking about what I could do to survive and help others, but I'm so starved and sleepy that my mind is full of bad ideas, making it hard to concentrate. I feel wired and uptight. I only want to scream when someone says something to me. Next, I need rest, but how could I manage that on this cold floor? Need a good meal to think probably. Before I can get that, I see grass in the flower bed. Okay then. Point. Verification.
やってられるか。ふざけんな。
ますます不気味な。
Granted, let's move. Oh,
撤
another
退しろ。
butterfly.
大変。くそ、蝶が。うわ、口に入りやがった。囲まれた。俺はいいから先に行け。
Oh, well then. Interesting.
「調査の結果、エレベーターが止まらない階が存在します。私たちの上、おそらく B7 階と B8 階の間です。ここは安全で、蝶の気配もありません。まずはエレベーターがその階に止まる方法を調べてみます。モナによれば、下の方で臨時パスワードが手に入ると。
Alright, be careful. Hey, now we have Lucia gameplay instead. Oh. So, access special. Get unique passcode with the ID card. Code gun and Robin. Do they have to make it so hard?
私たちの到着前にここですでに虐殺があった。彼の権限カードは使用した痕跡がありますが、もしやコレドールが。
Activate permission.
指揮官、アクセス権限が有効化しました。臨時パスワードは973654。記憶しないと。
973684。
はい、すぐに向かいます。
Red tide seeping in. Okay, next scene. Why do you transform into a butterfly? For I am but decaying wood, yet I refuse to simply rot. A massive crimson tide suddenly erupts from the dark passage, smashing through the walls in its path like a raging torrent. Everyone watches anxiously as Lucia finally steps into the elevator. The pale light casts an eerie glow on the flustered faces, while the roaring tide relentlessly chases you from beneath the ascending elevator. What do we do now? Don't tell me this thing's gonna flood the streets too. Let's get back to the surface and first assess the situation. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Even the emergency stairs in this damn place have collapsed. You warned us about it long ago, but we didn't listen. Should we try the hidden floor? The red tide surges up from below once again, its smashing sending out ear-splitting sounds of destruction. The ascending elevator shudders from the impact and slowly grinds to a halt, its doors opening to reveal an unfamiliar floor. So, this is the hidden floor. Let's hide here for now. Before anyone can step out of the elevator into the dim tunnel ahead, a thunderous roar akin to a bursting dam erupts from around the corner. The tunnel buckles under the weight and collapses in an instant, its scattered debris instantly swallowed by the surging red tide. Move back! Lucia slams her fist on a button as the elevator's door slowly closes. The light from within reveals the barely concealed anxiety on Lucia's face. In the next moment, the entire elevator shakes violently as the tide envelops it from all sides. Only one step away. You got the password, and the rift of the Inverheader Tower is right there in front of you. You are just one step away from entering it, one step away from returning to the Inverheader Tower, one step away from the path that leads home. Yet this single step might as well be an eternity, with the insurmountable torrent of the red tide separating you and the destination. What are you supposed to do? How can you possibly get past the red tide flooding the entire tunnel? Looking up at Lucia, her expression mirrors your own gravity. Ever since witnessing those deaths, she rarely finds moments of peace. We're almost at the surface. Let's get out of here first. At least we have the password. We can discuss everything else once we're safe. Alright. Suddenly, a violent impact strikes the bottom of the elevator. The elevator's doors distort under the relentless water pressure, emitting a piercing screech as the metal tears apart. And then, crimson droplets trickle through the crevices of the elevator, gradually converging into a slender stream. The red tide is flooding into the elevator. It's the Hero creatures. They're attacking from below the elevator. Before those words can even settle, another fierce impact strikes the elevator, hurling the humans who have barely regained their footing into a tumultuous tumble once again. Multiple fractures have quietly emerged around unnoticed, and oozing crimson fluid effortlessly shatters what little sense of safety they clung to. Like prey surrounded on all fronts, the survivors in the elevator huddle tightly together at its center. Lucia? Got it. Let's leave through the top. Lucia hands over her pyro katana before lifting you up. The relentless strikes of the Hero creatures have already exhausted the elevator's stability. The opening at the top gradually widens as you pry it with the blade. Shit, hurry up! You need a hand? The red tide continues to surge through the bottom cracks while the omega core of the pyro flame operates at full power, repelling the encroaching hostility. Bang! The pyro katana emits flames, melting through the last stubborn welds. A powerful strike from its hilt warps the metal sheet, creating an opening large enough for one person to pass through. Though the breach awaits a shadowy passage illuminated dimly by the distant glow of the top floor. Lucia, check for any activities above. Signals are gathering below, but we're close to the surface here. The butterflies might fly up. We can kill those things without breaking a sweat. Get up there first. The red tide will eat through your legs if you stay in it. Two mercenaries grab your outstretched hand, one after another, climbing onto the top of the elevator. After climbing up, Chico turns around and reaches down through the opening to offer you her hand. Your turn now. Grab her hand. Looking down after the climbing to the top, the chilling realization dawns upon you. The red tide has risen past Lucia's calves. Emerging out of nowhere, Hero creature suddenly lunges at the construct who's about to escape. The floating blade intercepts the attack meant for Lucia, the dissipating red glow reflecting her eyes as she glares at the enemy. Command it, go up with them first. I'll hold these enemies back. Alright, but don't take too long. Naturally. You shift your gaze from the battle below to the faces of the three people around you. The mercenaries have already confirmed the steel cable's durability. Do your gloves have enough grip? Chico reaches out her hand. Of course. You go first. I'll cover the rear and keep the Hero creatures from climbing up. The mercenaries exchange a glance and then nod to you. I'll leave it to you, son. The mercenary seizes the steel cable, swiftly ascending with newfound vigor, propelled by the glimmer of hope on the horizon. And then comes Chico. Need a hand? It's fine. I've got you up front. And Lucia's watching our back. Alright. She grips the steel cable firmly and climbs higher. Below, another wave of muffled crashes ripples through the metal plating, causing the elevator beneath to shake uncontrollably. Crimson waves surge through crevices as a glint of platinum hue flashes in the periphery of your sight. Looking up, the silhouettes of the three have already vanished into the radiant light of the hope above. They must have reached the surface. Time to climb up. The steel cable holds firm. Each upward pull brings you one step closer to hope. Another violent tremor rocks the elevator, the vibrations coursing straight through your palms. Lucia, it'll be okay. She definitely can handle it. Upward, a viscous liquid clings to your hand, impeding your ascent. More putrid stench assaults your nostrils. Keep going. Light from the exit finally floods your vision, and then a familiar figure crouches at the edge, level with your position. She rests her chin on one hand, batting her innocent-looking eyes as she waves at you, just as you emerge from your ascent up the elevator shaft. Well, hello there, Grey Raven Commandant. Cradle. The radiant light reveals not only the girl's figure, but also the lifeless body lying by her feet. Chico's eyes remain wide open in death, fixedly gazing upward. When did you? Wondering how I managed to hide myself. I was in the Red Tide all along. How could Lucia possibly find someone made of Red Tide within the Red Tide itself? Lucia... Before her name can leave your lips, an excruciating pain tears through your body. Blood splatters into your eyes, painting your entire vision crimson. How many more deaths must you endure before returning to your own time? How many more failures must you face before finding the way to take that final step? No, perhaps there is no chance left. The key is almost depleted. This end, roughly weaved, is filled with desperation and reckless failure. You are just one step away from returning to the Hedro Tower, so close to making it. Lucia, at least this time. Don't look at me. Those unheard words, along with the broken body, plummet down the elevator shaft behind. Something rocks the elevator cab from the top, and a wave of weightlessness washes over Lucia like rising bubbles. Drip, drop. A single droplet of crimson falls from above, only to be followed by more blood. Lucia's motions gradually still as she gazes upward at the crimson trails cascading down, the very shade that sears through her heart. She knows exactly what it is. She knows where the blood is coming from. She doesn't even need to look to know the condition that body must be in to shed so much blood in such a short time. Everything now resembles the mirrored walls of the elevator, a boundless, inescapable cycle. Far too many times has it occurred, a person and a heart relentlessly torn apart. Believing they seek hope within the loops, convinced they are just one step away, yet death, time and again, has been all that awaits them both. Her hands fall limply to her sides. The Hedro creatures that had been relentlessly pursuing them now vanish into the red tide, as if their mission is complete. Back then, while chasing after Liv in the church, she had asked herself the same questions. Was her life nothing but a dead end? Why did all these tragedies keep repeating themselves? Just a step distant, a fleeting instant out of sight, barely a minute away. The red tide swirling between her calves surges with her despair, poised to consume her whole. Didn't. Something inherently wrong has long dwelt within her heart, now festers freely, exuding the stench of decay. Next time, she will never let go of those hands. Next time, she will never leave that person, never let that person out of her sight. Next time, even if it means tearing herself apart. A faint, crackling sound interrupts her tumultuous thoughts. Lucia, the key. Her last hope lies cracked in her hands, giving her no response. Everything unfolds just as she predicted. Time refuses to rewind. No miracle occurs. She is left with no chance. The elevator lights suddenly die out, leaving only one last brilliant arc of light. And then the red tide surges forth, consuming everything in its path. By afternoon, the setting sun casts a warm glow over the tranquil golden time court of Constellia, restoring a semblance of peace to surroundings. In the underground parking lot, the echo of deliberate footsteps reverberates. A figure draws near, their gait uneven as they limp forward, aided by a wooden stick. Cradle. It's been a while. He looks at Yuko's legs, now festering from the infection. Would you like my help? I can only slow down the infection spread. Where's everyone else? Her icy question reverberates through the empty parking lot, striking Cradle's eardrums along with its haunting echoes. The girl simply blinks, pointing at the elevator behind her. Are they still alive? Alive? In the red tide? So this is what you meant by protection. Is this also how you treated your creator, that curse queller? Cradle finds herself at a loss for words, startled to realize that her memories of the creator have begun to fade. You told me about your birth, how you firmly believed your mission was to silence the sound of the tide and to guide that creator. You said you witnessed their choice and their will brought about your birth, giving you both form and life. After their death, you said you would carry on the creator's will to not harm others. You also said that you approached me because I, too, am a creator. Then, what exactly are you doing now? Are you truly following that creator's will, or perhaps you're doing it for my wishes? Tell me, what exactly are you? Once more she poses that question, the very same one she asked Cradle when she first saw the festering corpses. Are you the Agent Zero you keep talking about, the guardian from the story, or are you still Cradle? Yuko forces her weakened legs to move, staggering toward Cradle with each trembling step. Let me ask you one final question. Tell me, is Chico still alive? Despite already knowing the truth, Yuko still clings to that desperate, illusory hope as she utters these words. Such foolishness! It reminds Cradle of all those worthless stories Yuko used to tell. Mere memories that hold no significance. You promised me that if I found my sister, you'd give me the chance to help her. That's my deepest wish. You told me to lead those people to capture Chaos, and I did it. You told me to persuade Barley, and I did that too. I even went as far as to incite those mercenaries. So everything I did only ended up getting Chico killed. In that moment of silence, Yuko finds her answer in Cradle's eyes. So, it was all my fault. I've always been a loser, nothing but a failure. An objective assessment. I've always wanted to do something for Chico, always thinking of ways to repay her years of care, always trying to become someone useful to her. But in the end, the harder I tried to help her, the more I wanted to prove my worth to her, the more I became nothing but a burden. Indeed, it is. But if that is the case, there is something Cradle cannot comprehend. You've already labeled yourself as nothing but rotten wood, calling yourself that repeatedly, so why do you cling to life so desperately, still persisting in these futile efforts? For I am but rotten wood, yet I refuse to simply rot. You wonder why I cling to life so desperately? It's because I can't accept this fate. I refuse to die a worthless death. That's why I'm still alive still fighting, still searching for a way to change. I never wanted to die before because I could repay Chico for all she did for me, but you killed her. The gun hidden in Yugo's hand is now raised high. Cradle thought she would never have the courage to draw it. How could you do this? You promised me. Cradle finds herself unable to answer, torn between the consciousnesses within her. Agent Zero loudly dismisses the question as trivial, while Cradle is adrift in a fog of hazy memories, devoid of purpose and clarity. One moment she seems to be following her destined mission and original will, the next she feels as if she's awakened from a long dream, only discovered she has committed unforgivable sins. She's meant to devour civilization whole, yet she finds joy in humanity's unyielding will. She wants to support them, to witness their journey, to honor them. Which side is truly wrong? I'm going to kill you for everyone you murdered. Cradle watches as this human, body covered in festering wounds, channels her hatred into a throat-rending roar, her last defiant cry harmonizing with the resonant bark of her gun. Her vision splits into two planes, accompanied by an ear-piercing ringing as relentless as the chirping of summer cicadas. Friend or mere rotten wood? Which one is correct? Who cares? The scythe butts through Yuko's back, its blade halting mere inches from Agent Zero's front. The weapon, woven from the red tide, shortly dissipates back into the surging tide as Yuko, on death's door, falls forward onto Agent Zero's shoulder. Her remaining willpower keeps her eyes open, but her hands, drained of strength, can no longer grasp onto anything. The gun drops into the red tide, and with it, her will fades away. The lifeless body rests in Agent Zero's arms, as if two long estranged friends sharing one embrace. A hollow emptiness washes over the girl's awareness, as though a part of her very being has been carved away. Sensing Yuko's fading warmth beneath her touch, she listens to the last tremor of that shattered heart. It no longer matters. What comes next will not conflict with Agent Zero's mission. And so she acquiesces, permits the essence of Cradle within her to awaken, her eyes fluttering open in tandem with that heart's last throbs. Let's go, Yuko. Cradling the body in her arms, she whispers softly as she walks deeper into the darkness. I will make your wish come true. The girl opens the elevator door while holding her friend in her arms. The churning red tide still surges within the elevator shaft, resembling a silent crimson coffin. You will become one with the red tide, become part of each other. As she plummets, the rushing wind snatches her whispers, reducing them to faint, almost inaudible murmurs. No need to worry about your flaws anymore. The girl falls onto tiny cresting waves, landing in the boundless sea of crimson. She raises her forearm, then flips her palm. From the depths of the red tide where Yuko and Chico dissolved, a butterfly emerges, landing silently on Cradle's fingertip. If you still hate me after this, then I shall give you the chance to hurt me. In the deepening night, she closes her eyes and swallows the butterfly from her fingertip. Rotten wood. And now, loop 3. Lost in an endless dream, the commandant of Grey Raven dreamed of his own death. Before it all unfolds, here is the secret that Lucia would keep forever hidden. In truth, the moment she entered Constellia, her pyro frame received messages from the future. In those glimpses, she saw 9 different endings that would unfold after leaving Constellia. That was why she remained so quiet all along, deliberately avoiding deep mind connection, and constantly checked on the commandant's well-being through physical touch. The future. At first, she refused to yield to those messages from the future. After meticulous analysis and careful contemplation, Lucia believed that if she could return to her original era before the Inverheader Tower's complete collapse, none of these 9 futures would come to pass. Yet, Agent Zero staunchly opposed this notion, much like the 74 time rewinds within the tower. Looming disasters and shadows persistently entangled them both. Sometimes it was an overwhelming tide of hetero creatures surging from all directions. Sometimes it was seemingly harmless traps that enticed them to investigate, only to suddenly spring into action without warning. Open terrain tended to shift and transform into mazes, and those mazes would suddenly collapse with deadly ambushes from all sides. It was as if the tower possessed its own consciousness, actively rejecting all intruders. The only moment of peace came when they approached the Inverheader Tower's core. Only under that blue radiance would Agent Zero's schemes be momentarily subdued. Agent Zero. With Agent Zero's relentless presence and watchful eye fixated on Lucia, exploring the tower felt like entering a magic house where its master could alter everything at will, making progress utterly impossible. Even after they left the tower, this curse-like shadow has lingered, inexorably pushing her towards those 9 endings. In the first ending, she loses the ability to rewind time and falls victim to Agent Zero. A year subsequent to Constellia succumbing to the Red Tide, the outer layers breach and the world is ultimately consumed by the Red Tide. In the second ending, chaos takes her place when she is unable to rewind time again, taking away her commandant, and what happened after remains unknown. In the third ending, she gives up on rewinding time and returns to Babylonia with all the intelligence and samples from the Inverheader Tower. However, she's continuously bombarded by chaotic information from various timelines and unknown corruption, ultimately dying the moment she returns to the Inverheader Tower. In the fourth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the commandant. However, Agent Zero seizes the Hero Tower's core during the battle, leaving nothing but a field of corpses drowning in blood, devoid of any survivors. In the fifth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the commandant and manages to melt down the Hero Tower's core before Agent Zero can destroy everything. However, you, as the commandant, choose to merge with chaos, compensate for the consequences of the core's removal. In her attempt to stop this, Lucia is hurled into the rift by Vonnegut, and what happens after remains unknown. The sixth ending begins the same, but Agent Zero then finds an opportunity to strike back, dragging everyone into the rift before causing the Hero Tower to collapse. What happens after remains unknown. In the seventh ending, after the core's meltdown, Lucia seems to spend endless years beside the rift of the Hero Tower, until she finally collapses from the exhaustion, dying alone before the rift. In the eighth ending, Lucia holds her ground before the rift of the Hero Tower until the very end, only to be blocked by Vonnegut on her way back. Exhausted from the endless battles, she can no longer fight back, and dies outside the Hero Tower. The ninth ending, she holds until the final moment, allowing you to safely escape the Hero Tower with the sea's core. She bears every possible burden until her body, enveloped by the fog, crumbles into nothingness. What happens after remains unknown. Across these 9 endings, the world's destiny undulates, intricately entwined with that of the Commandant, and yet for her alone, there exists not even a glimmer of hope for survival. She refused to surrender to these prophetic visions, but here she is, pushed by an invisible force, standing at the crossroads of fate. Should she forcefully rewind time now? None of those cryptic visions reveal a clear path forward. The road to these fragmented glimpses of tomorrow still needs to be discovered by step by step. Is there really no other way? She stands alone before the rift, the place she and the commandant promised to reach together. Her hand clutches the nearly shattered unresponsive key as despair and rage threaten to consume her heart. She cannot fall here. She cannot give up. Among those 9 endings, only one path hints at a possible solution to save you without destroying the core. I need to take all the data back to our original era first. Back there, she still has Babylonia, the other members of Grey Raven, the Science Council, and Gestalt. With everyone's strength gathered, she will find a way to change things, find a solution, even if it still means her inevitable death. I won't give up, even if I have to break the very tie that binds us. I will never give up. Crossing the rift, she steps once more onto this unfinished path home. Over the rifts where the red tide gathers, avoiding the anomalies born from the Inver Tower's collapse. Past one location after another, each etched with the memories of death and suffering, until the exit, once just within reach, finally appears once more. I'll be back for you soon, Commandant. However, at the very moment of crossing the exit, of leaving the Inver Tower, the world that slowly unfolds before her eyes is nothing but an unfamiliar wasteland. Flowing lines trace the streets and alleys, voids fill where light and shadow should be, as the faded scenery is now turned into withered paper. Standing before this incomprehensible scene, she is momentarily adrift, losing all sense of direction. What is this place? A space beyond Earth, the fog Vonnegut mentioned, a far too distant future. Or perhaps this is the present, shaped by the red tide within Constellia. Her grief-stricken heart plunges into the abyss once again. Hello? She calls out, but her voice is drowned out by the unknown, not even reaching her own ears. She attempts to propel herself, to leap over this bizarre scenery, but her frame, like the key itself, remains unresponsive. In this stagnant landscape of unsolvable mysteries, she takes but a single step forward, and her fingers begin to turn pale. Another step, and her forearms dissolve into lines matching the scenery. This is a world devoured by silence, devoid of any living being or energy, as if the third dimension itself has been stripped away, leaving nothing but a desolate blank page. In this endless expanse of nothingness, only the Hedera Tower behind her remains unaffected. She gazes once again at the crack-covered key in her hand, recalling the intelligence discovered in the Inver Hedera Tower and those 9 futures. Too much time has been spent in Constellia. That quick and stable ending, once within such easy reach, is now forever closed off. Perhaps only one path remains now, one that could save you and prevent the world from falling into doom. The 9th ending. It will be a relentless struggle, fraught with uncertainty, each step laden with the risk of dragging all into the unfathomable abyss. Even though she has steeled herself to bear all the consequences alone, the lingering uncertainties and their hidden dangers still weigh heavily on her mind. But I can't wait any longer. Lucia tightens her grips on the sword hilt and turns around once more. And so she returns to the Inver Hedera Tower. After another grueling journey, she once again finds the agent standing near the blue core at its center. Her relentless fury is unleashed into a fierce battle where Lucia seizes Vonnegut's precious key and holds her blade against her throat. As you said, it's time to put an end to this far too long entanglement. She must obtain the time rewinding item from Vonnegut, but before that, Lucia needs to use this opportunity to extract some information. I'm not the one who killed the Commandant. You are one of them. She forces out a near-mocking sneer directed at all those trapped in their predicament, herself included. Your plan all along was to have Cradle and me slaughter each other. You wanted to use this to separate me from Commandant so you could carry out your plans without my interference. You're not interfering with my time rewinding. It was all just to keep Commandant alive long enough to prepare for fusion, so you could merge Commandant with Chaos. Her unquenchable grief and rage guide her trembling blade into Chaos's neck, leaving a deep wound. What exactly did you do to the world outside? What did you tell Commandant? Why would the Commandant suddenly ask me to help you? If you're referring to those rifts and the red tide outside, those are exactly what I'm trying to prevent. No, I'm talking about the world outside. Why is there nothing left but blank spaces and lines now? What did you say? You don't know. There's no sign of life out there anymore. Not even scenery. Everything visible has been reduced to just outlines. The Inverhedra Tower's collapse is more severe than I estimated. Explain yourself. The blade sinks several millimeters deeper with each furious grind of her teeth. The red tide flows out from the wound like blood, only to dissolve under the influence of the Omega Core. The Inverhedra Tower's collapse has caused massive displacement of its exits, even transporting you to another future, one frozen at the brink of doom. Another future? Indeed, initially only the bridge was connected to that future. With Agent Zero's continued influence over the Inverhedra Tower, it would be effortless for her to steer you away from your desired destination. Don't concern yourself too much with it. That future isn't yours to deal with. All you need to know is that the root cause of these problems lies in both the collapse of the Inverhedra Tower and Agent Zero, namely Cradle. Cradle must destroy the Inverhedra Tower to counter the rewritten core. That's the exact reason I am remaining here, to prevent Cradle from taking further actions. You must have already noticed two things: my hostile relationship with her, and how the Hedra Tower's exits lead to the wrong timelines. Lucia's indeed noticed them long ago. At the final destination within the Inverhedra Tower lied the convergence of rifts and red tide. Looks like this is the node we discovered earlier. Alright, I'll start gathering the data. She leaned forward, using Pyrote's power to transfer the data absorbed from the punishing through the Omega Core into the drone, reconstructing it as a holographic projection. Just as I thought, it's them. When you escaped through that exit, did you reach the correct time? The doll, bound within the egg-like chamber, responded only with silence. Do you still think that was also my doing? I have but one goal, to make you become Agent Zero. As long as Agent Zero doesn't steal your will, you're free to use your obtained authority however you wish. Vonnegut's projected figure knelt by the red tide where the rifts converged, tossing fragments of unknown composition into its depths. We'll establish a new interference point here. Though the corruption process will be lengthy, it's stable and secure enough. If this method fails, we'll have no choice but to take the riskier path. The more she uses the red tide, the more easily she'll consume this information, making the chains of humanity bind her further. When her attention is diverted by trivial matters and insignificant desires, the destruction of the Inverhedra Tower will slow down as well. Besides those messages sent to the past, most of what we've found points to this. Vonnegut is interfering with the red tide. Maybe he's trying to stall Agent Zero. When he mentioned taking the riskier path, could he be referring to having you merge with that humanoid hetero creature? Maybe, but there's something else that bothers me more. What do you mean by reach the correct time? Could he be talking about sending messages to other times, or the time one ends up after leaving at the tower? There is a record we found earlier where Vonnegut said before the core, if the Inverhedra Tower continues to get destroyed like this, the times it can interfere with will become chaotic. It's possible, if that's the case, it will affect us as well. Should we head back first? Yeah, Whether it's running tests or gathering data, we've been in the Inverhado Tower long enough. Let's record this information and take some more samples of red tide. We still don't know what exactly he's tossed in here. Let's bring these back for Asimov to analyze. Alright. As the two of you work together on another round of searching and precise sampling, the key in the human's hand suddenly begins to vibrate violently. What? The key vibrates with such intensity that it becomes impossible to hold, falling into red tide and sending crimson droplets splashing into the air. Countless crimson threads emerge from it, wrapping around the key like a cocoon. Lucia dashes forward, using Pyro's immunity to retrieve the key, now saturated with a potent dose of the punishing virus. Looks like the key has absorbed some kind of information. With the humming sound, the key finished absorbing the crimson threads and returned to its quiet state. Let's connect to the key to the terminal and see what happens. Alright. Corrupted information. Garbled text. Might be a more complex punishing language beyond the terminal's interpretation capabilities. Let's bring it back and save the headache for Asimov to deal with. Alright. Oh, and you should keep holding on to the key from here on. Something so important is safer in your hands. I found out you've been using the red tide to corrupt Cradle, so why did you still want Commandant to merge with Chaos? It's too late. The Inverhado Tower is being destroyed at an alarming rate. It seems not everything goes according to your plans after all. There have always been many things that don't go my way. I've simply made it seem like they never happened through time rewind. But I did notice the existence of the fruit and at the place where I first found Commandant. In fact, it's proven effective. Cradle can no longer submerge all of Constellia. However, you still haven't given up on your plan to merge Commandant with Chaos, nor have you killed Cradle. What exactly are you still hesitating about? You've had numerous clashes with Agent Zero's vessel, so you must have noticed that she cannot be killed within the tower's bounds. However, her vessel, Cradle, has a weakness. Vonnegut turns to look at the blue core behind him. It's right here. She will die if she comes near the blue core. But you never followed through, even holding back all this time. I even had suspicion that when you pushed me, Commandant, and her out of the Inverhado Tower, it was more about protecting her than whatever excuse you gave about showing us something in the fog. In Constellia, it'd be easier to detect each other's positions and to see exactly what she's doing. Most importantly, Agent Zero won't vanish even if her vessel dies. Put it simply, Agent Zero is like a Commandant of Babylonia. It's a position of authority and office, currently held by Cradle. If the current holder dies, the position will be transferred to the next vessel capable of bearing the duty. In this competition, Chaos's condition lacks the strength necessary to excel. It is unlikely that she will be the next vessel to hold Agent Zero. Should this position be assumed by an unfamiliar entity, unfavorable to both humanity and myself, and given that we have explored all viable options here, the future of this world will become just like that other world you witnessed. That world, stripped of everything, or like the world shown in the messages from the future, one without the Commandant or a single trace of humanity. Even if we can't find a more suitable vessel than the incomplete Chaos to assume Agent Zero's role, and we end up leaving everything to her, her consciousness would struggle to cope. Gradually she would lose herself, becoming just like the current Cradle, whose every action serves only Agent Zero's mission. That's why I need that Commandant's own consciousness to complete her. So, because your hetero creature isn't good enough, you're going to take Commandant's life to complete hers? This, above all else, is something Lucia can never accept. This is to prevent the catastrophe that Agent Zero would bring. What really happened back then? The Commandant decided to help you because you gave the same explanation. That person only agreed to help after seeing how the Inverhado Tower's destruction led to a reality even more brutal than the fate of Constellia. But you wouldn't believe that either, would you? Vonnegut turns to Chaos, who has witnessed everything from the beginning. Both you and Luna are agents. Why can't either of you take Agent Zero's place? If humans didn't release the contaminating mimetic, Luna might still achieve that through destruction. The current Luna, however, not only cannot take Agent Zero's place, but is also barred from entering the tower altogether. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. Could she be connected to the Inverhedder Tower's anomalies? I tried to return to the past to give her a hint, asking her to destroy part of Gestalt before everything began to prevent Agent Zero from showing up entirely. But that would only drag her into a conflict with Babylonia. I presume you've made comparable attempts within the tower, none proved successful, and eventually you had to take the same action as I did, halting the transmission of messages. The man that mentioned you appeared before Luna went into the Inverhedder Tower. What was that about? Lithos just told me you'd left, yet here you are. What's the matter? Forgot something? I sure do. When Vonnegut appeared that day, he seemed deep in thought, as if he had already begun to act before finishing his contemplation. Forgot something? Or was it about the information from the Inverhedder Tower? Both are correct. Vonnegut looks at chaos, but her consciousness still too frail to be used, leaving unsaid what or whom he had forgotten. After entering the Inverhedder Tower, I've spent far more time here than you. During this time, I've been trying to prevent Agent Zero from inciting uncontrollable turmoil further, while also attempting to persuade an uncooperative chaos. Unfortunately, my efforts have yielded little fruit. You've all seen the consequences of these events. The Hydro Zone has begun to expand rapidly. And now you claim you're trying to prevent a catastrophe? What I'm trying to prevent is things becoming uncontrollable. Vonnegut emphasizes the final word with a particular weight. I won't deny my actions or the problems I have caused, nor will I justify the deaths and chaos as necessary sacrifices to prevent a greater catastrophe. I have my own vision of the future, my own personal desires, and on the path to that future, those uncontrollable things stand as my obstacle. What exactly is your vision? I wish to manipulate time without the Hydro Tower's constraints, with greater freedom. For this, chaos must take over Agent Zero's power and help me pass through the gateway completely. Meanwhile, I cannot allow Agent Zero to fulfill her mission. She would bring the problems from that other future, the world you witnessed right here. While I have the resources to extricate myself from the repercussions of her accomplished mission, I absolutely refuse to permit her triumph. Regard this as a personal vendetta between Agent Zero and myself. For these two purposes, I have been screening, experimenting, and searching to create someone capable of assuming Agent Zero's position and aiding me in thwarting her mission's fulfillment. Is this explanation clear enough for you, Lucia? Release Chaos and make a deal with me instead. There are still too many unresolved issues in this tower. Then that's it. She's found it. At this moment, these words from Vonnegut mark the turning point leading to the ninth ending. If she can obtain from Vonnegut an item that allows her to rewind time again, there may be a chance to ensure the Commandant's safety. If fortune smiles upon her and everything goes as planned, every second during the long-standing struggle can be dedicated to where it truly counts. Then, she can finally fulfill her wish to protect everything and everyone she holds dear, and when the end comes, face death without regret. Having Chaos become Agent Zero is the only way to resolve this catastrophe. I harbor no desire to witness the death of that Commandant either. As for you, even if you kill both Chaos and me here, it won't solve anything. Without assistance, you won't even be able to navigate back to your own time. And your leverage is? In response to Lucia's deliberate question, the agent in black produces a peculiar-looking terminal. Your key is unusable because it has lost its operating energy, but the Omega Core in your frame, it originates from the same source as Chaos. Of this, I am absolutely certain. Connect your frame to this terminal and the key will become operational again. Lucia responds with her silence, waiting for the agent before her to reveal the price of using it.
It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits.
This is your real intention, isn't it? You've always wanted me to die first in those clashes, so you could take the command in the way alone, but it never went as you wished. Vonnegut remains non-committal. Do you have any other choices? With her blade at Chaos's throat, she approaches Vonnegut step by step. Only after taking the terminal from his hands does she release Chaos. Chaos, help her return to her original time and location. Performing a direct time around here will only increase the deviation. Before I leave, I have one last question for you. Vonnegut, your explanations have been emphasizing the catastrophe brought by Cradle and Chaos's crucial role in subduing and replacing her, yet you've never mentioned your part. What role are you playing? A spectator? A benefit reaper? What part do you really play in rewriting these disasters? Are you going to end up the same place again, Lucia? You ended up the same place again, Lucia. Her memories come rushing back to that fruitless battle. Through countless returns to the beginning and relentless attrition, she finally forced Vonnegut to deploy abilities beyond his force field. Killing me won't change anything. It will only reduce the assistance you can receive in the present. Indeed, killing you won't change anything until Agent Zero is dealt with. The Commandant has made a decision. You should accept the outcome as it is. But remember everything that's happened along the way. I know your guidance is filled with deception. The sacrifices you demand won't solve everything.
In that case, I look forward to seeing you find a more perfect answer for those you care about.
I will, and when that time comes, no, as soon as Agent Zero is dead, I'm coming to kill you. And now, Death Loop. There's a lot besides just one mission achievement here. Interesting. What date is today? Nothing, just another tragedy like the one that befell Constellia. Awakening from a blinding light, Lucia finds herself back in the underground tunnel of Constellia. Nearby, the petite doll is intently operating the device almost as tall as herself. What are you doing? She silently points to the force field at the room's edge, beyond which numerous hetero creatures roam. Is this device generating the force field? Wasn't it something Vonnegut created? The doll shakes her head, then nods. What do you mean? Are you trying to say not just that? She nods, keeping her head down in silence. Is this a contingency measure? She nods again. Can't you just speak? This is frustrating. Lucia can't hide the irritation between her brows. VPL-01, except for matters concerning your commandant, I have nothing to say to you. At the mention of the frame number she shares with Alpha, Lucia lets out a cold, derisive laugh. Fine, then tell me. Lucia tightens her grip on her pyrokatana and takes a menacing step toward the hetero creature's fragile figure. What actually happened that time? Why did Commandant come back to the Inverter Tower with you and order me to assist Vonnegut? She must gather as much intelligence as possible, eliminating any potential oversights. The doll slightly raises her head, her lifeless eyes staring ahead. Vonnegut looked at you when he mentioned me. Tell me. Cradle took that person out of the Hetero Tower. After that, it was similar to Constellia's situation. After the Hetero Tower appeared again, many rifts showed up across the world. Just as how the red tide surged into Constellia from underground, those rifts brought the red tide to other places as well. I wanted to bring back that commandant back to the Inverharo Tower, but instead saw an endless cycle of death. She finds herself unable to continue. After a long silence, the doll decides to cut out a piece of punishing made tissue from her chest and tosses it to Lucia from a distance. You want me to see it for myself? You should be able to see some of it. And give me a moment. I am starving and I need to find something to snack on, or eat, or figure out what's going on for dinner. I'll be right back. some water. Okay, let's continue. Lucia silently gazes at the hetero creature tissue in her hand for a moment before finally crushing it in her palm. The Phantom Tracer activates its user's command, unveiling the memories stored within the tissue one by one. What that? Through Chaos's perspective in the memory data, Lucia sees Cradle trailing behind. Man, we're almost at the exit. We can finally go back. Feels like we've been here forever. Yeah, once we're back, I'll make sure you get a few days of proper rest. At that moment, Lucia fails to notice Cradle lurking among the hetero creatures. Once you've recovered, she never even noticed when Cradle made her move. Commandant? Was she careless? No, that's impossible. Was it because Cradle used her familiarity with her own territory to prepare everything far too perfectly? Whatever the case, when Lucia turned around, there was no one behind her anymore. Commandant! Unlike Lucia, who doubled back to search, Chaos spotted the traces left behind by the red butterflies. He realized that Cradle planned to use this irreversible separation as a chance to permanently eliminate the Commandant, ensuring Vonnegut could never complete Chaos. Though she disagreed with Vonnegut's plans, she didn't want that Commandant to die here either. And so, Chaos rushed forward in pursuit, stepped into the chaotic and never-ending cycle of death.
Chikushou, こっちに突っ込んできやがる。クソったれの証をめ。クソったれ異合生物がよ。早く
起きて、赤潮が来ちゃう。
And money gameplay.
.まさに九死に一生だな。ここで少し休憩してろ。空中庭園に連絡する。ずっと探してた指揮官がなぜかいるって。なんだよ。通信不能だと。他の方法は。
Target points. First kid.
こんにちは。私
Oh,
はエナ。
Aina.
大丈夫？
So we're back here. Aina?
うん。どうしたの？
She's alive, but in the correct timeline, Aina hid in the box during the red tide attack in the conservation area and died of severe infection. Neither Lucia nor I could save her. Else I could find out here? Secrets? Hidden? Doesn't seem like it, no. Okay, let's go to the target point.
どうした
My terminal's broken. What's today's date?
5月3日。あんたは1ヶ月以上行方不明なんだ。空中庭園の連中がずっと探してたよ。
I've gone back in time.
え？あんた何言ってんだ？
Never mind that. What's the status of the Hetero Tower?
少し進めば見えるさ。地球に刺さった赤い刀みたいなやつがな。
Is this happening because the tower remained unchanged? What exactly went down here?
何がって？ 空から腐った柿の実が落ちて赤潮のクレーターができるんだ。あんたが見つかって本当によかった。これでグレイレイブンが動けば大勢助かる。
通信まだ復旧しないのか。
そうだな。いっそ空中庭園の拠点へ行くか。道中ちょっと危ないけど。
So I return to Babylonia. I'll go back to the Hedera Tower to solve this problem.
つながった。西側の拠点なら行けるそうだ。
よし、行くぞ。おかしいだろ。なんで集中砲火を浴びてるんだ。
拠点から増援が来る。来るな、化け物だらけだ。空間に亀裂だと。化け物どもはここから。
英雄から離れて。
I don't know. What happened just now? I remember I was... Where am I? Power armor rebooting. Receiving treatment from
指揮
the...
官、大丈夫ですか？気分が悪いなどはありませんか？
Boot complete.
指揮官。
Okay. Lee, live. I'm alright. What date is it?
5月3日です。
May 3rd
指揮
again.
官が行方不明になって1ヶ月以上経っています。ようやくシグナルを探知できたんです。
I'm living through this same day again.
どういう意味です？あ、そうです。この刀、付近の赤潮で見つかったんです。
Why do I have Lucia's sword with me?
お忘れですか？赤い移住強盗の出現後、ルシアが自衛用にと彼女の刀を渡していました。
Where's Lucia?
別のエリアで指揮官を捜索中です。もう連絡しましたからすぐ合流できるはずです。私たちも行きましょう。
Okay. Take it down Toro. Okay, base attack 5 times. Pause, tap basic. And then 4 times, pause, tap basic. Okay, tap basic when flying with the hook. And tap basic 5 times in midair. Tap basic when dodging forward sideways. Dodge follow up 2, tap basic when dodging backward. Temporary press and hold basic. When bottom sword wave is not full, press and hold basic and enter airborne mode and switch between basic and signal orb. When bottom sword wave is gauged full, press and hold basic to receive. Interesting. Orb combo, tap 4 midair. Taps orb, 1 dodging. Lock on, call up, press and hold dodge, tap signal when knocking. Blade withdrawal, signal orb. Restoration, no cancellation post action attack. Restore 1 signal orb after withdrawing the blade. Okay, block, tap, dodge. 1 block counter attack. Tap basic attack before triggering perfect block. Joystick forward, tap, dodge. Interesting. Joystick left, right, tap, tap. Press and hold dodge, then release dodge. Then tap signature to switch between sword and spear forms. Recommended combo, press and hold dodge, press and hold basic back, ping orbs if possible. Oh, hello there.
気をつけてください。また裂け目が。
Another one.
それもお忘れに。この裂け目は毎回移住強盗と出現する警戒対象です。
Blade is drawn. Sword waves.
Man, it's going wild. You even do the judgment cut. Nice. Okay. What next? Area? Nope. It's a shot.
罠です。
Over. Oh, looks like it's reviving. Interesting. Oh, looks like our... I probably should just stay in sword form. Sensitivity is a lot better than gun form. Oh, big guy. Consciousness first. Got these gone. Tail fires. 6 star.
大したことじゃありません。収集しました。
あの蝶は危険です。警戒を。この異合生物と裂け目も追跡しているようです。指揮官、輸送機はこの先です。早く。Well then. 彼女が願ったのです。では、代わりに一度死んでもらいます。
It should not have come to this. Tomorrow set in stone. Not live, no! Like around the ruins after the Polio Forest Park retreat. Okay, dose of serum, long expired. Someone would seem to have been reused recently. Live? No. Chaos. Get in here. Oh. Guess this is what led to that eventually. The reminiscence in her memory. Hey, looks like we got everything anyways. A running maid, butterfly of death, draw your blade, and then yeah, that. The birth of planets.
In the eyes of the Gates, Earth's civilization is but a flawed system ready to be reaped and reclaimed. As bodies disintegrate in the high concentration of punishing, a white light engulfs every living silhouette. This marks the end of the information Lucia can process. However, your dream was not over yet. The vision continued to extend, and this dream remained invisible to all but the dreamer. Who are you? And the eyes of the nightmare fell upon a woman in a white cloak, and she, too, became aware of the eyes. Garbled words. I see. You're still in the dream, unable to control where your eyes wander. Then, let us watch this together. Following her gaze, the eyes witnessed countless corpses paving a long path ahead. From above, the city unfolded beneath. Countless threads raced through the streets, frantically carrying the countless crimson fragments as they plunged into a bottomless pit of despair. The threads, bearing the essence of Earth's life and civilization, converged and weaved themselves into an expanding cocoon. This planet, too, is ready to hatch. Her words rang with familiarity, as if heard somewhere before. No miracles have happened here either. She gazed at the pupa enclosed within the massive cocoon. It was feeding on the corpses, utilizing the threads and information within to reconstruct its form. As it grew, the world gradually lost its shape. The consciousness drifted further away from the ground as it dissolved into nothingness, and her form became increasingly indistinct. As gravity waned, all sorrows ascended, enveloping everything in a denial of liberation or peace for any soul. The ground became unreachable below, while the sea of stars still hung overhead, beyond touch. No salvation, no miracles. Everything once alive would be converted to data, becoming parts of the cocoon. Oh, looks like this isn't the true ending. A smile graced her lips as she pointed to the cracking cocoon. Someone has escaped. Huh? Its purpose is to harvest, to eliminate incorrect civilizations and bring all their data back to the gate. Of course, what's correct or not is defined by its test. Defeating it earns the right to cross the gateway, though whether one can pass through it intact is another matter entirely. More garbled messages. Yes, this is its test. Once mastered, it becomes a ticket to the Sea of Stars. People here call it the Chaos Contamination. If a miracle does occur, I will come to this planet. Let's meet again when that time comes. Opening eyes once more, that person returned to the Inverheader Tower under Chaos's gaze. Memories of reality and dreams blur into chaos under the influence of dream, deaths, and time rewind. The human's body felt as if crucified on a gallows known as May 3rd, being torn apart piece by piece. What exactly is this cycle of death I have experienced? A piercing ringing tore through the human skull, merging with a splitting headache as the figure fought to steady the swaying body. Simulation? Reality? Dream? Reality. Reality that is constantly shifting and deteriorating with the collapsing Inverheader Tower. Is Cradle behind all this? It's Agent Zero. Cradle's body and personality are in fact working against her. Her consciousness and sense of self are unstable, so she's deviating towards Agent Zero's persona. Chaos gives her a nod. Well, Chaos gives a nod. What has Vonnegut been doing in the Inverhauer Tower all this time? Inverhauer Tower's core can't let Agent Zero revert it to its original state. The core, the key. The human's gaze dropped to the hands, recalling something precious once held by them. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inverhauer Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. It should only be used as a last resort. What problems would arise if the Hero Tower would lose its core? Things uncontrollable. Both Agent Zero and the key would lose control of the tower, releasing all the problems. The Inverhauer Tower would no longer invert anything it currently shields. The red tide, the rifts, meanwhile anyone could enter the tower with no guarantee of which time they might exit into when they leave. Complete chaos. If everything fell apart like that, what was even the point of retrieving the core? With all problems now, if this continues, Agent Zero will cause the same outcome as a core meltdown, or maybe something even worse. That's why retrieving the core is a last resort. One more thing. I know, once the core is retrieved, humanity will gain a crucial bargaining chip. We can complete what remained unfinished during Dominic's attempt to melt down the core. You know about that? Chaos appears somewhat taken aback, lowering her head in contemplation. Can you? I have faith in the current Science Council. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. And how many more lives will be claimed by the disaster that ensues. It's like Pandora's box. Reaching for that last flicker of hope necessitates enduring the catastrophe it unleashes. If that happens, all my nightmares will become reality. All 3 members of Grey Raven will leave me. In the end, I'll be left all alone. Just like that inevitable ending. To sidestep this path, to avoid the weight of an impossible choice, only one safe option remained. Delay everything, and keep both the Inverhauer Tower and the core safe. Even if the tower's problems remained unresolved, the delay would buy time to search for a solution. Is there any way to stop Agent Zero from destroying the Inverhauer Tower? Let me become Agent Zero. She kept the rest to herself, not mentioning that it would require another sacrifice. Or, if you give me the retrieved core, I can take over Agent Zero's authority. Even though with my consciousness stability, I won't last long, just like Cradle. Is there any other choice? If we had more time to try things out, maybe there could be another way. Chaos? She quietly lifted her lifeless eyes, waiting for you to ask the next question, and yet she was only met with silence. Both the human and the doll standing here knew that the silence carried the weight of countless failures and an inescapable dead end. Through futile attempts and years of torment, the Hero Tower acted as scissors, cutting down those who dared to tamper with time. Perhaps there really was no other way. This treacherous path led to an insurmountable cliff. Only sacrifice could carry them forward. Chaos? Calling out her name once more, you turned with a bitter smile to face this hetero creature. What does it feel like to be a hetero creature? The only answer to this question was an even longer silence. Just as Lucia suspected, you turn to the path of sacrifice for the very same reason. To prevent your sacrifice, every single step from here on must be calculated with utmost precision. Don't disappear without letting me know again. She whispers this plea in a soft voice, even knowing that she herself will soon break this very word. Next. Melting down the core may have long become inevitable. If I could bring the retrieved core back to our original era, maybe, with everyone's help, there could still be a way. Then everything she has done would not be in vain. But are they even safe anymore? During the endless cycle of massacre on May 3rd, the commandants had already witnessed the deaths of Liv and Lee,
Something that happened not even in the future, but in the past. As long as Agent Zero lives, she will ensure suffering follows you like a haunting shadow, never ceasing until the end. To deal with Agent Zero once and for all, Chaos must take over her role. For an incomplete Chaos to become Agent Zero, the core must be destroyed first. It's almost a dead loop, impossible to break. Since entering Constellia, the only progress seems to be Cradle being held back by the fruit. She tightens her grips on the terminal that Vonnegut gave her, weighing her options. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. How many times would it take to exceed her limits? Even if she asked Vonnegut, he wouldn't answer. Best to treat this as a one-time chance. One misstep could spell her demise in the never-ending battle looming ahead. Now then, a plan gradually takes shape in her mind. Chaos? I remember you've always been in contact with Rose. It was the same when we first met you in Constellia. Are you trying to protect her? Chaos gives her a nod. To keep her safe, you have to get her out of Constellia. I can do this, not just for her, but for everyone trapped in Constellia. I can help them all return to the normal world. But I need your help with two things. First, open and exit Constellia's force field to let them escape while holding back the red tide. Chaos nods earnestly. Second, once we're inside the Inverhador Tower, can you help us return to the correct time, like you're doing now? Is it impossible, or you just can't guarantee it? I can't guarantee it. The Inverhador Tower's deterioration runs deep, but I'll do what I can. Can you keep the time displacements within 1 month? 1 year. The Inverhador Tower's condition is no longer severe. 1 year. Time is running out. Agent Zero won't stop destroying the Inverhador Tower, and Lucia knows all too well that she has few options left. Vonnegut, I'll make use of your plan after all. She holds up the peculiarly shaped terminal, carefully inspecting the connection device with her frame scanning module before linking it to her frame. The connection is swiftly established. Despite encountering intermittent disruptions in energy transfer, the affordable nature of trial and error ensures that the key soon reverts to its initial state. Beneath a newfound radiance, all the cracks appear concealed, and yet she wonders how long this fragile facade can uphold its guise. Let's race, Commandant. I'll use the method you taught me, toward the death for the same goal. While Lucia murmurs to herself, Chaos seems to sense a shift in the air. She watches Lucia complete the terminal setup step by step, a desire to speak tugging at her, yet she only bows her head eventually, words caught in her throat. What are you going to say? The doll, her head bowed, fixes her gaze on a spot in the distance ahead. Just spit it out. That core. Was it made from the egg that Lamia took? As the connected key activates within the Inverhador Tower's bounds, time begins to flow once more. Just as everything is about to rewind to the beginning, Lucia notices something peculiar about the doll. I've heard that Heteroid creatures are capable of holding complete conversations, all retaining a relatively intact human consciousness within them. Whose consciousness is inside you? Lucia's question is met with a prolonged silence. This isn't meant to be an interrogation. Lucia harbors no desire to extract such trivial information. She accepts Chaos's silence and begins counting down the remaining moments in her mind. Just as the countdown reaches 0, at the very moment before everything rewinds, the doll finally speaks in a voice weighted like a lament. I forgot. All I remember is that my name is Chaos. Okay. Until the sun rises. We are going to take a little bit of an intermission, because I have some food to eat. So I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, I am back. Sorry for that. Just ate my food quickly and fastly. Those out. And now, let's continue. 31:18 until the sun rises. Please call my name as I once did, over and over again. The 76th time rewind and the third entry into Constellia. Twin observation building infirmary. The soft light of dawn gently sweeps aside the veil of night at the city's periphery, casting its gentle glow across the heavens. In silence, Constellia ushers in the new year. You have been sleeping for 12 hours and still show no signs of waking. Could this be the effect of the damaged key? Lucia's brow furrows as she fights to contain her growing anxiety. Once again, she reaches out to check your breathing, then takes the wrist to feel a pulse. The normal vital signs ease her anxiety for a brief moment, but soon enough her worry drives her to check them all over again. Something seems to snap within her mind like a broken string. As the key depletes, that broken string tightens around her neck like a noose, threatening to snap her seemingly calm composure. If you, as a commandant, never wake up, what purpose does anything serve? This solitary, helpless exploration has gone on far too long, with the two of them constantly entangled in endless obstacles. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees those blood-stained paths, as clear as day. She might be losing her grip on rationality, but she has to stay composed. Taking a deep breath through her simulated respiratory system, Lucia's mind drifts to the memory of standing in the Grey Raven lounge before their departure. Back then, Lee would always stand silently by the window. Anything troubling you, Lee? It's nothing, just a feeling I can't quite explain. About the Inverhadar Tower. Feels like I forgot everything that happened in the tower because of a certain choice I made. This is the decision that brings you back safely. This isn't wrong. Excuse me. And brought me back safely. In this tower that has long since become the enemy's trap, every step forward is paved with death and blood. Feeling the coldness in those human fingertips, Lucia takes her hands into hers, hoping the warmth from her pyroth frame would seep into human skin and chase away the chill of that long, cold nightmare. Such a small gesture is all she can do right now, and for that very reason her heart grows heavier still. The strain from operating her frame weighs heavily upon her. Employing Vonnegut's terminal for the time rewind has undeniably added to her load. There's only one shot. If she fails this time, the mounting strain will only further restrict her movements in future operations, limiting her ability to act freely. Commandant, is this all that's left for us? She yeah, I think that's supposed to be narration. She absolutely cannot let the same mistake repeat itself. She can't bear to suffer such partings again, nor can she let you go through that pain once more. Her heart has long been riddled with scars, a patchwork of countless pieces torn apart and stitched back together. Yet, when it comes to you and your shared dreams, she refuses to grow numb, to turn cold, to accept things as they are. Commandant. Her whispers drift through the air, echoing in the silence. The half-closed door creaks as a girl carefully knocks on it. Lucia? Lucia looks up to see Rose standing there.
Come on in. The girl tiptoes into the room and sits in the chair Lucia has pulled out for her. She steals a glance at the sleeping commandant, worry spreading across her face. Don't worry, the commandant is fine. Just getting some rest. Lucia hears her own voice speak these words, both intended for others and a self-assurance whispered to herself. What's wrong? Yuko and her sister have gathered everyone here as you asked. Some didn't want to climb the stairs and stayed downstairs. The rest are waiting outside the infirmary. Alright, let's wait until the afternoon. We'll head out then, whether the commandant is awake or not. Well, Rose tilts her head up to look at Lucia, lost in thought for a moment. What's wrong? Yuko is outside the infirmary too, but she keeps her head down and won't talk to her sister. Why is that? Didn't she miss her sister a lot? Then why won't she speak now that they're together? Sometimes, when you have a lot on your mind, you also have many concerns. It can be hard to figure out where to start. Does that happen to you too, Lucia? Lucia? Yes, I feel like that sometimes too. She nods firmly. Oh, right, I met Chaos in the garden downstairs. She gave me a force field device set up to set up below to protect those who didn't want to come up. But she said if the device gets damaged, the force field will fail immediately. It won't last very long. You set it up yourself? Yes, Chaos taught me how to do it. She said people would be scared if they saw her. You really do have a talent for this, Rose. As expected of a future Science Council member, Lucia keeps those last words to herself as the faces of Project Winter's victims stare back at her from her memories. In the future, Rose is destined to give her life to Project Winter, leaving behind only her daughter, Rosa. And this bright, gentle child before her is fated to grow up and walk a path that only seems unknown, yet has already been charted for her. Words of guidance and advice catch in Lucia's throat before the unstoppable wheel of fate. All struggles seem so futile. After countless attempts to change the past, after enduring countless fruitless cycles, Lucia raises her increasingly heavier hand to tenderly pat Rosa's head. Well, Rose's head, rather. After you leave Constelia, be careful of those Roats. They're dangerous. Have other places gone through similar things to Constelia? Yes, that's why you have to keep yourself safe. I will. The girl nods, a smile showing up on her face. I hope I can find Lithos. Lucia wants to say something, to tell her certain truths, to offer warnings. The price of changing the past looms too ambiguous and burdensome for her to take such a gamble. Commandant. She suddenly tightens her grip on the hand in her palm. Ow, ow, ow. Sorry, Commandant. Are you alright? Lucia immediately releases her grip, but unsure what to do with her hands now. She leaves them suspended awkwardly in the air. Well, as consciousness slowly returns, you find your throat too hoarse to speak. The searing agony in your temples seems on the verge of cleaving your skull apart. Lucia gently takes your cold hand in hers once more, her warmth chasing away the lingering chill of nightmares. What time is it? 8 a.m., January 1st, 2161. The sun's already out. I slept for almost a day? Your brain slowly processes the signals from your body, every sensation so dull that time itself seems to stretch. You struggle to form words as something viscous trickles from your nose, oozing over your cracked lips. The metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Lucia supports your chin with one hand while using the other to roll up a sterilized cotton ball and carefully insert it into your nostril to stop the bleeding. Alright, now tilt your head down. Liv said. As if suddenly remembering something, she immediately reaches out to pinch your nose. She said to hold it like this for a few minutes. Now lean back against the bed and rest for a little while longer. Take it easy, already taken care of most things. We still have time. Sure. Another wave of headache strikes as those lingering nightmares creep in, flooding in your vision with flooding your vision with countless twisted, chaotic hallucinations. Water. Here. Are there any painkillers? Yes, I found some. Watching Lucia methodically administer the first aid to the commandant, Rose steps back to give them space. Her eyes dart between the construct and the commandant before she quietly retreats behind the door. With a gentle smile and wave to Lucia, she closes the infirmary door, leaving the two of them alone. Here you go. You swallow the painkiller she brought with water, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in your throat. After resting on the infirmary bed for a moment, the pain slowly begins to subside. Better now. I feel much better now. Turning your head, you finally notice that Lucia has been holding your hand this entire time. Is she worried about something? I'm alright. You gently brush your thumb over her hand that's holding yours, and Lucia's expression finally softens a little. I had a very long dream. I saw you, Vonnegut, and remembered things I'd forgotten when we just got to Concelia. Live and leave back then they... Don't worry, you went through a time of wind after leaving the Inverhudder Tower. Lee and Liv should still be fine. I saw Lee in my dream too. I dreamt about what he went through in the Inverhudder Tower. Now I finally understand why he kept staring at the tower back then, looking so troubled. Let's see, which option? Okay. Even though he's forgotten what happened in the tower, I'll remember it for him. Yeah, then let's go back soon. No one mentions the price of return, nor speaks of their silently chosen death. What's the status of the key? This is our last chance. A final chance that requires sacrificing her and just her alone. She keeps the truth to herself while you, stirred by a faint premonition from your dreams, choose not to delve further with questions. Then we must make it back this time, no matter the cost. And so, she begins her report amid this facade of peace. This time, there's no trace of the red tide at all. Streets are clean. I suspect Agent Zero. Let's just call her Cradle. The memories are associated with that name might help disrupt her more. Alright. I suspect that Cradle is under stronger suppression this time than before. She no longer has the power to corrupt the streets. This is our chance. I want to rescue the people trapped here first. Especially since there are people who we know here like Chico and Rose. If we don't get them back to their own time, it could severely impact the future. Indeed. Tell Lucia about the dream where Chico's gone. Both the Purifying Force and Hetero Tower. Even though it's just a dream. Many of your dreams have already aligned with reality. Instead of brushing them off as just dreams, I think they're more like the influence of the Inverhudder Tower. Just as I once transmitted messages to my other self through the Inverhudder Tower, Lee had similar experiences, though back then none of us understood what he was going through. I think this is also part of why Chaos is so concerned about Rose. Is she worried about how this might affect the future? Yep. Let's see. Well, besides, Rose and Chico are our companions. But isn't Vonnegut's force field that's keeping everyone trapped? I found Chaos. She agreed to help temporarily disable the force field. She agreed? Well, I guess that makes sense since Cradle can no longer cause catastrophic disasters. Temporarily opening an exit won't pose much risk. Commandant. Hearing this, Lucia's expression grows more solemn. What's wrong? Why do you trust the hetero creature so much? Disregarding that lengthy, torturous underwater nightmare, you chose to work with Chaos because this might be the path of least sacrifice. What would Lucia think if she knew you were prepared for your own sacrifice? Is it because you think this will cost the least sacrifice? Even unspoken, she has still noticed your intention. Let's go back together, okay? This is her first time telling a lie, a promise she knows she cannot keep. Yeah, let's keep fighting until the very last moment. The very last moment. Grasping the implications hidden in those words, Lucia falls silent. What about you? How are you doing? Me? Of course I'm fine. Her weariness and unease subtly seeped through her facade, betraying her efforts to hide them. Pose the question once more. Are you really alright? And she would merely force a smile, insisting that everything is indeed fine. Oh, by the way, after coming here yesterday afternoon, I've addressed each of the issues you pointed out. Let's go over where we stand now. She always maintains this composed facade until problems are resolved, using her methodical nature to mask the wounds that lie beneath. Sure. Rose, the mercenary, and the staff are all fine. I've mediated their conflicts for now and had them call back people exploring the underground parking lot ahead of time. Just like when you convinced Mona, the staff supervisor, last time, I managed to persuade her to give me the elevator access card. She takes out the access card and shows it to you. After that, I reached out to Chico, and together we convinced Yuko, as well as Darcy and Barley, who were with her. They've gone to gather the employees hiding in the other areas. They should be back now. However, their conflicts weren't built in a day, and my words alone won't resolve them. For now, we're just working together towards a common goal. As she speaks, Lucia's hand remains firmly clasped to yours. Is there anything else troubling you, Commandant? I'll get right on it. Have you been carrying me with you the whole time while doing all of this? Yes. I was worried Cradle might appear suddenly, so I kept holding you in the same position we used during the flight test. I'm sorry, that must have made you uncomfortable. But after confirming Cradle's current capabilities, I've mostly been in the infirmary since late at night. Been the last two. Lucia's in your arms. Lucia is caught off guard when her words are interrupted by your sudden embrace, but she quickly understands the message you're conveying with this warm gesture. After experiencing 76 time rewinds in such helpless isolation, any comfort that words could offer has become hollow. In her overwhelming anxiety, she has grown accustomed to confirming your safety through physical touch, and in turn you have learned to mend her scarred heart the same way. Commandant, I'm fine. She stands up, attempting to show she's unharmed, yet beneath your worried gaze she lowers herself, enveloping you back in her embrace. Lucia. She responds with a soft murmur and a bitter smile, drawing her face closer until you can feel your own breath reflecting back. You look into her eyes, those eyes usually full of tenderness and resilience, now shadowed by the sorrow of a setting sun and a defiant rage against the approaching endless night. Yet her heart, her consciousness and her resolve remains unbroken by this endless torment and adversity. She is still here, burning everything she has to exist here. Thank you for always staying by my side. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Commandant, for always being there for me, and always letting me stay by your side. The winter wind seeps through the half-open window of the infirmary, bringing it with it a bone-chilling cold. She pulls the blanket over, inching nearer. In the distance, the clamor of crowds echoes in your ears, people arguing about recent conflicts and plans after departure, their voices tinged with joy or sorrow. In this firm embrace, the two of you share the silence here, one prepared for sacrifice, the other knowing death was certain from the very beginning. Yet neither speaks of it. You exchange silent glances, offering solace through the shared embrace, as though striving to etch every word unspoken onto each other's souls. Her silent chest yearns for the beating of the human heart, while all the reluctance to part and desperate longing are swallowed down. This shouldn't be the end. Sure. Now, let's go over everything since we started, just in case my memory fails me again. Sure. Let's begin. My frame replacement was completed on March 30th, and we entered the Henry Tower on October 3rd. During this period, aside from the regular test missions, we noticed that both the Red Tide and Hero Zone were spreading much faster than before, and their patterns of expansion had become unpredictable. According to the intelligence gathered inside the tower, we speculated that the unpredictable surge of Red Tide might be caused by the tower. Correct. On October 3rd, we entered the Inverhardar Tower to investigate. Our path was constantly hindered by hero creatures, making both our investigation and attempt to alter the path rather difficult. Vonnegut acted multiple times, attempting to merge you with chaos, and for that purpose he made you die many times. At the mention of these still fresh wounds, Lucia's voice begins to tremble. All of it was to ensure Chaos had sufficient consciousness stability to take over the Agent Zero's authority and to suppress Agent Zero's original will. At that time, none of us realized the truth, nor were we in any state to listen to Vonnegut's explanations. We tried to return to our original era, but the collapse of the Edinburgh Tower and Cradle's sneak attack dragged me into the past instead. Which was 1 month after that April Fool's Day. She nods. After returning, you seemed convinced that the merging with Chaos was the only solution. You stopped me from fighting both Vonnegut and Cradle in the Edinburgh Tower and instead had me assist Vonnegut in dealing with Cradle. But Vonnegut was worried about Cradle being killed at that point. Yes, because Chaos wasn't ready to take over Agent Zero's authority. By the time to extract himself from this three-way conflict, Vonnegut used the Edinburgh Tower's core and his key to expel us from the tower and cast us into this era. The collapse of the Edinburgh Tower delayed us by 10 days. Already made preparations in the city, inciting some civilians to obstruct our way. This is the first time we came to the Hero Tower I was killed by Yuko, probably having been coerced by Cradle. Lucia lowers her gaze and slowly nods. After your death, Cradle hastily disengaged from our battle, as if she couldn't wait to get away. After that, the red tide began to recede, no longer flooding the entire city. Then I found out the existence of the fruit. What exactly is it? Chaos said it's kind of hetero creature that looks like a heart. Seemed to be something Vonnegut created. For Cradle, it's more like mind fusion, or maybe mind corruption. So you ate the fruit and used yourself as a bait to lure Cradle, essentially poisoning her. As far as results go, my gamble paid off. The second time, we convinced the people here and obtained the elevator access card. Her voice is now barely a whisper, as if drained of all strength. Even though things ended badly, we still managed to find a way in. And we confirmed that Cradle could indeed be restrained by the fruit. Good, my memories are clear. Things will work out for sure this time. Bearing your weight on the bed's edge, you hoist yourself up into a sitting position, taking a deep breath to brace yourself for what lies ahead. Time to put an end to all these messy time rewinds. Liv must be worried sick. And I kinda miss your cooking. Commandant? Despite her usual reluctance to yield, or perhaps stubborn pride about her cooking skills, these words catch her off guard. She cups your face in astonishment, carefully verifying your well-being. We only have half a bottle of nutrient solution left in our supplies. Should I bring it to you? I'm fine. I just really want to go home. Back to our usual life. It's been far too long. If you were to add up all the time spent in these rewinds, it could amount to 5 or 6 years. No, perhaps even more. Time has elongated to such an extent that you no longer can, and no longer wish to keep track. During these grueling explorations, your thoughts sometimes drift to Lee. Did he face the same obstacles when he entered the Inverhero Tower? Did Vonnegut and Agent Zero put up the same kind of resistance? Or perhaps he faced entirely different challenges? Looking at Lucia again, you notice how her expression has grown more somber. The worries of your journey etched deep between her brows. When you first entered the Inverhero Tower, Lucia still smiled often, but now... When we return, those unaware of our experience may be astonished by your change. Why? Because your expression, your demeanor, they're different from when we first set out. The same goes for you, Commandant. She reaches up to touch the space between your brows. I suppose we can call it growth. That's quite a painful way to grow. You once mentioned that growth is always painful. Okay, stroke Lucia's hair near her cheek. Your fingertips graze her heated skin, warmth seeping into your chilled palm. She tilts her head, gently nuzzling against your hand in response. Then, with a smile, she extends an invitation. Can we go check on the others? We still have time before heading out. Alright. Froggy and the four-leaf clover. Four-leaf clover may not bring miracles, but the quest to find it will surely lead to one. As soon as you walk out of the infirmary, waves of commotion from beyond the side corridor washes over you. Peering through the fire safety window, you see the summoned mercenaries standing in a semicircle, their gestures betraying fear and tension. Some clutch their weapons close to their chest, scanning the surroundings as if expecting some great threat to emerge at any moment. Explain yourself. You have to tell us everything. Calm down, she's just a kid. This isn't about her being a child. We all saw that monster. What happens if it gets loose? How can we ensure our parents and loved ones stay safe? You weren't exactly a saint when you were beating people up and stealing our stuff. Yeah, we were desperate and hungry, so we stole some food. Once we're out, we'll accept any legal consequences. If we have to serve time, none of us will run from it. Those monsters are a completely different story. What's going on? Lucia gives a slight shake of her head, signaling you to wait and see how things unfold. You asked about that device, so I told you the truth. Chaos gave it to me. She said we could use it to protect ourselves. This she you're talking about, she could use that thing to protect us, or she could use it to trap us. Isn't that the exact same thing that's kept us trapped here for so many days? We didn't understand before because we'd never seen it, but now we get it. Chaos. It's right to be wary of hetero creatures, but we need to cooperate with her for now. Why didn't you go talk to them? They should be more familiar with you this time. Alright. Lucia pushes open the door, her expressions remaining stern. Smile, Lucia, just like before. Stay calm and composed. Oh, look who's up. The wimp who had to be carried around yesterday. Okay. Lucia, give him a couple punches. Stay calm, stay calm. Perfect timing. You said you'd help everyone escape, and we believe you. That's why we gathered everyone here. What's the deal with this monster the kid mentioned? You can control those barriers. If it can come and go as it pleases and shut people out whenever it wants, what's stopping it from sealing this place off and doing whatever it wants once we're gone? Don't tell me you two are working with it. No, we're about to address the matters related to her right now. What? There's another hidden trouble in the city. Other than chaos, she's the source of all those monsters patrolling the streets. Remember the mechanical riots you mentioned last night? Those hetero creatures share the same root cause, and the same problem exists beyond Constellia. You'll still encounter such machines once you leave. So it's basically the end of the world out there. No way. You'll see the situation for yourself once you leave. How do you plan to deal with the problem here? By working with that monster? Cooperation is temporary. Even Chaos fears that lurking threat. We'll deal with her, but only after we eliminate the greater danger. This will be dangerous, and you could get caught in the crossfire. That's why we want you to evacuate. There are people out there who need your help more. If Commander and I were scheming something, we could have killed you all right here. Lucia draws her pyro katana as flames ignite to her. Without her taking a single step forward, everyone backs away several meters. If you think I can't handle this alone, feel free to test that theory. The people stand at a distance, exchanging bewildered glances before breaking into hushed whispers. Let us discuss this among ourselves. Lucia sheathes her weapon and nods to the captain. The mercenaries retreat to where Chico stands at the far end. Yuko, who has been staying in the corner now, finds herself unexpectedly in the spotlight. Hi. Mustering every ounce of courage, she approaches. That hidden trouble you mentioned earlier. Were you talking about Cradle? Yes. Do you know what she really is? She voices the question that Cradle has always left unanswered. It's quite a long story. She's like a disaster-born new human, but her nature is actually more complex. I talked with her for a while. She told me she was a character created by an author. That's not wrong, but it's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to possession. More like personality data conflict. Sounds about the same. Amidst the surrounding clamor, she takes a step back and leans warily against the wall. Well, at least the Cradle I spoke to was real, and didn't deceive me right from the beginning. She takes a deep breath. What did Cradle talk to you about? Mostly far-fetched stories. Would you mind telling me more? There might be some crucial intelligence in there. Intelligence? Do the stories she saw in the Red Tide count as intel? Oh, and something about her creator and their will. Anything else? Apart from those, well, she said she came from the future. Something about her being... I didn't quite understand that part. Some sort of administrator, I think?
She had something to do in that future, but she failed before completing it, and she still couldn't figure out exactly why she failed. Oh right, after you arrived just last night, she came to me and said some weird things. What did she say? She asked if I remembered how many times I had died, and if I had ever dreamed of becoming a butterfly. I had no idea what she meant by that. Could she be talking about the tale of the butterfly dream? Maybe she meant something more literal. After you experienced death once in Constelia, there were times in your dreams when your vision followed the butterflies, as if you had become one of them. So, what is it? She said she came here from the future, that she could travel through time. In some futures, she had actually killed you. She killed me? But why? Because she killed Chico, and you sought revenge. Chico? No way. She promised me that if I found my sister, she'd give me a chance to help her. How could she have killed her? And her response that time was, who cares? Who cares? Is it also because of that personality data conflict you mentioned? It's a bit different, but you could think of it that way. Is there any way to bring back her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly. She has not completely forgotten you. She turned her consciousness into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she said she would give you a chance to hurt her. What do you mean? I don't understand either. Do you know all this because you're also from the future, just like her? Yes. Just as I thought. So time travel really does exist. Please, tell me what's going to happen. Was she right? Will everyone get caught in a calamity that never ends? Yes. What about me? Cradle mentioned that in your future you're familiar with my sister Chico. Do you know me? Lucia cast a questioning look at you. Didn't Cradle tell you anything about your own future? She did. That's exactly why I wanted to hear it from you again. Bianca once mentioned that Chico had a younger sister in the support force, but she fell in battle during a mission. And then, how did I die? Did I cause trouble for Chico? Her sister was injured and corrupted before running into an ascendant, and Chico saw her sister still calling out for help. She couldn't bring herself to strike her down, and instead tried to save her. That's a reasonable judgment of the situation. But she still turned corrupted. Under the Ascendant's control, she detonated the device at the bottom of the building, killing all 14 constructs who were conducting an investigation there. Chico survived, but was gravely wounded in the process. She originally had the potential to use a specialized frame, but after that explosion, her mind was severely damaged, and she lost that qualification forever. Even so, when she merged with the hetero creature, she managed to retain fragments of herself, preventing that massive body from going berserk. Bianca's hands paused briefly as she sorted through the mission reports. She never let go of her regret, even though she knew her sister couldn't possibly survive after falling into the Ascendant's hands. She still couldn't bring herself to end it. To make someone give up before they fought till their last breath, that would be too cruel. I'm sure that's what Commandant would say. But for most people, the ability to fight until the very end is a privilege reserved for heroes only. Though, even as I say this, if I were faced with making that same choice about someone important to me, I'd probably hesitate for that crucial moment too. Can you tell me? You fell during a rescue mission in the support force, and before that you had saved many lives. After you were gone, even the captain of the support force would still speak of you. You haven't answered my question. Did I get many people killed working with the wrong side, just like now? No one could have controlled their fate in that situation. It was an accident, not intentional harm. In the future, you'll meet many people whose lives you'll save. Don't blame yourself for something beyond your control. Though Lucia speaks these words, her brow remains tightly furrowed. Through countless cycles of death, she has witnessed the pain Nico brought, even understanding the circumstances and their turmoil behind those actions. The wounds torn into her heart run too deep to simply absolve with a smile. In the face of inescapable desires and suffering, all words of reason and forgiveness shatter like fragile glass. So it's true. Cradle wasn't lying to me. Thank you for being willing to share it with me. Go talk to Chico. Tragedy isn't inevitable. We've talked already. She told me she kept her distance because of the sensitive nature of her work, and she realized those mercenaries died because I sought help from Cradle. Her gaze drifts to Chico in the distance, their shared silence speaking volumes about the rift between them. If you had a sister like me, would you forgive her? Lucia lowers her eyes as distant memories surge before her like relentless waves. I'm not in any position to answer whether your real sister would forgive you or not. Looking at Yuko, Lucia speaks these words as much to herself as to Yuko. If my sister were in your situation, I think, rather than answering on behalf of the victims whether to forgive her, I would want to tell her, the her from the beginning, something else entirely. Huh? Your existence alone has meaning. You don't have to sacrifice something just to justify your right to live peacefully. That's not kindness. It only harms you in the end. That's wrong, and once you start down the wrong path, you'll keep falling deeper into the abyss, trying to make up for that first mistake. And once you step into that abyss, victimhood breeds hatred, and hatred leads to hurting others. Breaking free from this vicious cycle often demands an even greater sacrifice and time. Yuko, if you could stand at the beginning of it all and look back at the choices you've made, is Chico's forgiveness really what you're asking about? Suddenly, a bitter, self-mocking laugh escapes Yuko's lips as she leans against the wall, slowly sliding to the ground. I'm the one who can't forgive myself. I made a mistake and can forgive myself for that and everything afterward. It was all just a cover-up. I was just desperately trying to justify my actions. You're right, the more I tried to do something about it, the more mistakes I made, desperately trying to make myself needed. What did that accomplish in the end? I was too weak. I died there, dragged so many people down with me, and even hurt what little family I had left. If only I had time to grow. If only I had the power to change things. Unfortunately, there have never been any what-ifs. She pulls a little froggy from her chest, clutches it tightly in her hands, falling silent. Do you like Froggy? Lucia bends down and crouches beside her. Yeah, I love Froggy's stories even before I graduated. She murmurs with her head lowered. Froggy wasn't good at anything. They wanted to find a four-leaf clover of wonder so that it could have a home, but only ended up in one silly situation after another. But somehow, it still managed to find something meaningful in all those failures and mishaps. Reading those stories made me wonder if only I could find something meaningful in my own failures, just like Froggy. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I really like Froggy as well, but I only recently found out that it has its own stories. Huh? So before that you just liked it for its design? Yeah. You only recently found out its stories. Which book did you read? The one where it started searching for a four-leaf clover to find happiness and a home. Ah, the first book. Does that story have an ending? Originally, there was one. In the end, Froggy still couldn't find the four-leaf clover. No, nor the home that was supposed to come with it. But Froggy took the items gathered during his journey of failures to build a modest, run-down tent, and planted ordinary three-leaf clovers beside it. Even though they were just common clovers, Froggy tenderly nurtured and protected them until one day it found a four-leaf clover among them. Froggy couldn't find a four-leaf clover wonder, but it ended up creating one instead. As Yuko speaks, she pulls out a Froggy-shaped voice recorder from her pocket. I have a song here written for Froggy, though I only kept the instrumental track and lyrics. With a sniff, she holds back her tears and hands over the voice recorder in a solemn gesture. Lucia, I would like to give this to you. Speak? Yes. You helped the people who were trapped here, and you shared a lot with me. Thank you. This song never had the chance to be released. It's a miracle itself that someone who loves Froggy gets to hear it. With this miracle, I wish for you and your most cherished one to be able to create your own four-leaf clover of wonder. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. She stands up with a wave goodbye and walks away. Lucia. Watching as Yuko's figure disappears into the distance, you softly call out to Lucia. I'm here, Commandant. The mercenaries are still in their discussion. Want to take a walk over the observation bridge? Alright.
Stepping out of the infirmary, you walk onto the observation bridge, basking in the morning sunlight. The streets below appear clean and orderly, showing no trace of the Red Tide's corruption. It seems the long night has finally passed. Lucia stretches slightly in the sunlight, then sits down on the edge of the observation bridge, turning to look back at you. Is there something you want to say? The look on your face when you were talking to the Yuko. Were you missing your home? Yeah, a little bit. This is the golden age, when they should still be alive. Lucia. I know, I can't change the past. We have more important things to do and our home to return to. And these wounds, I only say them when you ask. Well, and these words, I only say them when you ask. Lucia squints her eyes in the breeze, her gaze drifting far into the distance. Commandant, look. At the end of the leftmost street, there's an exit. It's the highest point around here, also quite far from the underground parking lot. Once everyone's gathered, we'll have them evacuate from there. Even if Cradle deploys the Red Tide, it'll still take some time to reach that location. With a smile, Lucia outlines the next step of the plan. Alright. As we move out, well, we take the vanguard position, with the mercenaries covering the rear, keeping the employees protected in the middle. Commandant, could you provide range support for those in the rear? Just, please, stay within my sight. No problem. It's indeed safer this way. Lucia nods, letting out a soft sigh against the cold wind. From here on, it's going to be one battle after another. Yeah, we can't let our guard down until we're home. Are you hiding something from me? Why do you say so? Just a feeling, I guess. It's nothing, just some uncertainties. There's no point discussing them now. We'll only know once we're inside the Inverhero Tower. In the end, she chooses to keep her thoughts to herself. And so, standing beside her, you also remain silent about the plans for when you enter the Inverhero Tower. Winter sunlight breaks through thin clouds and force fields enveloping Constellia, casting the radiant golden hue over the city. She reaches out as if to grasp something in the wind before her, then lets out a soft sigh at its intangible nature. Time to go home, Commandant. It's time for you to go home. Let's go home together. Like countless times before, you reach out to Lucia, and she responds with a smile, taking your hand in hers. Sure. Okay. 3120, a canal that leads to the galaxy. First though, I will go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I have returned. Work through these last 10 loads. This has been a very long chapter already though. It's already been 7 hours. 3120, a canal that leads to the galaxy. How many more of these righteous deaths will it take before our wounds carve a canal to the galaxy? Boy. Hey. As soon as you return to the infirmary, the mercenary captain approaches. We finished our discussion. Everyone trusts you and agrees to this operation. If the outside world remains safe, we'll send reinforcements to assist you. But if, like you said, everyone's struggling to survive, then we'll prioritize helping them first. Alright, let's do it. Right then, I'll leave the big trouble here in your hands. If things get out of control, don't hesitate to call for backup. Yes, sir, it will be. Let's go. Most of them are already waiting on the second floor. Alright. Lucia turns around and gives you a warm smile. Commandant. Yes, it's time. An observation building, second floor. The previously dispirited crowd has come back alive, now eagerly discussing their upcoming plans with renewed vigor. As the construct and news step into view, the crowd falls silent in unison. Apart from the crowd at the far edge stands Chaos, fixing her gaze directly on you. Just as your eyes are about to meet, Lucia steps between you, blocking both Chaos's gaze and the lurking hetero creatures from your view. The very same step places Lucia right beside you, as both of you now stand together before everyone. Folks, the crowd falls into a tense silence, hanging on to every word Lucia speaks. Form up behind me in the positions we planned. Hetero creatures are currently in the first floor lobby. Once the force field entry barrier is down, they'll rush right at us. I'll take point while you handle any stragglers. Avoid their fluid splashes at all costs. Even a single drop will cause an unstoppable infection that could lead to amputation. Once you're out, stay away from all machines and regroup with other humans. That's your only chance of survival. That's all. Any questions? We're good. Let's move out. Rose, disable the force field. Hidden in the shadows, the girl listens to the thundering footsteps above while crimson butterflies dance around her string-playing hands. By deliberately containing the red tide, they've fallen right into my trap, thinking I've lost control over it. The Grand Plaza shall be the perfect stage for your mass funeral. She smiles as Lucia strikes blast through the inner doors of the exhibition hall, the shockwave carving a path through the sea of hetero creatures all the way to the first floor stairs. The glimmer of hope vanishes as quickly as it appears. The remaining monsters surge forward to seal the gap, causing the hetero creatures' formations to contract one by one. With an icy gaze, Cradle runs her fingers across the strings. In response, crimson butterflies soar over the monsters' heads, while the trembling strings echo with lingering resonance. Through the carnage and scattered crimson, Lucia at the vanguard pierces through the chaos with her gaze fixed on the girl lurking in the shadows. Time to end this, Cradle. Dazzling flames burst forth, their radiance instantly dispersing the surrounding gloom. The harp vanishes from the girl's grasp as crimson butterflies gather and dissolve, coalescing into a new form, a blood-red scythe materializing with its blade gleaming. As the scythe takes form, Lucia has already closed in on Cradle, her powerful strike slicing through the air with a frenzied howl. The blade flashes, descending in a devastating overhead strike. Cradle barely raises her eyes, and with just a curl of her finger, a flying hetero creature hurls itself at Lucia, its expendable body intercepting her fierce attack. 2, 3, 4, At Cradle's call, every hetero creature marks Lucia as their prey, lunging desperately at this radiant beacon of light. Surrounded by the hetero creatures, Lucia raises her other hand and firmly grasps her second blade. You're not taking another step forward. The light of the blades flash, cutting through the encroaching prison of monsters. Serpentine dragons of soaring flames weave a violent dance, incinerating the grotesque enemies until nothing remains. Lucia deflects Cradle's strike with one blade as she swiftly eliminates a weakened hetero creature with her crimson blade. The fierce wind sends her frame's ribbons fluttering. In a swirl of blazing light, her twin blades flash in a synchronized arc, shattering the ever-looming despair. The platinum radiance gleams brighter than the celestial dome above, its countless luminous facets reflecting and interweaving. Within this brilliance, Lucia stands out like a sun, casting light upon all in her path. No matter where you run, I will stop you. What's the point of this? Chico, cover them while they evacuate. Copy that. Yuko also leaves the hiding spot, joining the crowd's escape. Though Lucia has drawn away most of the enemies, several stragglers still lurk at the edges, their eyes fixed on the crowd. As the mercenaries form a protective circle around the employees, herself included, their gunfire keeping the stray hetero creatures at bay, her thoughts suddenly drift back to Cradle. If only she had discovered the truth sooner, she would never let Cradle help them fight off those mercenaries, and they would still be alive. If you still hate me after this, then I shall give you a chance to hurt me. Would she hate Cradle? If she saw Chico being killed, she surely would. Caught in the middle of the crowd, Yuko watches Chica as she maintains suppressing fire against the remaining monsters alongside the other mercenaries, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. In the end, she's still the one being protected. She thought things were different when working with Cradle, believing she could secretly offer food and protection to everyone. Only now does she realize the folly of her actions. She was still just relying on others. In that moment, the ground suddenly trembles with a thunderous roar, like a beast awakening from its long slumber, the violent shaking scattering the evacuating crowd. Shit, an earthquake now of all times? Watch out, the ground is cracking. The red tide bursts forth from the ground's fissures, surging outward in an instant. Hetero creatures emerge from all directions, shaking off the tide from their bodies before charging forward with savage momentum. Those at the back of the group cry out in terror, their screams mixing with desperate footsteps as they run for their lives, afraid of being consumed by the crimson tide. Move forward, watch your step, we'll cover you. Amidst the sharp reports of mercenaries' gunfire, enemies fall one after another, momentarily quelling the panic in the crowd's hearts. Like a battle horn's call, the mercenaries fire in unison, holding back the hetero creature's onslaught. The stragglers leap across the fissures one by one as the red tide surges madly behind them. Another person comes running, his face contorted with pure terror. Behind him, a hetero creature gives relentless chase as the ground trembles once more, churning up the tide in its wake. Amid the chaos, the employee who has been hiding in the middle of the crowd suddenly buckles at the knees and collapses, reaching forward with desperate hands. With the hetero creature breathing down his neck, Chico grips her gun with one hand and, amid the monster's roar, uses her other hand to pull the fallen person up before giving him a push forward. Keep running, don't look back. As these words ring out, the mercenary captain fires several rapid shots, taking down the hetero creature in front of Chico. Watch your flanks too. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chico catches her breath and resumes directing the evacuation group. As the crowd gradually shifts from chaos to order, Chico takes position beside Yuko, standing guard at the group's flank. Chico, who has been focused on the broader situation until now, turns to her sister, recalling the recent events. She asks in a low voice, "Where's your gun?" "Still with me, but there's only one bullet left. Got any more for me?" "Forget it. You've never been trained to use a gun." Chico adjusts her shooting stance and reveals the dagger at her waist. "Take this. We'll make it out together." Chico falls into silence once more, her focus back on guarding the flank. Sensing her sister's reluctance to speak, Yuko restrains the words she wishes to utter. "But I want to help you." Yuko glances once more at the dagger in her hand, then at the gun she doesn't know how to use. She looks up at the battlefield. A few more Hedorah creatures fall, but their armies continue to emerge from the tide in an endless onslaught. In mere moments, the red tide erupts amid the earthquake. The crimson circle of death rapidly constricts like a giant hand, crushing what little space remains for the survivors to escape. As the massive wave threatens to swallow the crowd whole, desperate screams erupt from the group. "They're fucking charging at us! Ugh!" An agile figure suddenly appears at the front of the group. That monster? Chaos extends her hand and a force field unfolds, blocking most of the Hedorah creatures while creating a temporary shelter against the encroaching red tide. The exit's right ahead. Disable the force field behind us and let everyone retreat. I don't think she has a hand to spare. At the moment we turn around, we'll get drowned. The young man swings his baseball bat at the approaching Hedorah creature's neck, as if venting days of pent-up frustration. Then he grabs Darcy, who struggles to keep pace with the group due to her frail constitution, practically dragging her along by the arm. "Barty, slow down, slow down if we don't move now." The whistling of bullets cuts his words short as the mercenary captain takes down a struggling monster, throwing a sharp glance at the two. "Shut up and move." Yet disasters are like holes that can't be plugged. No sooner is one crisis contained than terrified screams erupt from another direction. "Ah, stay back!" A Hedorah creature lunges at Mona, its deformed claws gleaming with murderous intent. Following behind Mona, Yuko freezes for a moment before springing into action. "Mona!" Yuko's body moves on instinct. She dashes forward and shoves Mona out of the way. The claws still come down, leaving horrific gashes across Yuko's leg. Ah! The pain, rather than bringing her down, only serves to tighten her grip on the dagger. With newfound courage surging through her, she drives her blade deep into the Hedorah creature's neck. As fluid splatters and the monster collapses, the blade panic suddenly seizes Yuko's entire being. She falls back onto the ground, too terrified to even pull her dagger free. "Yuko, I'm fine, I'm fine." Her voice trembles as she grasps Mona's outstretched hand. Attempting to rise, the wound on her leg proves too much, causing her to collapse back down. "Yuko, what were you thinking? Now you can't even walk." "Okay, it's not that bad. I can just walk slowly." "What are you talking about? I'm not complaining about your walking speed." "I know, but I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're the one who found a job here and brought me along. Consider this my way of saying thank you." Mona lets out a sigh. Saying no more words, she grabs Yuko again and, with all her strength, pulls Yuko up from the ground. "I'll help you. We'll walk together." "Thank you, but..." The words reach her lips, but come out as barely a mumble. "You should go ahead. I'll only slow you down with my pace." Alright." Mona glances at the departing group, loosens her grip, and hurries to catch up with them. The moment she reunites with the group, the ground violently shakes again. The red tide surges forth, separating Yuko and everyone else. "Yuko? Don't worry, I'll wait for Lucia to help take me over. You all go ahead." It is her choice to make. Mona has no right to intervene. She watches as Yuko limps up the stairs, then turns to join the moving crowd. The never-ending red tide slowly devours the lowlands as the evacuating crowd seeks the refuge within the sanctuary produced by Chaos under the mercenaries' protection. Rose pours every ounce of her strength into dismantling the force field. Despite the repeated tremors within Chaos' sanctuary, it manages to stabilize with each surge of energy she unleashes. All eyes are fixed on Rose, hearts torn between utter despair and overflowing hope. Yuko catches the sight of Chico in the crowd, who scans a sea of faces, seemingly seeking her sister's presence among the throng. The mercenary captain pats Chico's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the encroaching foes before pressing his last remaining bullets into her hands. A silent passing of responsibility. Chico accepted all without a word, shedding her role as a sister to once again become a protector. Alright. A sudden whoosh through the air shatters her momentary peace. Cradle, who has been trapped in the exhibition hall, now breaks through Lucia's blockade. Looks like you're at the end of your rope again. She doesn't even spare another glance at Yuko on the stairs, her eyes fixed on the sea of people and the construct standing in her way. One-on-one, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but with all these people around, ensuring their safety is sure to distract you. Lucia rushes in with a fierce slash, cutting off both Cradle's advance and her taunt in one swift motion. A slight smirk crosses Cradle's lips as she swings her scythe to meet Lucia's blade. Sparks explode from the violent collision. What exactly are you, Cradle? In her daze, she recalls the questions she once asked. My name is Cradle. Who I am is a more difficult question to answer. But I think I lost my creator, and because of that I've been searching for stories of other creators. It's not my mission, just to consider it a regret, or maybe a hobby. Cradle had shown her kindness before. What exactly did she sought to change? More like she's using that character as a vessel similar to possession. More like a personality data conflict. Two different personalities dwell within her body. The kindness Yuko felt back then wasn't a lie. Is there any way to bring her back to her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly. If you turn your consciousness into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it, maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she said she would give you a chance to hurt her. That butterfly, is it still there? The murmurs are interrupted by shouts from behind. Turning around again, Yuko sees that the evacuating group has opened both the barrier and the disaster containment wall. The red tide surges forward another step, as if eager to drown everyone's hopes, forcing people to scream and push their way out as death inches ever closer. Evacuate one by one. Those who can still fight, stay behind the cover. Everyone else go first. Yuko! The sister calls out to Yuko, finally noticing the insurmountable red tide that separates them. Yuko! To Yuko's surprise, her sister, whom she views as capable of overcoming any challenge, stands frozen in place, only able to utter her name once more. Once again, she finds herself becoming a burden to Chico. Chico, you know what? Cradle told me that in the future, I'll still end up being a burden to you and everyone around you. Huh? Chico sees Yuko break into an inexplicable smile, but can't make out what she's saying. I've been thinking about what someone like me could possibly do, but no matter how much I rack my brain, I just can't find an answer. Across the distance, her words fail to reach the other side again. Speak up, I can't hear you. Yuko, hurry up and get Lucia to bring you over here. We're running out of time. This exit needs to be sealed right now. Half of the crowd has already pushed and shoved their way out, and Mona, after shouting her warning, squeezes through the narrow exit. Yuko, answer me! How could she possibly answer? What words could give her legs the strength to cross this uncrossable river? All she can do is gaze at Chico, listening as the sounds of combat between Cradle and Lucia draw closer and more frantic. Perfect.
Since you opened the barrier, I might as well take advantage of this chance. You're not getting past here. Oh really? Then let me present you with the trolley problem. I've been planning it for quite a while. With the trolley problem I've been planning for quite a while. Amidst Cradle's laughter, the long-suppressed red tide and hetero creatures suddenly burst forth, lunging at the commandant who is providing support behind Lucia. Stop me, or stop those hetero creatures. If you choose me, my little soldiers might just run wild everywhere. As Lucia charges without hesitation toward the commandant, surrounded by the red tide and hetero creatures, the girl dashes past the red tide, making a beeline for the crowded exit. Chaos! Guarding the gate, Chaos hears a cry, but maintaining the force field has already drained her strength. She is in no condition to face Cradle head-on. Yet, seeing Chico hasn't evacuated, Chaos stands her ground, refusing to abandon her post. Watch out! The scythe's blade crashes forcefully against Chaos's force field, tearing open wounds across the doll's fragile arms. Just one more strike and everything will crumble. Cradle! She screams at that bully, one that will never answer her call. I remember now how you killed me and what happened with the butterfly. That is nothing but a complete lie. How could someone with no connection to the Hello Tower remember things from before the time rewind? Yet, Agent Zero hesitates in her attack upon hearing this false intel, turning around to look back with Cradle. Now I understand why the creator you spoke of made that choice in the end. With a smile, she raises the gun loaded with a lone bullet. Though unaware of how to wield it, there's one spot she knows she can't miss. Let the rotten wood burn. Damn. Even got the blood spatter too. Blood erupts like flames, blooming into a single winged red butterfly from Yuko's loose hair. With countless words of worthless wishes and farewells left unsaid, she crumbles heavily onto the ground and rolls into the red tide. Yuko. A familiar ringing emanates from the butterfly she had once swallowed, compelling Cradle to lower her hands. Run, Chico! The captain's firm grip seizes Chico by the collar, scoops up Rose and forcefully pulls them through both through the narrow exit. As the last person evacuates, the force field finally seals shut once more. Yuko. Before there's any time to confirm anything, Lucia carries you up and leaps into the air. Within the red tide, Cradle slowly approaches Yuko, pensively taking her into her arms. In the howling wind, Lucia's expression remains inscrutable, and yet her grip noticeably tightens around you. Commandant, regardless of the weight burdening her heart, she cannot look back on this one-way path. No one knows what emotions stirred within Yuko as she pulled the trigger. Or was it because of that insurmountable red tide? Was it to buy a few precious seconds against Cradle? Or was it because she learned what the future held? Or perhaps she had fallen into despair about her own life. Was it truly the right decision to tell Yuko about the future? Should one glimpse into the changed future, the survivors would affirm without hesitation, yes, her death was the right choice. Many will survive that incident, and Chico's mind will not be damaged trying to save her. In the distant future, when Chico dies at Copperfield Aquarium, her hetero-humanoid form will be able to process more intricate data thanks to an intact mind. The world will mark this as a turning point, guiding humanity toward a more stable and prosperous future, until one day they can safely venture into the cosmos. Yet, how much more rotten wood must we burn? How many heroes must die with regrets,
And how many more righteous deaths must we endure before we can build a canal of runes leading to the Sea of Stars? Damn. Right in the feels. Their fate is all but determined. Do not skip the stage. Arts Exhibition Building. Okay. Talk to Lucia about what to do next.
指揮官、事前に権限を有効化しました。地下駐車場のエレベーターで降りれば大丈夫です。
Okay. Yep, let's follow.
離れないように。
How far we'll be able to get to before Cradle comes in and tries to stop us.
こんなことまで。
Yep.
私の権限は確かにリンクで削られています。でも準備が終わる前にそちらの鍵がつきます。
Cradle.
撤退を。目的地は移住強盗です。指揮官、こちらへ。
舞踏会の続きを始めましょう。
私の目の届く範囲に。指揮官。申し訳ありません。守るべきだったのに。道が阻まれ、大丈夫です。心配しないでください。
ようやく登場ですか、カイウス。
Thank you. Chaos.
指揮官、こちらです。
さあ、あとどれくらい持つでしょうね。私のお気に入りの曲です。ご清聴ください。
また異合生物を。
そちらの計画には時期尚早でしたね。あと10回ほど干渉すれば私にも対抗策がなかったかもしれません。
Looks like we already gained some distance.
これもカイウスとの取引の一部ですか。指揮官。
まだチャンスはあります。
あと少し。
物語の結末で瀕死の英雄は巣穴に逃げるも狼を撃退する力はもうない。九死に一生ではなく狼を寄せてしまった。
臨時パスワードの入力を。前回と同じ数字です。援護します。
93684. What was the number again?
I guess let me check on Horseshoe that app. Don't remember the number off the top of my head. Ripples. What about Golden Time Court, maybe? Yeah, I think it was this one. I'm just trying to figure out what this thingy is. Because I forgot the code off the top of my head. I know it starts with like 9 something. Okay, yeah, this is it, I think. Maybe back by one. Good harvest. Field. Brown parking lot, yeah. Not either. Feather. So it should have popped up around here, but I'm not seeing it, so I think in Horseshoe app they didn't record that bit, which is unfortunate because that could be useful to have. Yeah, it was like in between this bit before. Sorry, apologize. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this number. Yeah, no, that's not that one. Numbers. What I could do is try to go back on my thingy. Out where it was on the screen. An actual window rather than on my phone. Oops. A little bit before. Nine, 7, 3, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, looks like 9, 7, 3, 6, 5, 4. 9, 7, 3. There we
行きましょう。
go.
私の赤潮もなかなかなのですよ。あなたを正確に保存できます。
Okay,
彼女
cutscene.
が来ています。早く先に。指揮官。
And Chaos! Fades and all fall silence. And then there must be a way to elude her pursuit. Okay, so we got both. Nice. Okay, the search for tomorrow. If only one of us is destined to find tomorrow, I hope it is you. Taking advantage of Cradle's momentary pause, you step once again into the nightmare-shrouded elevator.
No sooner do you enter the hidden floor than the red tide surges through the shadowy tunnel alongside its master. Even with the sharp decline in Hetero Creature's cradle, born from the red tide and Hetero Tower, remains nearly invincible. Watching as the two figures struggle in the tunnel from the shadows, Chaos suppresses the urge to step in and help again. You're growing weaker. Under no circumstances should you gauge Agent Zero once more in your current state. Every move is a gamble with her life. She must exercise caution. You know what? I never felt such joy before. With a smile, Cradle effortlessly evades Lucia's lightning-fast slash. That key of yours is useless now, isn't it? Among the three of you, taking out just one would be enough to crush Vonnegut's plans. Once I lose a key, it'll be difficult to keep Agent Zero away from the core. I won't be able to force her out of the Hetero Tower like before. This isn't just about her life. When Vonnegut's plans fall apart, everyone will have to pay the price. The few remaining Hetero Creatures charge at Lucia in unison. In the narrow tunnel, there's nowhere to dodge. In that split second of hesitation, their combined force sends her reeling. If not for her thruster steadying her just in time, she would have crashed straight into the red tide beside her. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. Chaos clearly understands what Vonnegut left unsaid. One more use of his gift means stepping right into the abyss. Now, who should I eat first? Lucia, I'd never gotten the chance to finish you off completely. The terrain here works against you. Such a rare opportunity. You'll do nicely. A new cage of spikes erupts from the ground like demon claws rising from the abyss to drag their airborne prey back to Earth. The punishing crystals explode in an intersecting trap, instantly binding Lucia's joints in their grip. The crystals contract and compress, shackling the captain of the Grey Raven until every possible movement is sealed away. Bring it on. Lucia. Deep in the shadows, Chaos clenches both fists. Do you know why I chose clones to make the key? Watching as her obstacles falls into a new predicament, Cradle calmly shifts her attention to a different target. Let the rotten wood burn. The only chance of survival, the only gamble lies in the corruption Yuko left behind. A restraint that will last mere moments. Just kidding. I'd rather kill that commandant one more time. If the gamble pays off, she will not die here. If it fails, she will be the only one who does. Stay calm. Do not go out there. This is all part of a greater plan. No, there's no chance left. No chance at all. If anyone dies here, everything will be beyond saving. Why do the others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness? Cradle raises her scythe against the human who is about to reach the rift. Why? Why am I the only one who can't do it? A flash of red light plummets. Commandant! Yes? An arc of phosphorescent blue takes the fierce assault, dissolving the lethal strike's force bit by bit. The doll raises a force field ahead, her hands trembling as the countless wounds appear across her forearms. Watch out! Lucia finally shatters the punishing crystals, imprisoning her and dashes over. Sounds nice. The girl swings her scythe upward, its arc of light blocking Lucia's path, yet its true target is Chaos, now too weak to parry the attack. Before your very eyes, the doll's severed limbs fly past, dissolving into a myriad of crimson sparks mid-air. The ghastly wounds send shivers down your spine, while the crystal facets mirror your stunned expression. The fading trails of light appear to sweep away every remnant of Chaos's consciousness. The gamble is lost, and once again, she has to meet such a hasty end. Through her dying eyes, Chaos watches as Lucia seizes her chance to dash past Gradle and grab you, the rift now mere inches away. At least you can. The Executioner's blade plunges through toward her chest, piercing through her body without hesitation. Chaos breaks into a smile, trying to shift her gaze toward the rift, hoping to confirm with her dying breath that you have safely returned to the tower. Yet, she sees no one there. Instead, a long-forgotten warmth emanates from behind, as someone swiftly holds her shattered body in their arms. Chaos! In her daze, a brilliant white light blooms in Chaos's blurred vision. She hears Cradle's voice, filled with displeasure, and then... Now, let's go. In an instant, the rift swallows all three of them into darkness. The hollow echo of running footsteps reverberates through the air. Though Cradle no longer pursues them, Chaos lies grievously wounded in your arms. Her condition so severe that even direct contact barely causes any corruption systems. In the fading of this shattered form, not only does Chaos's life wane, but the entire Inver Hetero Tower crumbles along with her. Tremors shake the tower as the path beneath warps grotesquely, the surrounding structures threatening to collapse at any moment. Lucia leaps to your side, shattering a protruding crystal brick. Any progress? She's still alive. The traps she set along the way overpower Cradle's attacks. It's because of Yuko. We must find Vonnegut first. He's the only one who can save Chaos. Understood. I'll use the flight mode. Hold on tight to me, Commandant. Alright. Looking down at Chaos in your arms, her body resembles a shattered porcelain doll with a large piece missing. As if sensing the weakening connection that restrains Cradle, her kindred hetero creatures no longer held back begin emerging from both sides of the red tide. Hang in there, you have to make it. Tower core level. The core trembles as its luminescence flickers and shatters. Vonnegut's brow furrows as he places Chaos within the cluster of crystals that cradles her like swaddling clothes. No matter how many times he softly calls out Chaos's name, she remains unresponsive. Any progress? Before Vonnegut can answer, unhurried footsteps echo from behind. The three of you turn around to face the young girl who has once again appeared. We meet again, Mr. Vonnegut. Her smiling eyes widen only to reveal nothing but coldness within. Perhaps I should call you by a different name. What would you prefer? Professor Trout, Number 7, or Nemo? You have recovered your memories, Agent Zero. Indeed, all the memories that you left to the Chaos. Oh, thanks for all the memories you left to Chaos. But you still haven't answered my question. Well, all of that is irrelevant now. With the key gone, you're at a loss. My child will soon be back in my arms. Why don't you drop your force field? Let me have a taste of the memories amassed by a lone man like yourself in your pitiful attempt to stay alive. Wouldn't it be much better to be remembered and harvested by me rather than fade into complete oblivion? You're always so rude, in that case. Countless hetero creatures emerge from the shadows behind the girl. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cradle takes a step forward, and all hetero creatures surge forth at once. Countless fissures spread from beneath Cradle's feet, and menacing crimson light erupts through the splintering ground. A crimson blast shatters against the blue barrier, then clings to every crack like viscous mud. Surrounded by a tidal wave of enemies, Cradle channels with both hands, forcing the crimson power to tear a collapsing breach in the agent's steadfast shield. Lucia. Roger. A decisive beam of white light plunges into the enemy swarm from above, unleashing a circular storm. Without hesitation, she delivers an aerial slash, shattering the harp in the girl's hands. This open terrain certainly works to your advantage. Cradle clicks her tongue in irritation, her gaze piercing past Lucia and through all the obstacles to fix upon the human commandant protecting Chaos. The moment her gaze finds a target, Vonnegut instantly appears before you, raising his hand to block her piercing stare. Vonnegut, either find a way to wake Chaos up, or prepare to merge with her. We have no means to expel Agent Zero from the tower. It will turn into an endless war of attrition here. The agent glances at Chaos's broken form, then his raised hand grasps an unfamiliar blade of golden light. Tell your construct to cooperate. Given the situation, she doesn't need me to tell her. Do you really think you can stop me without the key? A blade of golden light cuts through the air as Vonnegut strikes silences Cradle's mid-sentence. He and the airborne Lucia align perfectly in a diagonal formation, their white and golden lights intertwining as they target Cradle at the intersecting point. Hovering in stillness, they hold their breath. The crimson hetero waves continue to surge chaotically. In a flash, twin blade streaks tear through the air. Countless blade shadows burst forth simultaneously, cutting off all of Cradle's escape routes one after another. The girl's form shatters under the combined assault, but all that remains is a contemptuous sneer. Vonnegut pauses, then in one fluid motion spins and swings his light blade, instantly cutting down the phantom that has materialized behind him. The dissipating crimson light spirals through the air, and a mere moment later, Cradle appears floating high above, composed and unhurried as she plucks another note from her harp. The berserk grows even more savage, while the surrounding hetero creatures within the red tide completely lose control under the harp's melodies. The surging tempest threatens to drown every living being in this overwhelming storm. Thunderous crashes and piercing whistles slice through the air, interweaving and clashing as successive flashes of light illuminate the chaotic scene unfolding before your eyes. Even joining forces with Vonnegut isn't enough to suppress Cradle now. Chaos! Chaos! The shattered doll remains unresponsive, her hollow shell barely clinging to existence. This marks the last chance, but as Vonnegut warned, fighting here will only lead to endless attrition. That Agent Zero's successor, no one dares to kill Cradle here. What can you do? Is there any choice besides merging with Chaos now? But even if you were to merge with Chaos, this human body of yours hasn't been properly prepared with the necessary medicine. Questions of despair and grief swell within you, their deafening echo making it hard to breathe. Looking up again, Cradle has broken through all obstacles, now just one step away from the Inver Hetero Tower's core. She raises her hand, the crimson force churning in response. No, that's the hope Lee left for everyone after going through countless hardships. Stop! Lucia rushes forward, but the waves of hetero creatures block her path, bringing her down like a bird with broken wings. Vonnegut stands firm, launching countless yellow crystals straight at Cradle, only to watch them all disintegrate and shatter midway. We can't let her get to the core. Let the corruption invade this era. The usually calm and composed agent lets out a roar of rage, bordering on breakdown. Chaos! There is nowhere left to run. The Inver Hetero Tower shudders violently as crimson light erupts through the scattered brilliance, corrupting the azure glow in a mere instant. Lucia, the key! Beneath the fading azure light, the unstoppable girl finally reclaims her child. Finally. Melt down that core. Copy that. What? In a moment of stillness, Lucia vanishes before everyone's eyes, her frame's stealth function concealing her movements. Cradle immediately abandons the newly acquired core and dashes toward you, hoping to force Lucia out of hiding, only to slam straight into a force field. Tell her to keep going. Tidal wave of ringing floods your ears as the tower's walls tremble with violence once more. The tower's core emits a blinding crimson light as a thunderous roar shakes the heavens and earth. The end has come. The crimson storm devours all in its path. The once blazing core, like a decaying giant, crumbles and melts under an unknown pressure, its flesh and skin dissolving inch by inch. How dare you steal my child from me again? Cradle roars in fury and hurtles toward the disintegrating core as numerous haywire crimson tides scatter throughout the air. Very well, this will be your grave. The Hetero Tower convulses with unprecedented violence, tremors more intense than any ever felt before. Bam! The girl deflects Vonnegut's opportunistic slash, the crimson trail quickly fading into nothing. Step back. This roar shatters into your ears, carried on a gust of wind. Just as you will your body to move forward, every function within you suddenly shatters apart. Cradle's slices straight through your abdomen. With a twist of the blade, she pulls it free, followed by blood spraying through the air. Pain tears through your every nerve as the clash of blades rings out behind you once more. Commandant! Lucia breaks through the crimson light like a blood-bathed blade, her flames blazing as she catches your falling body. Don't mind me, take her down first. Lucia has no time to respond, her blade aims straight at Cradle in the distance. The Omega Core rages within her flame, as all punishing energy swirling in the air converges, transforming into power to be wielded by her. Nearby, Vonnegut raises his hand, stripping away every force field surrounding his body to seal off Cradle's movements with all his might. Think it through. Even if you destroy the core and kill me here, you still can't eliminate Agent Zero, who draws power from the red tide. Let alone, you're the one to die too. Flames erupt violently and the overwhelming blaze devours everything in an instant. Her unbridled rage, her lingering pain, and the hatred born from her scars, Lucia channels it all into the single strike. Stop it. As the shout rings out, an endless white devours everyone's vision. In that moment of absolute silence, the agent in black raises his arm and violently smashes Cradle's broken body deep into the rift. Immediately after, all the force fields still under his control instantly envelop the rift where the core has vanished. As the white light slowly converges back to its origin, your vision clears to reveal Vonnegut standing before the rift, exerting all his strength to uphold the force fields. So, Pyroth of the Long Knife. For this alone, I will not yield. What are you doing? Are you going to stop me again? That's what I should be asking. Killing Cradle here won't do us any good. Vonnegut seems to harbor a deep primal fear of the torn space before him. With his back to the two of you, he focuses entirely on defending against the rift. His usually composed voice now trembles with barely contained grief and anger. Grey Raven Commandant. The Hetero Tower's core is destroyed. Everything is about to go completely uncontrollable. The red tide is no longer under Cradle's control. While it won't become her tool to attack other eras, it will continue to breed hetero creatures here endlessly. Those mindless monsters will simply roam the Hetero Tower, advancing into other eras through the same rift where you came from. I must concentrate all my power on upholding the force fields here. The barrier containing all of Constellia is no longer sustainable. The red tide and hetero creatures below will inevitably enter the golden age. Clutching your abdomen where Cradle's blade had pierced, you fight to sit up and utter words only to be cut short by the searing pain. Lucia immediately applies pressure to your wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding, but to little avail. What about your ascendants? Not a viable solution. Given the nature of most ascendants, having them engage in repetitive tasks while being exposed to the Hero Tower or capable of altering the past will only lead to further complications. Merge with chaos. Becoming Agent Zero is the only way to stop all of this. But you... The barrier before you consumes far less energy than the one encompassing Constellia. Why are you struggling to maintain it? Because... Before he can finish his words, a luminous spike erupts from deep within the sealed rift. The razor-sharp spike moves with lightning speed, tearing through barrier after barrier with unstoppable force before piercing straight through the agent's body. Vonnegut. He neither answers nor cries out in pain from the grievous wounds. Grievous wounds, rather. With practiced ease, as if this were all too familiar to him, he reaches out and grasps the spike impaling him with his bare hands, methodically breaking it down piece by piece. The deep wound on his unprotected back is left to slowly heal through punishing. I don't think I need to explain anymore. This is... Her questioning words are cut short as another spike comes thrusting toward him. Once again, Vonnegut's body is pierced through. He repeats his earlier motion, crushing the crimson energy piece by piece into nothingness. A new wound tears open beside the unhealed injury as punishing healing capabilities continue to slow down. This is the price that comes with the core's destruction. The core that Lee of your squad reversed didn't just control the Hero Tower, it served as a defense mechanism as well. Now, without the core, the corruption it once held back will flood here from another world. If this world were to bear two entirely different catastrophes at once, there would be no hope of recovery. Both your goal and mine would be equally meaningless. As a spike pierces through once more, yet opening yet another wound. I'm the only one who understands what this is. It has to be me who stops it. It's all because the core is destroyed. Despite your foresight, witnessing the events unfold before your eyes, the looming despair it heralds weighs heavily on your soul. Don't blame yourself. If Agent Zero had taken the core, the outcome would have been the same, and I wouldn't even had the chance to defend against it. While the situation is dire, we still have to avoid the war. We have still avoided the worst case scenario, but now we must find a way to deal with both the Red Tide and the Hetero creatures leaking into the Golden Age. When we fix the Hetero Tower's core through Time Rewind, even with only one path remaining, you will never stop searching for alternatives. Wait, the key. Looking down, she discovers that the key, after absorbing the Hetero Tower's core, has transformed into an eerie cubic crystal. That's the key with the core stored within it. Even if you try to rewind time with it, the Hetero Tower won't be affected. The Hetero Tower is like a long tunnel. With it, you can reach different points in time within an area through various exits. But now... Spikes pierce into Vonnegut's body, one after another, subjecting the agent to endless torment. But now, the tunnel itself is damaged. You can't fix it through interference from outside the tunnel. Even from a distance, both of you can see how these few alerts alone are draining what little strength he has left. There's no turning back now. Only becoming Agent Zero can suppress the Red Tide and prevent the catastrophe you saw. He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his usual composure through this motion. Grey Raven Commandant, would you stand idly by and allow the Red Tide consuming Constellia to spread across the entire world? Once Agent Zero returns with the Sea of Red Tide, she will instantly complete. Never mind, he wouldn't understand anyway. Where did you send her? The fog. Right behind this rift, there are many ways to enter it. The entire Hetero Tower is a danger zone. Without proper authority or a key, it's nearly impossible to return. What exactly is the fog? It's a zone of temporal chaos caused by corruption. According to... No, there's no time to explain. Agent Zero has the authority to return here. What I'm doing now is only a temporary solution. It's time to make your choice, Grey Raven Commandant. Don't you want to protect the future you've been fighting for? Vonnegut's furious roar compels you to look up and survey your surroundings. Devastation continues to spread through the shadows while the now leaderless red tide flows toward the exits through the rifts created by Agent Zero in the Hedro Tower. Soon enough, it will surge towards the defenseless Constellia, slaughtering the unprepared people of the Golden Age. Over 30 years since the punishing virus outbreak, countless have already fallen in the struggle. The red tide joins the fray. How many will even survive? You've been prepared for this all along, haven't you? Indeed, the two of you standing here have long understood that there would be no returning unscathed. Every one of those tragic divergent futures stems from your present reality. If you run away now, everything you hold dear will fade into nothingness. You don't even know if your other self outside the Hedro Tower has already perished in these 30 years. What consequences await if you leave the tower now? Alright. Pressing against the bloody wound in your abdomen, you force yourself to sit up from Lucia's arms. If sacrifice is inevitable, then at least let it be yours to bear. I accept your proposal. Take me with you, Vaughn. Before you can finish speaking, a pair of hands grabs you firmly, nearly causing you to collapse to the ground. Oh, angry Lucia. Lucia can no longer contain her grief and fury, her entire body trembling as she clutches at your coat. Her eyes dart between your eyes and the wound in your abdomen, her mouth opening and closing, yet unable to form a single word. She remains silent, and you ask no questions. As if the two of you are having a conversation through this shared silence. And now comes the time to voice the conclusion. Gently shake your head at Lucia. All this time, I failed to protect you. She eventually brings herself to say it. At least let me take your place. Though the dreams didn't fully reveal how Lucia came to this decision, you've long sensed it coming. Since you woke up, Lucia has been focused solely on evacuating everyone from Constellia and returning to the Hedro Tower. Neither of you has broached the final, most crucial question. How exactly will you deal with the Hedro Tower? It's as if this part has been deliberately cut out from the meticulous plan, leaving behind a telling void that speaks volumes in its silence. You knew I would refuse. I know. But I'm not choosing to die, Commandant. There's a backup force field device at the rift exit, powerful enough to cover the entire hidden underground floor. The hidden floor is already hard enough to find, and given what's coming, no one will venture there anymore. As long as I keep watch over the device, the red tide won't appear ahead of time. What are you talking about? This plan is worse than death itself. Nothing but pure torture. You're planning to guard the rift from the very first day until the red tide shows up? But what's the point? Once a Hedro Tower appears, those rifts will still... Your thoughts spiral back into that endless May 3rd once again. Once the Hedro Tower appears again, the rifts will multiply, bringing forth the red tide that will destroy everything. At least, despite this time, take the core and return to our era. And then what? Leave you here to die from exhaustion? That's not what matters. Her voice grows more agitated as she stares at the wound still seeping blood beneath your clothes. As long as you can escape with the core, I'll stand guard until that very moment. Do you have any idea how painful this will be? The Omega Core gives my frame infinite endurance. I can do this. That's not what I'm talking about. Better than watching you leave. Lucia! You don't have a choice. This isn't up for discussion. Her grip on your coat slowly loosens, allowing you to lean back against the floor. Just as she once checked for a pulse, Lucia now takes your hand in hers, gently pressing them against her cheeks. A final farewell filled with warmth, an attachment she cannot bear to break. can't stand to watch you die again. I'll do this, even if it means defying your orders. And you won't be able to stop me, not in your injured state. Go back, Commandant. Return to our time. Return to those you love. You should be surrounded by them, living a long and happy life. This is the future I've always longed for. A peaceful world, and a world where you're there. Wait for me there. I won't keep you waiting long. I'll catch up to your time soon enough. If it means keeping you alive, 30 years is nothing. I hold no fear for whatever lies ahead. 30 years. It sounds like a white lie told to comfort a child. Will you really be able to come back? Whatever happens to me, your safe escape is all that matters. Taking on everything by yourself, that's just arrogance. Then you're doing the same thing right now. We've always been alike, haven't we? Our thoughts, our decisions, the things we do for each other, they've always been alike. I won't compromise on this, and I won't even plead for your permission. Her grip tightens, her resolve set. If met with another refusal, she is prepared to knock you unconscious, if necessary, to accomplish this task. Then, please take this as my plea. If you're really going to do this, there's at least one thing you have to do my way. Go ahead. You take the key. No. Listen to me. If you really mean what you said, that you'll soon catch up to my time. For me, it'll only be a matter of minutes, or maybe a few days apart. Unless you're planning to leave and never return. Moreover, I cannot predict what lies beyond the Hero Tower. If something goes wrong again, I cannot guarantee the safety of the key. One last thing, if the worst really happens, use the key to save yourself. Promise me. Lucia lowers her eyes, remembering the 9 endings she has seen and the final path she has chosen. Just as the visions have shown, the Hedera Tower's core now lies destroyed, and she will stand guard by the rift for years to come. Yet, none of those visions have shown what would happen if Lucia were to hold the key. Do you really think the key can save me? In my dreams, I glimpsed someone using it to escape from the fog. Are you sure? Vonnegut let this information slip earlier as well. But asking Vonnegut now would be pointless. He never given on an honest answer since he wants you dead. I can't let you leave like this. When confronted with issues you refuse to compromise on, even your resolute voices sound strikingly alike. After a long moment of contemplation in the face of your unwavering resolve, Lucia eventually concedes with a nod of agreement. I get it now. She gently puts you down from her arms, burying a bitterness deep inside as she composes herself once more. Lucia rises to her feet and puts away the key containing the core. Chaos promised to send us back to the right era. You can do that too, right? I can only guarantee that the bridge will assist you in going back to the moment you return to the Hedera Tower. As for your commandant, that'll take some luck. Are you certain that this plan of yours will work? Of course, and with Commandant's severe injuries, it's simply impossible to complete the fusion preparations you need, even if Commandant stays in the tower. Even with my approval, any mind fusion under these circumstances would be unstable. Do you really want to risk failing again? Alright, I'll do my best to help you both. There's an invisible stairway near the exit on the core level. I'll make it visible for you. Commandant. She bends down and takes out the froggy voice recorder, the gift from Yuko. Hold on to this for me, and return it when we meet again. Sure. You must keep the promise. Of course. For you, it won't take too long. I'll come find you soon. Let me help send you out of the Hedor Tower. With a forced, bitter smile, she covers your eyes and speaks words that sound all too familiar. See you soon, Commandant. So, what's transformed into a butterfly? You shall be cut and carved until only life remains. Having bid farewell to her most precious one, Lucia steps into what will become her long imprisonment. Through glimpses of future information, she sees herself standing before the rift. Among the 9 possible futures, she knows this path will lead to the fewest losses. Even still, multiple possibilities await at the end of this path. She has seen a future where, after winning the battle, she and her commandant return to the correct era with the core, returning with everyone, or reuniting with everyone. She has also seen one where she fails to hold on for these 30 years, leaving the world in complete chaos. And more often, she has seen herself returning to the Hydro Tower, repeatedly battling Vonnegut, only to fall to his power. Did Commandant make it back safely? Did Commandant receive treatment? Was Commandant able to regroup with Liv and Lee without Cradle's interference? These questions remain unanswered, and this anxiety is bound to haunt her for a very long time to come. Should she fail to endure these arduous 30 years, should she disappoint all those relying on her, how would she ever reconcile with herself? But what other choice is there? If no one restores this devastated past, the present that person could return to would cease to exist entirely. She will take it as a gamble. She and the Commandant have already found the path of least sacrifice through their journey. This alone is worth being grateful for. Lucia takes out the paper 4-leaf clover from her chest, gently caressing it in her palm as she prays for a miracle at the end of her long imprisonment. No matter what happens, Grey Ribbon will always reunite. She speaks these words to herself as she gazes at the paper clover. She needs to believe these words. She must believe that miracles are still possible. Meanwhile, she steels herself for what's to come. No matter what, she must fulfill her final promise. Return the core to Commandant. And battle. Raven Commandant had a long, strange dream, witnessing Lucia's endless sacrifices and losses within. Okay, and more Hydro creatures. Lucia then? Yep. Now, a battle, yet again. Please close your eyes and look away from her. As long as you don't watch, her battle in the dreams lasts but a moment. As long as you don't watch, her suffering cannot seep its way into your, I guess, mind or something. 20 years later.
どれくらい過ぎた。20年、30年。端末はもうとっくに壊れて。そうだ。あの時こう言えばよかった。再会したら指揮官に。それから一緒に行ったあの場所、グレーレーブンは
Really, he's tugging at the heartstrings. But he continues a solitary vigil.
集え、暁の光。ガラス葉のように輝い、黎明のように貫け。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。集え、暁の光。それ、ガラス葉のように輝け。指揮官、あなたに会いたい。会いたいです。会いたい。
Wake up and don't watch as time tears her apart. Wake up and don't let this torment end even if only in dreams. Don't look at her anymore. Don't, blah 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 blah. So fast. Let us meet again in our dreams. And more to deal with.
Tsudoe, 暁の光。先に下がってください。集え、暁の光。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。きっとまた会えますから。集え、暁の光。黎明のように貫け。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。集え、終わりです。空間の境目が消えた。
Agent Zero. The end of the dream is engulfed by an endless white fog. Time seems to fade away, and all sounds cease to exist. Everything disappears, dissolving into the true domain of the fog. Her decision at parting becomes scissors that, over this unending passage of time, ruthlessly sever all that could be stripped away from her, yet peculiarly sparing her life alone. She remains alive, nothing more than alive. The buzzing key in her hand serves as a reminder. She still has her life left to lose. Severance. Ripples. Okay. Good achievements or anything? Sounds good. Yep. Scene 4. Okay, Slaughterhouse, number 5. Listen to me, Billy Pilgrim has broken free from the chains of time. At the end of the white fog, the Grey Raven Commandant sinks into a new dream. In this dream of a madman, perspectives spiral into chaos. He possesses multiple identities, often unable to distinguish who he truly is. At times he is a renowned professor, at others his consciousness drifts through the manic delusions of countless murderers. He becomes the victim burned alive in the museum, then turns into the perpetrator who avenges her death. He tends to patients with healing hands, then slaughters the entire hospital with a lucid mind. For a long time, he lives in constant stage fright, never knowing which consciousness dwelling within his body will take the spotlight next, what intentions they will harbor, or what consequences they will bring. Upon becoming Vonnegut, becoming an agent and being reborn in a new vessel, he begins constantly trimming away at his own mind data. Only by cutting away the uncontrollable and unnecessary parts, preserving what is controllable and meaningful, can he truly become himself. Vonnegut compiles what remains of his self into a chaotic report, like an undelivered last will forever put away in his terminal. It begins thus. Nemo was a sickly child from birth. After graduation, he underwent the construct surgery. Yet he felt no gratitude for his father's arrangements or this increasingly widespread technology. Instead, he saw in mind data upload technology the harbingers of war and fundamental flaws. He abandoned the great expectations his father has placed in him, refusing to add fuel to the approaching fires of war. Instead, he put his tireless construct body to use by pursuing a license as a psychiatric physician. His father berated him as a coward who'd give up eating for fear of choking, too afraid to pursue the advancements of civilization and technology. Nemo offered no defense, and from that day forward cut all ties with his family. It wasn't until years later, after working at a rural psychiatric hospital, that Nemo reconnected with his father. He encountered the initial victims of the chaos contamination. Dr. Nemo, we already ran tests on patients in bed 12 the day before yesterday. Why are you requesting additional examinations? Several readings seem abnormal. The same ones you've been reporting, just forget about it. It's clearly schizophrenia, no matter how you look at it. We have plenty of patients with similar symptoms. Why are you so fixated on this one? We have other patients showing similar abnormalities. Yeah, I'd say it's best to let it go. Your reports on bed 12 never really caught anyone's eyes before. The hospital's already swamped. Don't add more stress for yourself. If you're really set on following it through, take it to a major hospital. A small facility like ours doesn't have the proper equipment anyway. No one cared and no one thought about investigating. After careful deliberation, Nemo compiled his findings into a report and sent to his father, whom he hadn't contacted in years. Days later, a mysterious fire broke out in the inpatient department. Security, hold the patients down and get them to the first floor. Don't let any of them escape. We got bed 12 under control, but bed 13. Security! Let go of me. There's no time left. Everyone wants to know the truth. We need to evacuate now. The fire's still spreading. Pin this guy down first. He's gonna make trouble for us on the way out if we don't. Dr. Nemo, hold him down. I'm going to inject him with a phosphopropyl disodium. Disodium, rather. But his weight! I remember his weight and dosage. We need to administer it now. Keep him steady. The three of them pinned the struggling man down on the relatively safe stairway as Nemo prepared to inject the sedative when suddenly... Hey, did you hear something? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the oxygen line in the ward violently exploded. The blast sent the railing crashing into the wall, hurling it toward the three people restraining the patients. The investigation concluded that incident was caused by degraded electrical wiring, despite having been expected just last month, which resulted in the fire. Several patients attempted to flee during the chaos, but were later caught and transferred to a larger hospital. Only Nemo survived, having become a construct, though he left the hospital taking responsibility for the incident. This twist of fate inadvertently saved him from becoming further infected by chaos contamination. The incident was later classified as an anomalous event triggered by the termination of the chaos contamination incubation cycle. The Vanguard team conducted an investigation and implemented corrective measures. However, as long as the chaos contamination remained uncontained, any attempt to correct the past would only lead to the same outcome, or something even worse. This is our fault. We should have let the past alone. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's far too late for that now. We're outliers to those infected. To solve it from the roots, you'd have to be the one to do it. Kill them, Nemo. Release them from their suffering. The dream's vision suddenly ends here, traveling through the fog and stars before settling in a place not entirely unfamiliar. Kilgore. It should have been just another ordinary afternoon when Professor Trout was invited to provide pro bono medical services at the Science Council's internal hospital. While waiting for the next patient, he received a cryptic message. 0 point energy will cause... The message came with an attachment that could not be opened. Trout paid little mind to it at first. Being a well-known figure, he was accustomed to the relevant messages that often flood his input. Yet, it was the peculiar timestamp that caught his attention. December 25th, 2197. The date displayed in the top left corner of his terminal read December 25th, 2150. A message from the future? Just as he tried to examine it more closely, the mail vanished, replaced by new content. Examination report. This message also came with an inaccessible attachment. Once again, it only lasted for a second before vanishing and being replaced by new content. Chaos data. Still, an inaccessible attachment and mailed content that vanished instantly. Contract technology, force field data. Still the same as before, it continued to intrigue Trout, but interest was all it could remain. The messages could not be opened or even recorded, leaving Trout at a dead end. According to Nemo, the Vanguard team had attempted to send data to the Science Council of the past. These messages contain warnings about 0 point energy attracting the contaminating memetic, the research reports on contaminating memetics, data about chaos contamination, and information on construct technology and force fields. Even without human carriers, the very act of sending information and data to the past would result in chaos contamination corrupting the messages. These messages were randomly scattered to various locations. Most people never even saw their fleeting contents, and those who did simply dismissed them as spam or virus notifications. To turn the tide of defeat, time travel is essential. But using time travel would only further spread the chaos contamination. The future where Nemo exists is already beyond salvation. To this day, it remains unknown if the Dominic in this world, or the person bearing the same expectations, ever received similar messages. Whether they too were unable to read the complete contents, or if they did read everything but made different plans in a different handwriting. He was never one to back down. He wouldn't stop exploring just because zero-point energy might attract the contaminating mimetic. Regardless, those mysterious messages came to an abrupt end here. 1 week later, at the same location and precisely at noon, Trout received another message from the future. Hello, how's the world where you are? This time the message did not vanish. Driven by curiosity and seeking a bit of entertainment, Trout composed a reply. Hello, I'm glad to receive your message. The world I'm in isn't ideal. We have plenty of perfectly healthy lunatics going around hurting people. About a minute passed before another message arrived, but its sending date was several days later than the previous one. You also need and kill the infected. Symptoms are similar to schizophrenia. They have typical, and the only solution is to kill them preemptively. Although the term the infected eluded Trout's comprehension, he was already writing a book detailing his manipulation and coercion of individuals deemed not guilty by reason of insanity into taking their own lives. Revealing a few secrets to this mysterious sender in exchange for a sense of openness didn't strike Trout as a bad move. Yes, it seems we share the same regrets. How many have you gotten rid of yourself? When the reply arrived, its sending date was actually several months earlier than before, as if the sender's time was constantly being altered. Hospital, 106 people. Soon after, he received another message with an even earlier sending date. 107, my father too. Alright, with this, you've taken care of all the infected ones within your reach. Keep the force field equipped protective suit. Welcome to the Vanguard team. No, I don't want to. Where are you off to next, then? Planning to atone for those you've killed by taking your own life? I'm just tired of it all. Our team is running short on capable people, and your father even spoke of you to Dominic before he was infected. If you truly wish to die, make it count for something at least. At this rate, there won't be a single living human left in this world soon. Then how about this? Dominic's next plan might call for a sacrifice. Well, give me an answer. Sure. For Professor Kilgore Trout, who stayed at the Science Council to provide free medical consultation, the third message from the future arrived just days after the previous one. The sender, however, seemed like someone on a business trip. The time of transmission kept changing along with their location. Is this someone? Dominic, world were you? Are you referring to the founder of the Science Council? Yes, please find Dominic. I went looking, but didn't get to meet Dominic. I'll try again later. Please find Dominic. I didn't get to meet that busy person today, but I did catch up with Dominic's assistants and shared these future messages with her. She denied everything, brushed it off as a prank, and mentioned that the Science Council had no intentions of developing a time machine. Dominic? Forgot? Guard team? I met with Dominic today and brought up these messages again. Dominic claims to have no recollection of them, similar to what the assistant said. Forgot? He abandoned the team. Why? Maybe this disregard was needed. While we talked, I felt like it wasn't that Dominic completely forgot those details, just didn't seem to matter much to Dominic. What I mean is, Dominic's attitude was more like someone who had just heard bits and pieces about future events. Perhaps this Dominic isn't the person you're looking for, but rather someone whose situation is similar to the relationship between you and me. This is merely speculation, of course. Will you help us? I've grown weary of this world. I'm open to some crazy projects, but you'll need to tell me what exactly needs to be done first. Besides that, I have one last personal matter to attend to. Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. A reporter from the news agency received the latest novel by Professor Kilgore Trout. Except for early life anecdotes, the book details how the protagonist, a psychiatrist of 15 years, manipulated and drove 13 individuals to suicide. All were patients he had treated for mental illnesses, with the latter half of the book including the actual case files of the 13 patients. One of the patients bore an identical name to the mastermind behind the museum arson case from 15 years ago. Professor Trout family members were among the victims of that incident. After repeated verification of the book's authenticity, the reporter decided to report to the police. 7411 people initiated a joint petition in March for support of Professor Gilgore Trout. As a renowned psychiatrist and psychologist, Professor Gilgore Trout has helped countless patients and assisted the police in solving numerous cold cases. 13 people he incited to commit suicide all had criminal records, but were largely exempt from punishment due to their mental illnesses. According to reporters' detailed investigation, during the 15 years Professor Trout worked as a psychiatrist, he assisted the police in identifying around 100 criminal cases involving mentally ill individuals, with 13 believed to have been driven to suicide. In an interview, he disclosed his motive, to test if those who justify murder with mental illness would themselves resort to the same reasoning for suicide. And yet, it still hasn't stopped people from speaking out for him. So far, 7411 people have initiated a joint petition online and organized an offline march. The termination of sentence for Professor Gilgore Trout may prove difficult. Police have yet to discover further evidence linking Professor Gilgore Trout to the 13 suicides after his last autobiography was sent out. Supporters have raised doubts about whether the autobiography was actually written by Professor Gilgore Trout himself. Was it by a journalist who had been bribed to send the professor's reputation down the drain? Was the professor forced to write the autobiography? Professor Gilgore Trout signed a death row inmate body experiment agreement. Before leaving, he smiles at the reporters and says, "I want to delve into more possibilities before the world meets its end, regardless of where I may find myself." Significant progress made in experiments for uploading mind data. Mind data can now be fully integrated into humanoid bodies. These entities are designated as constructs. Reports indicate that after his consciousness was digitized, Professor Trout offered invaluable information and methodological insights to researchers, propelling the advancement of construct research to new heights. Let's see. Incident report. Gilgore Trout's mind data has been lost. It's as if it was deleted, but that's impossible. Someone must be helping him. Consciousness data doesn't just vanish into the air. This demands immediate investigation. He escaped. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Professor Trout. While current technology is limited, my consciousness is crowded with too many other voices, but the digitalization process remains necessary. You seek someone to take over Agent Zero's authority, and I'm curious to see what possessing such power would be like. But first, one must shed their human vessel. But my limited, I hope Dominic will preparations, or this will all be in vain. Of course, if everything would have room to intervene. Let's treat this as a contingency then. After all, this world still lacks the means to freely rewind time. Why did you tell everyone about that warning? Do you think that would have made any difference? Mister, is this the place? Following Trout's instructions, Lithos carries a container housing Trout's consciousness and lurks in Constellia for days before finally sneaking into the underground hidden floor. After a long wait, precisely at the conditions of 0-Point Reactor 1 and the outbreak of the punishing virus, a strange rift materialized before Lithos. The young man staggered out of the rift, collapsed before Lithos, and reached out his hand. "Give me Trout's consciousness." That marked their first encounter. What happened to the Hetero Tower's core you mentioned? The core can't be destroyed, and neither can Agent Zero. If I brought the core with me, she would follow, so I left it with the bridge. As Nemo had predicted, the contaminating mimetic of this world did not appear, likely due to Dominic's more thorough preparations. Yet the rift that the bridge across the dreams failed to seal still stood as a subtle reminder. The future threat remained uneliminated. Agent Zero still existed, and the Header Tower would appear again. Perhaps he should have never come here at all. Perhaps he should have perished there along with everyone from that future. But would that truly solve everything once and for all? Moreover, everything he had witnessed continued to remind him. Merely containing the contaminating mimetic within gestures was far from enough. At the moment, Vonnegut sits in his room poring over these records. His consciousness merged with those of numerous death row inmates who participated in mind digitization experiments was implanted into Nemo's body. For an impossibly long time, his mind remained in chaos. Noises constantly interfered with his thoughts, sometimes even disrupting his actions. A maddening loss of control for a professor who had always carried himself with such composure. Though terrified by these occasional glimpses of erratic behavior, Lithos remained steadfastly by the professor's side. After all, this was the man who once saved his life. It was during that time that he gradually became aware of Luna's transformation into an agent. Through careful observation, he unraveled how she connected to the Ascension network. A coincidence, yes, but one that could be replicated. The others who merged with his consciousness in the mind could inherently increase the weight of information. After an extensive process of organization, he finally obtained power equal to that of an agent. To maintain control, he must trim away the mind, excise unwanted consciences. Yet, to maintain his authority as a... to maintain his authority as an agent, he must preserve these very same consciousnesses. There we go. Even now, these chaotic, remorseful voices continue to urge forward both filtering and evolution. They yearn to leave regret behind, to become truly omnipotent. Even now, the slightest lapse sends him spiraling into dreams of madness. Who exactly am I? I truly lucid and in control of this self that I am. Under these persistent self-interrogations, he donned his mask, maintaining a series of intentionally disquieting habits, all to keep every consciousness within his mind on edge to ensure his own existence. This collection of chaotic memories made whole, the mask bestowed upon them a singular unified identity. These self-imposed moments of discomfort served as a way to verify whether he still maintained control over himself. Torn between these two states, he silently endured the first 2 decades following the outbreak of the punishing virus. The world seemed peaceful enough. The punishing virus, in contrast to the chaos contamination, proved more detectable and less lethal. Yet, it remained dangerous, harboring at the very least the potential for catastrophe. This premonition of his came true the moment the red tide erupted, yet the traits of the red tide, particularly those red tide projections, heralded an entirely new possibility. Every voice within his mind called out with their remorse, hoping the red tide could preserve the deceased and grant the lost souls a second chance at life. Even now, he can still vividly recall the turmoil at that time. It seemed to have taken him tremendous effort before he finally managed to gain his sense of purpose. He steeled his resolve to trim away and excise the others from his mind. Mister, I'm glad you made the decision and entrusted the operation to me. As his mind finally grew clear, he began to notice the origin of the red tide bore striking similarities to chaos contamination. It seemed everything was far from over. Was it the fog? Had it seeped into somewhere unnoticed? Countless questions lingered amid the noises, offering no definitive answers. Mister, this will be your third operation. It might damage your mind. The more he faced the red tide, the more apparent the Hetero Tower's growth became. He must prepare the key now. Losing the Hetero Tower would be more catastrophic than anything else. Make hetero creatures more human? Let's begin with creatures like those on Earth. Fish or insects will suffice. We should take this experiment one step at a time. He never revealed his true intentions to Lythos. Advancing the Red Tide's evolution aligned perfectly with the whispers from the Ascension Network, and Lythos eagerly embraced this mission. Upon reviewing the existing data, Vonnegut rubs his pen in contemplation before updating new records on his terminal. Due to the Constellia incident, Chico Kirishima's mind has remained stable. Babylonia has obtained more complete data through her elimination, as the specific contents remain unknown. It's unclear whether the humans are devising countermeasures or if the increased volume of data is simply prolonging the analysis process. The Hetero Tower's manifestation was 1 month later than the previous time, yet still earlier than initially estimated. Last time, its premature appearance might have been due to humans contemplating their preparations and establishing positioning coordinates. This time, it may be because Agent Zero has regained full authority. The silver lining is that even after its manifestation, the Hetero Tower still lacks a core, preventing Agent Zero from seizing it. And now, Vonnegut glances at the time, May 10th. According to the correct timeline, the Grey Raven Commandant has been missing for just over a month. The Cradle of Deep Blue project continues to advance, though he has faced numerous failures in the process. Each key discovered has proven imperfect. After repeated tests, only the Grey Raven Commandant has proved compatible with his plans. Everyone else has encountered varying degrees of complications. If he were to place this true Commandant right before him, rescued from the Hetero Tower, into the Cradle of Deep Blue. No point in feigning sleep now that you're awake. He speaks to the person lying on the bed a few steps away. And the final interview. I think the greatest, most frightening and tragic form of hypocrisy in life is the truth that no one dares face, that humanity does not cherish life. After 7 full days of slumber, you struggle to sit up. The sutured wound on your abdomen appears nearly healed. Sir Vonnegut. Vonnegut sits close to the bed like an attending physician, studying something on his outdated terminal while keeping watch of your every movement through his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, you notice that beneath his coat, he's wearing something different from his usual attire, more like casual home wear. Did you stitch up my wound? He did not answer. How did I end up at your place? Because of your severe injuries. After leaving the Hetero Tower, the people in the clean zone should have found me. There's no clean zone here. You and Lucia retrieved the Hetero Tower's core. Lee modifying the core and creating the clean zone happened in the previous layer. Naturally, this layer has no clean zone. Previous layer? Previous layer? He shows absolutely no intention of explaining further. Look at the exit. Every possible exit is sealed off by a force field. Escape seems nearly impossible. Lucia is still trapped in the fog, even with the key, if you don't know how to use it. You must extract information from Vonnegut, then find a way to save Lucia and take her out of the Hetero Tower. Asking directly would make him suspicious. You decide to start with some casual conversation. What time is it now? It's the afternoon of May 10th, 1 month after you fell from the transport craft into the red tide. Okay, so I've returned to the past after all. Indeed, and Cradle pulled you to this exact point in time before I used the rat hole she left behind to ensure your emergence time remained controllable. Shouldn't you be in the Hetero Tower? At this point in time, I haven't entered the Hetero Tower yet. But you remember what happened in the tower. Transferring memories to the Hetero Tower and punishing viruses is one of my specialties. Why did you save me? To ensure you're in optimal condition for the next phase of the plan. What will happen to Lucia and me now that the clean zone doesn't exist? You'll likely still enter the Hetero Tower once you're ready. What about Lee? Vonnegut glances at his antiquated terminal, appearing to search through some records. You will still enter the Hetero Tower, albeit with a focus on mending the rifts that have appeared alongside it. The world is relatively safe for now. No crisis has erupted yet. Yeah. But once Agent Zero returns, it becomes impossible to predict which moment in time will be affected. And the chaos contamination hasn't spread either. At the moment of this, Vonnegut's hand freezes for a brief moment. How did you learn about this? From Dominic? Grey Raven Commandant. Vonnegut repeats your title in a grave tone. Though his head remains lowered and his expression unchanged, his grip on his pen tightens ever so slightly. I suppose even you would consider this situation out of control. Should you tell him about what you glimpsed in your dreams? If you remain silent, this agent certainly won't reveal anything more to you either. In those long, agonizing dreams, he never once disclosed the chaos contamination to his subordinates. Instead, is consistently portraying it as an unavoidable phenomenon caused by the Ascension Network and punishing virus. Unveiling what he already knows will merely expose your means of acquiring such information, hardly escalating the peril of your predicament as you're already entrenched in the tiger's den. Then, let me share a secret about myself. You adjust your position, letting your recently healed body rest against the pillow, and begin to recount the visions that unfolded in your slumber. About Nemo and Professor Trout, and the death row inmates merged into his mind. Every event that happened in the ocean's depth, alongside the events involving the core and Lee within the Hetero Tower, you shared it all with him. It is only after you finish telling this long story that he finally raises his gaze from the antiquated terminal to meet your eyes. Then he thoughtfully lowers his head again to look at the records on the terminal. Give me a moment. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. These symptoms of yours, they're remarkably similar to the effects of Agent Zero's authority. If there aren't any secrets about you beyond my grasp, then it means you've eventually merged with Chaos and taken the place of Agent Zero. His voice is calm, even with an undercurrent of dejection. Since you've already known so much, there's no point in hiding things anymore. If there's anything you want to know, go ahead and ask. Yet, if the answer requires a detailed elaboration, you can only ask one question. I have matters to attend to later, and you must stay here until you've fully recovered before departing. 2. You're the one who needs my help right now. Even if you keep me locked here, I have ways of being uncooperative. Go ahead. First, explain to me what you mean by the previous layer. It refers to different future paths. For instance, in the previous layer, where the Hetero Tower's core was still intact, Lee would modify it after entering the tower. After the core was destroyed and taken away, these actions within the tower would change instead of focusing on mending the rifts by paying an equivalent price. The diverging futures of this world are intrinsically linked to the Hetero Tower. Rather than using terms like world lines, I prefer to refer to them as different layers of the Hetero Tower. Even when events are altered through the Hetero Tower, the sacrifices and existences of the past don't disappear. They become the foundation leading to the next layer. The Hetero Tower grows ever taller because of this, until it brings about destruction, or until the moment of collapse. What will happen if it collapses? The world of the highest layer will remain. Is it still possible to return to the previous layer? If both Agent Zero and the core still exist, yes. That's why we must stop Agent Zero from reclaiming the core, even if it means melting the core down. Understand? Now for my next question. What exactly is Dominic's current state? One who stands in the light should have more contact with you than I do. You don't know. But you gave me the hint about Dominic's invitation back then. You must know something at least. Dominic's invitation? He searches through his vast repository of memories spanning countless moments, then briefly checks his terminal before finally understanding which specific item the person on the bed is referring to. Someone capable of leaving you that information must possess the ability to perceive beyond their own viewpoint. It is logical that they would leave a password that only you could remember. That's just my theory. Is the current Dominic the same person as the one Nemo met? Most likely not. I suspect the real Dominic never escaped the fog. Through some means, Dominic has been continuously sending messages to the successor in this era. So you mean the current Dominic is more like Dominic's successor? Correct. I believe the previous Dominic gave you that invitation so you could become the new Dominic and contain the contaminating mimetic. I refused back then. Even if as the new successor there would be little you could do against those determined to break through the data walls to get their hands on Dominic's legacy. Besides, it would mean digitizing your brain, your consciousness, and you lack the required affinity for that, right? That's why I had them use cloning on you instead. It's an older yet more dependable technology. You mentioned Dominic is in the fog. What exactly is the fog? It's a realm of temporal chaos that's created by the Hetero Tower and chaos contamination. To draw a comparison, it resembles a red tide in this world to some extent. It resembles the red tide in this world to some extent. Red tide? Or rather, the red tide is a lesser variant of the fog. It can corrupt time and also keep one alive in an incomplete state. He hesitates for a moment. Can you imagine a world stripped down to just 2 dimensions, or yourself existing as a 2-dimensional being? So that's the fog. Has anyone ever made it back safely after being swallowed by the fog? It might be possible with the Hetero Tower's core. I have one more question. You've already asked 2.
It's no big deal compared to you coveting my life. Vonnegut lets out a sigh. Go ahead. Ask a personal question. Do you have a cat? Upon hearing this question, Vonnegut, previously gazing downward, surveys the room. Tracking his line of sight, uncovers a plump, ginger figure under a cabinet. Stray cats have always been around here. I don't see any point in chasing it away. Okay. No need to set up a force. Okay, I might have believed you if the cat wasn't so chubby. Don't you have anything better to worry about? Okay. Then why don't you go cook something for me? How about some cat food instead? Okay. You're not going to leave me here for days and think you can make it up to me with just that. I'll get something from Lithos later. Just forget about it. I'll get you some cookies. Fine. You just mentioned that these symptoms of mine might mean I'll become Agent Zero in the future. But you sound quite dejected. Aren't you happy about this? It's a sign your plan has succeeded. Many people are prepared for ways to survive the catastrophe, but in the end, only this plan, the one demanding the greatest sacrifices, the most deplorable of them all, succeeded. How boring. So you knew your plan was deplorable all along. Why didn't you change it? You haven't saved everyone yet. You know your own limitations and what you can't accomplish. So why won't you change your approach? An agent has their limitations and capabilities. I've tried many other approaches too, repeatedly revising my plans using the Hetero Tower. Upon reviewing the outcomes among everything within my power, this plan is, in fact, the most considerate of others. Truly wish to save the future. Save the future? I'm not some noble idealist. Besides, as long as the sun continues to rise, the world will always need salvation. You still want to pass through the gateway? That's one of my goals, yes. A planet devoid of life would be boring too. These two things aren't mutually exclusive. A plan that tries to accomplish both will demand countless sacrifices. Would Nemo approve of such a plan? I only wish to give that world its final rest. They're not quite dead. Their consciousness is still struggling at death's door. I found no way to save them, and I absolutely cannot bring the core back there. While Vonnegut's voice remains unchanged, his tone is now tinted with subtle weariness and softness. Nemo? This purpose aligns with the others as well. He returns to his usual composed and detached demeanor. Why does the contaminating monadic specifically target 0-point energy? He lets out another sigh, seemingly giving up on arguing about how many questions this makes. The gateway in the Hetero Tower serves as a shortcut to another gate. Another gate? That lady once told me about another gate behind which exists a civilization without life. It's recycling what it deems valuable. Civilizations that have mastered 0-point energy, and testing them. Those civilizations whose development is deemed unbalanced or incorrect have their data harvested and brought back through the gate, where they're left to evolve on their own. Incorrect civilizations? The criterion is whether they can survive the contaminating memetic assault. If humanity can learn to control the punishing virus as they do fire, it will become both a gift and a tool. To fail the test, yet recklessly utilize 0-point energy is, in the eyes of the gate, incorrect. Why would the gate do this? To preserve the data seeds of civilization. The gate seeks to carry these seeds through the catastrophe of the heat death, allowing them to be reborn when the universe starts anew. He forces out a sarcastic laugh. If you've never found me kind, then don't expect any kindness from this civilization either. No matter the reason, once you set your sights on something too distant and grand, everything in the present becomes expendable. That's how you see me and humanity. We're just sacrificial pawns to you, aren't we? He remains non-committal. Regardless, I will ensure Agent Zero's authority remains under human control, allowing the sacrifice to be reborn through the Red Tide's aid.
He will contain the red tide within the ocean, carving out a habitable zone for what remains of humanity. Is this your vision of an ideal world? To have humanity live forever in fear, suppressed by both the red tide and Agent Zero. To live at the mercy of her self-control and kindness, unable to explore any further. To let all those who sacrifice their lives undergo twisted rebirth within the red tide. Feel free to disagree, but there are no better options left. I will soon take you to the sea, where you'll replace the incomplete chaos and solve the problem at its very source. Dominic has failed to find a successor, and Babylonia's technology isn't advanced enough to defend itself against Agent Zero. For both you and humanity, I am the only choice left. An ironic situation indeed, but no matter how much hatred you harbor, the only path forward is... slap him. Vonnegut never expected this from you. A disarmed human, accompanied by the sharp echo of the slap that perfectly fitted the mask, drops onto his lap. Beneath the mask is the face marred with cracks, as if its bearer has long forsaken the efforts to mend these wounds. An Asian like you can't even heal the wounds on your own face. Wounds? Ah, they're caused by the instability of my mind. Even if I heal them, they'll just fester again. No point in wasting the effort. Does mind instability really manifest on one's face? This happens when you forget your original face. Is it because of the voices mixed in your mind, or the memory chaos brought by repeatedly experiencing time rewinds? Is that all you want to ask? He picks up his mask and locks it back onto his face. Since you chose to hit me here, this must be more than just an emotional outburst. Slap him again. The slap lands squarely on his face, but unlike last time, his mask doesn't budge an inch. Instead, the impact sends a jolt of pain through your hand. Tell me what you want. Care to take a gamble? Take me back to the Hedor Tower. He listens in silence as if he's been waiting for these exact words all along. The Hedor Tower's core is with Lucia. Leaving her in the fog isn't what you want. It will only let the same tragedy repeat itself. I want you to help me rescue Lucia. You realize what this means. It will also let Agent Zero out, right? Yep. I know you have another option, you just don't want to use it. Are you referring to giving the core to Chaos, allowing her to temporarily take over Agent Zero's authority? Mm-hmm. When did you learn about this option? Actually, I didn't know. I was just trying to get you talk. Such an option indeed exists, but it would make Chaos end up like Cradle, gradually losing control over herself and becoming nothing more than a vessel for Agent Zero. It means a chance to deliver the Hedor Tower's core to the Council. I want to finish what Dominic couldn't back then. Concerns flicker across Vonnegut's face, yet he stays silent, intent on listening. I understand you're determined to make me merge with Chaos, and Lucia will still not allow it. The gamble will come soon after Chaos becomes Agent Zero. Is this how you want to choose who gets to decide your fate? You don't have a choice. Even if I fully yield to you at this moment, head to the underwater cradle slaughterhouse and allow Cthulhu to shape me into a proper key. The issue with the Hedor Tower's core would still remain unsolved, even if I were to become Agent Zero. Unless Lucia is brought back, I won't help you with anything. However, if you do save Lucia, she will start another endless cycle of time rewinds and battles, fighting relentlessly to get you back. Indeed. So your plan is to have me currently inside the Hedor Tower pull both Lucia and the tower's core out of the fog. Then hand the core to Chaos, kill Cradle when she catches up, and let Chaos take over Agent Zero's authority, even if it won't last long. If you win, I'll convince Lucia to leave with the core on her own, and I'll merge with Chaos. He falls into contemplation for a moment. There's a major variable in your plan. What? Even if you win all your gambles, a battle with Agent Zero will certainly cause the Hedor Tower to collapse again. The time you and Lucia arrive after leaving the tower will become even more uncertain, and even the anchor point she left on May 3rd will be erased. What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hedo Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? There's another thing. The eye inside the Hedo Tower, after enduring prolonged torture, must have depleted all reserves of composure. If I'm not completely broken down by then, that means I'll act more on the more volatile side. It's bound to be an unsavory battle. But right now, you still have the power to change time and receive information from the future. Why not take the gamble here and now, instead of dealing with me being completely uncooperative? After a long, silent contemplation, Vonnegut speaks in a tone unlike his own. Sure. You're agreeing to this? Yes. I've also been wondering what it would be like if Dominic's original plan had succeeded. Even if it fails, let's consider it a necessary setback. Nemo. But you must understand this. If Chaos fails to hold on and you remain unable to find a way out, even Time Rewind will have repercussions. At that point, you absolutely cannot evade sacrifice any longer. Otherwise, this world will spiral into the same predicament and march toward inevitable destruction again. Alright, when it really comes down to it, I will not evade sacrifice. I promise. I'll stake my life on this. Your life? A sneer forces its way through his weary voice. Back then, everyone who entrusted their lives to me thought the same way. You all just want to trade your lives away like currency, making a graceful escape from the suffering. His sneer trembles with lingering resentment. But the sacrifice I speak of is to forever live on, with time as your only companion, witnessing everyone's departure, yet remembered by none. If after all the struggles that is still the only possible ending, I will accept whatever fate cards fate deals me. So, 31-26. The bridge across dreams. She came upon the bridge they had left behind. Three more days pass, and at last your body has fully recovered. Under Vonnegut's watchful gaze, you step into the Crimson Hedo Tower once more. Alone, dodging hetero creatures and red tide within the Hedo Tower, you finally return to the starting point after a long, grueling journey. Before you stands the same silhouette marred with wounds. You're back. How's Chaos doing? I've managed to repair much of her damage. Just as the outside Vonnegut said, the Vonnegut here will surely repair Chaos. Soft footsteps approach. Looking down, you see the doll's face, still wearing that unchanging expression. Chaos. Are you alright? He nods gently. You bend down to meet her gaze. For the first time, those once vacant eyes now show a glimmer of emotion. Why did you come back? Are you still going to do this? Have you still made the same choice? Chaos's gaze slowly drops downward, eventually moving back upon you. I can hold on a bit longer. There's no rush to decide now. Agent Zero hasn't come back yet. No, I haven't given up. I came back because I have a new plan. A new plan? Even while fending off the spikes, Vonnegut keenly catches your whispered words. What are you planning? Share the plan with him. A gamble. Ha! His voice brims with impatience, for enduring prolonged torment leaves no soul untouched. Very well, I'll take the gamble. The Hedo Tower's core remaining in the fog is indeed a risk, but regardless of the outcome, I will leave and stop standing guard before this rift. But if you lose, Chaos's gaze is lowered. Whether from weariness or reluctance to meet your eye, you cannot tell. At least I fought with everything I have. Besides, victory or defeat won't be determined until our battle reaches its end. Chaos raises his gaze momentarily, yet as if a sudden recollection strikes, her already dim pupils retreat back into a hollow abyss.
Are you sure about this? I trust Lucia. So you defeat Vonnegut, and I gain Agent Zero's authority. Then what? The problem remains unsolved. The mission bound to that authority will corrupt me in return. And I'll lose myself, just like Cradle did. Even if I can suppress it for now, one day eventually. Before that day comes, I'll return with the solution. We have the core and all this intelligence to work with. Asimov, other constructs, and Babylonia. All I need to do now is bring the core back and buy time for everyone. Just as Chaos is about to speak again, a cold warning suddenly cuts through the air emanating from the figure nearby. Now that a decision has been made, there should be a sense of urgency. Agent Zero might return at any given moment. Using the bridge across dreams won't just help us find Lucia, but also let Cradle track us down. Keep dawdling like this, and your absurd plan will be dead in the water before you can even test it. The you outside the Hedor Tower already said the same thing. Let's get started then. Beneath his urgent pressing rests an unvoiced truth, one that eludes the listener's notice entirely. And the rift before him trembles ever so faintly, as countless indistinct whispers echo through the space like murmurs from a haunting nightmare. In this grey, hazy realm, a faint buzzing sound persists, the last remaining proof that Lucia is still alive. She no longer cares to count the years she has endured, her body and memories now worn ragged by the ceaseless erosion of time. Running has lost all meaning. No matter how far she pushes forward, the scenery around her remains forever unchanged. The faint glimmer of hope lies eternally out of reach. Perhaps it was nothing but a false lure from the beginning. Her futile running slowly comes to a halt, and Lucia collapses to the ground. Her eyes, now nearly melded with the fog, stay locked onto the churning cube clasped in her hand. Ching! Silently her fingers tighten, pressing against the key that holds the core within. The buzzing cuts off abruptly, and with it, the last trace of discord in this deathly silence vanishes. Within this eternity, she finally accepts the future she has long since foreseen. Sorry. Her voice dissipates into the fog, leaving only the silent movement of her lips. I've hidden too many things about both the choice and the price of using the key. She speaks these words to herself in silence. At least, let me keep our final promise and see you one last time. As she speaks to herself, the port at the back of her neck opens, exposing the circuits that connect to her frame's core. I miss you so much. I really want to return to you and everyone. The key emits another solitary buzz as Lucia, with unwavering determination, guides it toward the port. No matter what, I will keep my promise and return this core to you. Bowing her head, she places her hand over her chest, fingers delicately tracing the grey raven emblem, a silent oath to her companions. You'll all survive this, I promise. Clink. A luminous glow envelops her form as the power of the key surges through every part of the Pyroth frame. The perpetually quiet fog at last breaks its silence. Lucia raises her head, clenching her fist and pressing it firmly against the emblem, as if sharing a long-distance fist bump with her fellow Grey Ravens whom she hasn't seen for so long. And this price, I alone will pay it. As if responding to her resolve, a rift suddenly emerges amidst the surging fog. And here we have the climax. Or not. Almost there.
ここが出口。性質は異獣強盗と似ている。機能も同じ。ただここの方がより橋に近い。
これが私たちのルール。私たちの安全区域。あなたに残せるもの。私たちの遺書。
にもこの世界から離れ0号代行者を徹底的に消せる方法を探してほしい。
頼む。まだ破壊が及んでいない世界を救ってくれ。生きることを望む人々を救うんだ。
私たちのことは忘れて助けようなんて考えないで。時間を巻き戻すチャンスを私たちのために使ってはダメ。
あなたたちが決めたルールがここを守っているんですね。ですがすいません、押し通らせてもらいます。行け、カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。これ以上の戦闘は無意味。離脱します。この橋、まるで亡骸でできているような。
We got going on here. More shadows, I guess. Oh, I guess we better start running.
ドミニクは去った。彼は準備しなければ、私たちの英雄として。前へ進めにも。贖罪を望むのなら父の最後の願いを遂げるんだ。私はここに残るしかない。出口は下だ。
Okay, sudden pass. Okay. So we don't need to worry about special parts for the missions.
この橋は私を拒絶している。急がなければ。
Ow. Didn't give me much options to move there. Okay, looks like that's the exit. And back we go. Now, this looks to be probably the finale. Listen closely to its last song, I don't need your help. Homecoming butterfly. Before everything faded, she thought back to the beginning once more. Not that of Agent Zero, but the one that belonged to Cradle. Tremors shudder through the air as Vonnegut lowers his hands, maintaining the force field, allowing the rift to stir before everyone. Your heartbeat quickens as you instinctively move a step ahead. As you step forward, a figure trembles out from within, taking several unsteady steps before barely regaining her balance. Those familiar eyes appear veiled by a grey haze, her gaze drifting aimlessly until finally settling upon you. Lucia. Ignoring the ache in your heart, you dash forward without hesitation. You firmly support the faltering Lucia with both hands, while her frame shows barely any external damage, just as relief begins to set in, an inexplicable unease suddenly wells up within you. The unease stems from Lucia's silence and the uncertain state of her mind. In this instant, her eyes lock onto your face as a haze veiling her gaze gradually fades away.
As if beholding a bright light, she stares in a daze, her lips trembling, her now bright eyes reflecting the hope she holds dear. Lucia. Before you can call out again, you sense a sudden weight in your arms as Lucia envelops you in a tight embrace. Casting aside the prolonged solitude and the countless unspoken words, she embraces this long-lost warmth, clutching tightly onto the one to whom her heart belongs. All the suppressed grief and confusion vanishes like mist. This moment of reunion strips away her shell of numbness, and beneath your touch, Lucia trembles ever so slightly. Let me patch Lucia on the back. I'm alright. Thanks to you and Lee, the situation at the Hero Tower hasn't spread any further. She remains silent, simply tightening her embrace. Her soft murmur of acknowledgement is barely audible, a mere whisper in the air. Lucia? Commandant. Her voice emerges muffled but steadier now. Lucia scrutinizes the person before her as if absorbing every familiar detail she once knew all too well. Lucia. Yes, Commandant? Her voice grows steadier with each word. As her unease melts away, Lucia lifts her head once more. She loosens her embrace and steps back, her gaze traveling from head to toe before meeting your eyes again. Lucia. Kane. Welcome back. She breaks into a smile and responds with another fleeting embrace, so brief that you only catch the sound of her voice echoing softly by your ear. Glad to be back. Lucia steps back, ending the embrace. After meticulously checking your whole body, she unclenches her fist and gives a wry smile. Watching Lucia recover, her pyro frame appears pristine on the surface, but there's no denying it. There's no denying it has been under considerable strain. The early unease creeps back into you. However, Lucia instantly senses your concern and takes the initiative to report her condition. My frame is functioning normally. As a reminder, there are no deviation warnings detected. With those words, she initiates a mind connection with you. Pro system, type junction. All readings are normal, and her mind displays no sign of deviation. It's just as Lucia said. While under considerable strain, her frame shows no serious issues. But why? Over 30 years of combat plus the life or death escape from the fog, and she shows no serious issues at all. An ominous feeling creeps in, as if everything before you is but a fragile dream, ready to shatter at any moment. Your fingertips grow cold, the chill of anxiety creeping in, but then Lucia's hand finds yours, pushing back the cold with her warmth. I'll be fine, Commandant. Her voice is soft as if hiding something, but before you can grasp this fleeting moment of doubt, your thoughts are interrupted by the movement nearby. She's coming back too. Chaos approaches silently, though she maintains a relatively safe distance. Lucia's hand drifts instinctively to the hilt over her pyro katana. Lucia, wait. We need to help Chaos. Lucia glances back at the rift, gesturing that there's an equally dangerous threat inside. Let's kill Cradle first. Then her gaze turns back to Chaos, with suspicion and vigilance still lingering in her eyes. You can give her the core. The moment of silence, Lucia nods, fixing a piercing gaze upon Vonnegut. This is a gamble. If he disagrees, a fight between us is inevitable. But this plan is our best bet for now. Got it. With the plan laid clear and intelligence complete, even though it's a gamble, Lucia no longer hesitates. She reaches into her frame and pulls out the key, extending it toward Chaos. Right at that moment, clank. A crisp shattering and a deep howl echoes simultaneously. Watch out! Clang. A cold glint slices through the air as razor-sharp blades forged from red tide clatter to the ground. Well, we finally meet again. You guys certainly weren't easy to find. Isn't it about time you give up? These futile struggles only make your life read like a tedious, wearisome novel. Commandant, stay back. We're still continuing like this. Before Cradle can finish speaking, she swiftly dodges to the side. An invisible impact grazes past her ear, taking it with it a few strands of her long hair. And here I thought you'd keep watching from the sidelines. She glances at Vonnegut's body as it continues to heal. Must have been quite painful for you these days, and yet you still help them. Don't tell me you're working together now. Cradle's frown turns to sudden realization, and the red tide around her begins to roil in response. With that, her smile fades and her eyes narrow. Excellent. This way, we might just write ourselves a nice clean ending. Despite the reef's resilience, on pace with relentless tides, it will eventually yield. With a declaration, the towering red tide comes crashing down with thunderous force. Cradle time!
必要であれば私も助力します。今私を信じるべきです。
あなたを信じた人はもういませんよ、グルート教授。
それ当たれ。カラスバのように輝く黎明のように。
今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。
当たれ。それ集え暁の光。行けカラスバのように輝く黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。
今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。
当たれ集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝く黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。紅の
物語を抹消します。
行け当たれ。
あなたたちの物語に触れたい。
集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
Base transition? Ow. Ow.
当たれ集え暁の光。
そちらはまだ準備不足です。
Oh. Well then.
この体を破壊できてもカイウスはこれ通りと同じ道にたどるでしょう。
Got
この程度の苦痛と困難など経験済みです。カラスバのように輝く黎明のように貫け。
物語を抹消します。
彼方まで。
失敗したのはこれ通るだけですか。
I think there's... Oh yeah, I guess don't use Vonnegut or something. Let's try that again, shall we? Yeah, I don't need your help. もういいかい、もういいよ。
必要であれば私も助力します。
集え
今私を信じるべきです。
あなたを信じた人はもういませんよ、ブルート教授。
紅のように咲き乱れろ。紅のように
物語を抹消します。
当たれ行け集え え暁の光当たれカラスバのように輝き黎明のように貫け紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで越えゆけ当たれそれ集え暁の光
あなたたちの物語に触れたい
紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで越えゆけ
共に咲き誇りましょう
集え暁の光行けカラスバのように輝け黎明のように貫け紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ
失敗したの
There we go.
はコレドールだけですか
Now for the climax. Victim of suicide epidemic. It's supposed to be epidemic. I don't know. The primary goal now is to sacrifice oneself for the sake of survival. The petite figure slams violently against the tower wall as fine lines spread out like a spider's web, accompanied by the faint sound of fracturing. Lucia! A guttural moan escapes her throat as Cradle's composed demeanor crumbles, her eyes ablaze with hatred as Lucia charges toward her. She raises her hand to summon the red tide, but another force immediately intervenes, striking it down. Whoosh! With the red tide out of the way, Lucia's blade cuts cleanly through Cradle, tremendous force sending her barely maintained form crashing down. You worthless, rotten wood. Why can't you just obey my orders? Muttering incoherently, Cradle rises back to her feet, standing amidst the splashing red tide around her. Don't let her catch her breath. With a nearly imperceptible nod, Lucia raises her blade and charges at her target again, while chaos simultaneously unleashes all of the power. Instead of retreating, Cradle charges forward to meet them head-on, attempting another clash, but in that instance, several force fields flicker into existence, intersecting to form a barrier that locks Cradle in place. The timing is so impeccable that Cradle has no chance to alter her course or even attempt an escape. Fun. The blade drives through its cold edge, slicing clean and final. Its cold edge, slicing clean and final. Cradle's unfinished cry dies in her throat as her life force flickers and fades, like a candle snuffed out in a single breath. Cradle lifts her head, her face contorted with agony. Seeing this, Lucia exerts more force, driving her blade another inch deeper without hesitation. This is the ending you deserve. Disregarding Lucia's movements, Cradle keeps her head held high, her stare penetrating both Lucia and the head of her tower, while her pupils gradually lose their sharpness. A spark of deception burns within them. Ending? In her haze, long-buried memories flood her vision like a relentless stream. Why? On that day, she wandered through a desolate land, harboring the same confusion in her heart. The ground, covered in dust and sand, was dotted with weathered gravestones. The human, whom she calls the Curse Queller, has made their final choice. Why give up at that moment, right before getting everything? In the end, I still couldn't understand anything. Whose memories are these? The original Cradles? Why all this now, of all times? Huh, who cares? Coming back to her senses, she looks at Lucia's grave expression and suddenly breaks into a smile. With her contorted features, the smile appears both serene and maniacal. The ending I deserve. Say, Lucia, did you know? Humans have many times tested rules when writing stories, and one of them is a major character's exit should never be mundane. Watch out.
Happening even faster than your cry of caution, Cradle's body begins its transformation. Boom! Your words cut off abruptly, followed by a deafening roar as Cradle's small frame erupts with terrifying force. Commandant! Caught in the explosion's epicenter, Lucia sent flying backwards by the blast. She crashes through cascading debris before her leg thrusters activate just in time to stabilize her midair. The Hedo Tower refuses to seat its tremors exactly as the Vonnegut outside warned. Like burning fuses, cracks spreading rapidly across every surface, heralding an inevitable collapse. Amidst the relentless turmoil, Chaos leaps into the red tide with the core in her arms, her body already beginning to dissolve. Chaos! You come to a stop at the shore where she vanished, with Lucia landing beside you. Together you both look out at the red tide as countless crimson butterflies, commanded by Cradle, glide into its depths like fish returning home. Meanwhile, Vonnegut already stands ready at the edge of the red tide, channeling all his power to help maintain Chaos's form. The tower's persistent tremors pound like war drums, causing the red tide beneath the agent to churn violently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, every second of waiting feels unbearable as the collapse continues. Just as hope teeters on the edge of despair, a magnificent crimson mist rains down from above. A strange pair of hands reaches out, grasping Vonnegut, and then wings rise from the red tide, bearing countless eyes, lifting aloft a shattered consciousness. What's this? Chaos. She offers no response, her success proclaimed through this eternal silence. Her form grows to match Cradle's size, red tears eternally streaming down her pale cheek as none can fathom the agony and torment she endures. The step is completed. Vonnegut turns to face the two behind him. Before he can make a move, Lucia's eyes flash with a sudden realization. In one fluid motion, she draws her blade and points it at the agent's figure. No need for such alarm. I haven't stooped so low as to prey on the vulnerable. I suppose that courtesy only extends to Commandant, whom you still find useful. Unwilling to pursue this futile argument further, Vonnegut's gaze moves past Lucia to focus on you. Merging with Chaos is your best option now. The explosion triggered by Agent Zero has left the Hedo Tower on the brink of collapse. This is her revenge. I believe you understand what the consequences will be. Despite the tremendous cost, I want envy gamble along this path so far. We have other options. Humanity still has a chance to turn the tide. After a moment of silence, Vonnegut shakes his head with evident weariness. So in the end, force is still what it takes to reach an agreement. You think that ceaseless cycles of struggle have clouded my judgment, but from where I stand, it appears that you too are blinded by your past triumphs, oblivious to the true crisis at hand. Vonnegut grips Chaos's shoulder as a golden light blooms from his palm, enveloping the core level of the Hedo Tower. Let the survivor be the judge of right and wrong. The tremors temporarily halt under Agent Zero's command, while a magnificent mirage created by the force field emerges around you. Our battle need not leave more scars upon the Hedo Tower. Beneath his calm tone, an overwhelming surge of power comes crashing forth. And here we go. It's nugget times.
集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け。
新しい方法を見つけました。
彼方まで越え行け。
無意味です。
行けそれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲く。
機械では何も変わらない。
彼方まで越え行け。きっとまた大丈夫、まだ耐えられます。
First one, Beta Shield, the Undying State.
集え暁の光。
無意味です。
行け。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。機械では何も変わらない。
行け。当たれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
Okay, there's two.
試行錯誤の末にようやくこの計画を作り出しました。多少犠牲は伴います。この計画がなければさらに結果は凄惨になる。
私たちの犠牲ありきの計画など絶対に許さない。
Next dimension.
目的地は同じであるべき。
敵が同じでも求める未来が違います。
Now go up.
必ず成功する計画より
どんな代償を払っても必ず約束を守ります。
Oh. I don't know how to dodge that.
時間を巻き戻した。移住強盗が彼を助けた。
またお会いしましたね。無意味です。
時間が最初に戻った。それ行け。カラスバのように輝いて。
無意味です。
紅蓮のように咲き乱れ。彼方まで越え行け。行け。集え暁の光。紅蓮 紅のように咲
機械では何も変わらない。
彼方まで越えゆけ。それ行け。それ集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。はあ彼方まで越えゆけ。行け当たれ。集え暁の光。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。
And back to this phase again. Enter the pursuit process. Pretty sure like one of the things is having a successful pursuit.
「試行錯誤の末にようやくこの計画を作り出しました。多少犠牲は伴いますが、この計画がなければさらに結果は凄惨になる。
私たちの犠牲ありきの計画など絶対に許さない。
目的地は同じであるべき。
敵が同じでも求める未来が違います。
Okay, phase 2.
必ず成功する計画より
どんな代償を払っても必ず約束を守ります。
3. Looks like a replication column. Yep. Back in that chapter. Alpha.
もう終わりにしましょう。集え暁の光。
Back into the tower.
のように輝き、黎明のように貫け、紅のように咲き乱れろ。ふっ、彼方まで越えゆけ。それ、ふっ、集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、紅のように咲き乱れろ。先に下がってください。
Got ordered.
その覚悟に中身などありはしない。
集え 集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝け黎明のよう紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。
あの失敗は灰になりました。同じ過ちをしてはいけない。
紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
So close.
行け。それ集え暁の光。紅蓮のよ
And that's it. Got scared, dude, a lot of times. Son. And such a gigatad. Till dawn arrives, retrace the fallen bath. I think that's everything. No. Shearing through nightmares of the dead. Let me quickly figure out what's that. Out dying. You don't die. That's what it is. So, well, looks like we're gonna be doing that a couple more times over then, I guess. It's a fun fight though, so it will be perfectly fine.
彼方まで越え行け。当たれ。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。近いだ。何も変わらない。
それ。当たれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
Skip that, because why not? Save us from having to deal with health.
それ。集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
あの失敗は灰になりました。同じ過ちをしてはいけない。
行け。それ。翼よ羽ばたけ。カラスバのように輝け。行け。当たれ。集え暁の光。翼よ羽ばたけ。
その覚悟に中身などありはしない。
So close. We were this close to success. This close to perfection. Try this again. Like I got really antsy at the end there.
集え暁の光。
Tried to get a bit too greedy.
無意味です。
当たれ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。それ。行け。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
無意味です。
集え暁の光。当たれ。
視界だ。何も変わらない。
行け。集え暁の光。 紅のように咲き乱れろ。
無意味
I
です。
might need to restart. Or I'd be very careful. One or the other.
それ集え暁の光。それ
異獣応答は王尊の根源だ。絶対に消し去る。やり直せる。異獣応答さえあれば。
彼らの遺書はまだ朽ちていません。彼らの遺書はまだ朽ちていません。
当たれ。カラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。行け。当たれ。それ集え暁の光。 大丈夫。
Got
まだ耐えられます。
Dojo'd. Star Platinum. Ah, I gotta really put my focus in. Just this one mission, and then we'll finish up the chapter.
集え暁の光。
無意味です。
カラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。それ当たれ。集え暁の光。くれ。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。
無意味です。
集え暁の光。紅のように咲き乱れろ。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。視界でも何も変わらない。
大丈夫。まだ。
I'm getting worse and worse at this. Gotta be very, very careful. よっつけてなさい。
集え暁の光。当たれ。カラスバのように輝きで。
無意味です。
くれ。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。行け。集え暁の光。紅のように咲き。
無意味です。
先に下がってください。大丈夫。まだ耐えられます。
Getting too greedy. Gotta be more careful. Moikai Mohiyo. It's a very fun fight though. Nuggets.
当たれ。
無意味です。
集え暁の光。 バのように輝け、黎明のように貫け、翼よ羽ばたけ。ふっ、行けそれ。カラスバのように輝け、くれ。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。
無意味です。
集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。ふっ、彼方まで越え行け。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。視界では何も変わらない。
それ当たれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。
Skip the Renos.
それ集え暁の光。
25頭は汚染の根源だ。絶対に消し去る。やり直せる。25頭さえまた導きなさい。あなたの未来を探し。
カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。行けそれ。集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け。当たれ。それカラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。行け集え暁の光。
あの失敗は灰になりました。同じ過ちをしてはい。
きっとまた会えますから。大丈夫、まだ耐えられます。
How much health did he have left? 4 bars to... God damn it. This close to success. Almost had it. Almost.
暁の光。
無意味です。
当たれそれ。カラスバのように輝け。くれ。新しい
方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。当たれ行け。先に下がってください。集え暁の光。黎明。
無意味です。
紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。ふっ。彼 彼方まで越え行け。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。誓いでも何も変わらない。
当たれ。きっとまた会えますから。
This is tough. Gotta keep up the pressure without also trying to not get too greedy and put yourself in a situation where you don't have the recovery frames.
集え暁の光。当たれ。カラス。
無意味です。
グレ。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
彼方まで越え行け。行け。当たれ。集え暁の光。グレ。
無意味です。
グレンのように咲き乱れろ。グレンのように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。誓いでも何も変わらない。
先に下がってください。
あなたはただ同じ過ちを繰り返す。
Got a lot of those parries, but also a couple got through. Very weird. Back to full health.
集え暁の光。行け。カラスバのように輝け。
20号とは汚染の根源だ。絶対に消し去る。やり直せる。20号とさえあればまだ道。
当たる。それ。
生きなさい。あなたの未来を探し。
グレンのように咲き乱れろ。 彼方まで超えゆけ。当たれ。集え暁の光。行け。それカラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。ふっ彼方まで超えゆけ。
あの失敗は灰になりました。同じ過ちをしてはいけない。
紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで。
We did it. Whew. That was tough. Yep. Ripped and reassembled, give an illusion of something something. Giving an illusion of eternity. And now we are free to continue and finish. Something though. Hundred. Oh, there we go. And I was over. Now, Shaper's Ripples, the name of the chapter. 2 nodes left. We have found the Seed of Miracles. The agent's hand gradually lowers to his sides. Though he can no longer fight, the spikes pursue him relentlessly, as if chasing down a sworn enemy who has thwarted them for years, determined to fight to the bitter end. His form, scarcely resembling a human now, wrestles against the spikes piercing through him, as he strains to produce fragmented words. I must warn you again, merging with chaos is the only stable solution. I guess you still won't listen. If you insist on this path, if you truly believe that you are right, then go. Leave the Hetero Tower. The rifts and collapse within the Hetero Tower, Chaos and I will handle them. Take the core with you. Chaos will do her best to keep the exit open. Vonnegut falls silent for several seconds in the collapsing Hetero Tower, as if he can barely muster the strength for his final words. But remember, the Hetero Tower's collapse has become far too severe. Chaos and I will seal off the entire tower, no matter what. Unless you return with results, I will never let you enter again. I will find a way to solve the Hetero Tower's crisis, I promise. When that time comes, I will release you from your burden. He forces out a nearly mocking sneer, devoid of any hope, as if saying that he will be dead long before that moment. Farewell. The next time we meet, we will likely be true enemies. I will return before that happens. She hands over the key containing the Hetero Tower's core, then walks back to Vonnegut's side, waving goodbye. Go now, while the collapse hasn't sealed off all paths. Lucia, let's go. Yep. Chaos watches as the two take each other's hands and dash towards the treacherous shortcut. Only after the two silhouettes racing towards Hope vanish into the distance does she lower her head, turning to face the dying agents beside her. If you had taken Lucia out of the Hetero Tower before starting the fight, you would have won without even raising your blade. Why didn't you do it? Leaving the Hetero Tower unguarded would only make things more dangerous. Is that all? Perhaps. I'm just tired. I hope those two can prove themselves right, so I can finally be freed from this endless cycle. You won't find freedom. I need you to help me stay conscious a while longer.
With the high concentration of the punishing virus, chaos hovers before Vonnegut, spreading her arms to signal her next move. I trust that when you chose to have the fight inside the tower, you were ready to become a hetero creature. Yes, of course. A broken, sardonic laugh escapes from Vonnegut's lips. Since I've been left behind, let's go to hell together. Haven't we been in hell all along? With undying hatred in her heart, she embraces the agent's battered body. She bestows upon him both a prolonged death sentence and her own broken existence. The Hetero Tower teeters on the brink of collapse, violently shaking as the countless walls crumble in succession, as if years of suffering are finally being obliterated along with it. Every obstacle ahead crumbles to dust, and after endless torments, a path toward the hope unexpectedly lies clear and unobstructed. Going home, returning to everything once familiar, back to the peaceful life you used to have. Lucia's footsteps match yours with uncanny harmony, the sound of your steps on the ground resonating like two hearts beating as one. Sprinting alongside her on this long path as if death had never befallen you, you once more near the exit of the Hetero Tower. You made it. At last, your never-ending odyssey reaches a conclusion with light shining ahead. The enemies are subdued and your injuries are minimal, nearly unscathed, much like when you first arrived. All you need is securely tucked away in your tactical pocket, the core of the Hetero Tower, the amassed intel, and every resource to aid in your onward journey. And here beside you stands Lucia, holding your hand tightly, as if she never intends to let go for the rest of her life. In this very moment, the never-ending night finally gives way to dawn. Lucia, we're home. Yeah, let's go, Commandant. Behind you, countless hardships crumble into nothing, and ahead of you lies everything. The eerie oppression of the Hetero Tower fades away from your being. Maybe now, having finally escaped, you can at last lower your guard, and with it, the rush of exhaustion hits you. It's finally over. The long-forgotten wind feels oddly foreign now, but the familiar warmth beside you remains unchanged. You turn around to call Lucia's name, eager to express your joy, just like you would always do after every mission before. The name dies on your lips. Shia? The hand holding yours suddenly loosens its grip, like a weathered flagpole giving way. Lucia crumbles to one knee. Her warmth dissipates at an alarming rate as countless cracks and corrosion marks spread across her frame. Her once indomitable form within the Hetero Tower now disintegrates, mirroring the collapse of the tower itself, falling apart in a mere moment. Lucia! Well, reach out. You quickly extend your hand toward her, but the mere effort of lifting her shattering arms has drained what little strength she has left. Seeing this, you waste no time grabbing her hand, doing your best to help steady her body. Here, lean on me. At that moment, her exposed Omega Core visibly dims before your eyes, beginning to break apart. You instinctively reach out, trying to catch the falling fragments, only to see them dissolve into nothingness at your fingertips. What's going on? You struggle to lift Lucia's immobilized body, searching frantically for a way to help her. Your eyes dart around, panic rising, when suddenly you notice it. Something else is wrong. Something off about the world around you. Endless ruins sprawl across the vast wasteland. Crimson specks drift through the dusty air like embers burning through a curtain, searing a painful reality into your eyes. This landscape is nothing like what you have seen before. The readings on your virus detector fluctuate wildly before settling at an impossibly high level. Wait, is this place? Doesn't matter. Where? She clutches onto you like a drowning person grasping at driftwood, forcing herself to stand once more. Her battle-worn pyro katana flickers like a candle in the wind, yet remains planted in the ground. Using it as support, Lucia pushes you away and pushes you away from your help and staggers forward. Like a drowning person clawing their way out of death's depths, just as she once rose from the red tide after witnessing your death. Have to leave now. The punishing concentration here is too high, and the Omega Core is... Right, let's go, let's go. Hang in there, we'll find you help. Yeah, it'll be fine. Lucia turns back to look at you, her eyes carrying a feeble smile. This attempt at encouragement only makes her gaze unbearable to witness. Anxiety ferments into panic, drumming wildly into your heart. Can we really find help now? What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hetero Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? A warning from the past echoes in your ears once again. The strange doubts you once felt now tear mercilessly at your heart. How did it come to this? Is it because of the Hetero Tower, the strain on the Pyro's frame? It shouldn't be like this. As if sensing your inner turmoil, Lucia raises her trembling hand and gently pats your shoulder. Commandant, must get out of here. She manages 2 more steps before halting, desperately using her weapon as a crutch. Lean on me. Lucia nods, though she's supposed to rely on you for support. She keeps pushing you forward instead. She would never let you remain in danger, no matter what the cost might be. A sharp pain twists in your chest as a metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Back then, you left the core with Lucia to prevent her from getting lost in the fog, and forced Vonnegut to use the bridge across dreams to get her out. Out of the few choices available, you chose the path with the most promise. Yet why? Why did everything still turn out like this? Time flows differently inside the Hetero Tower compared to outside. That shining glimmer of hope dissolves like a mirage, crumbling into nothingness. The time inside the Hetero Tower. Despite the Pyro's frame's perfection, it cannot possibly endure the ceaseless battles and the relentless strain on the Omega Core. After emerging from the fog, her apparent normalcy wasn't genuine. The repercussions were merely postponed by the Hetero Tower and the core. Once you left the Hetero Tower, you hadn't left the Hetero Tower this entire time. Once you left the Hetero Tower. Without realizing it, Lucia gradually falls behind you. She is clearly preparing to guard the rear, yet her hand continues to push you forward, step by step. Lucia, let me help you. The force from your back disappears, though it was already barely noticeable to begin with. Lucia lowers her hand, her fingertips trailing down from your spine to your waist, finally finding their place to rest. Once more she holds up your palm, this time grasping your hand with all her remaining strength. With her damaged frame, she struggles to close that small distance between you, returning to your side. You promise? Let's go together, until we find help, until you're safe. Let's go together, you and I. Supporting each other, Lucia and you begin your long trek through the desolate ruins. A dying construct on one side, a slightly wounded but corrupted human on the other. You call out and search, trudging through endless stretches of wreckage, only to find no signs of life. From noon until nightfall you walk, stealing brief moments of rest as you lean on each other, then press on under the bright moonlight until dawn breaks anew. It's a blessing to have her by your side, just as it is for her to have you by hers. Alone, either of you would surely perish. However, Lucia's remaining energy drains away with each hopeless step. She grows ever more silent, her gaze always fixed either on the path ahead or on you. All that remains for her seems to be an endless torment, wounds that won't heal, an agony that never ceases. As long as she maintains consciousness, Every moment becomes another suffering to endure. You have asked Lucia several times if she wants to shut down her pain module. Her answer remains unchanged, a firm refusal. She needs the pain to maintain her sense of self, to reduce the strain on your consciousness that's connected to hers. With her frame beyond repair, any disturbance in her mind would only exacerbate the situation. Lucia strives not to become a burden, while all you can do is cling to this faint glimmer of hope and keep moving forward. Following broken road signs, you stumble into a desolate town. There might be something useful here, or you might find survivors. She nods silently, and thus you begin another round of searching. Your wounded body aches with exhaustion, legs nearly numb in the bitter wind, yet unrelenting pain in your chest drives you onward. You search through countless abandoned homes, defeat the hetero creatures prowling nearby, and creep through wandering shadows. Yet, all that you have discovered is futile, expired canned food, deteriorating electronic components, and depleted vials of serum. It's not until you pass through the town center and enter a hospital that I finally stumble upon a communications transceiver. Bzz, bzz, bzz. To all survivors who receive this transmission, a punishing virus is spreading across the surface. Your current location is not safe. Contact the nearest base or support force unit without delay. If you're unable to switch frequencies, transmit 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short signals on this channel. Personnel monitoring this frequency will pinpoint your location as soon as possible. Repeat to all. Follow the instruction. After the 10th attempt to receive the frequency, the broadcaster disappears. Bzz, bzz. This is Emma Copperfield of the RRU Support Force. We have located your position. Please remain safe and conserve your stamina. Repeat, this is Emma Copperfield. Emma. Lucia manages a weak smile as if resigned to an inescapable cycle of fate. This is not our ending. Well, at least we found rescue. Rays of sunlight pierce through the floating dust, bathing her silhouette in a gentle glow. Watching the drifting motes, Lucia breaks into a gentle smile and turns to look back at you. Commandant. Yeah. I'm so happy to be with you. Yeah, I feel the same. So, stop talking like you're saying goodbye. The support force's vehicle comes to a stop beside the town. The woman from your dream appears before you as promised, immediately performing emergency inspection and maintenance on Lucia. How's it going? This is no good. The Omega Core overload is irreversible. We must replace her frame immediately. Does she have any old frames left? There's no time for a new compatibility adjustment. Asimov should have kept the plume frame. Asimov. Where is he? Tell me! He's gone. Emma lowers her head and begins recounting the events of the past years. What did you say? I couldn't believe you and Lucia would have done either, but yes. 30 years have passed since you entered the Hetero Tower. Look. She tears off a scrap note of notice paper, once used to wrap her box of trinkets, and passes it to you. Every word on this yellowed paper is familiar, but the reality they piece together is impossible to accept. The first 3 years after your departure were manageable, but by the 5th year the Heterozone crisis finally erupted. Over these 30 years, humanity's front lines have shrunk time and time again, and now the Arctic Joint Route stands at as the last bastion on the surface. What about Babylonia? Is Grey Raven still around? She shakes her head sorrowfully. Babylonia has left Earth's orbit, venturing into space to search for a new home. Grey Raven, Lee and Liv have boarded a starship bound for deep space. They want to fulfill that dream of finding humanity's future. Grey Raven's shared dream. I'll let Vanessa answer any remaining questions you might have. She's still around? Yes, she's one of the few who chose to stay behind. Emma taps a few times on her terminal and a figure slowly materializes on the screen before everyone. Your eyes meet and silence falls between excuse me. And your eyes meet and silence falls between you. Though her appearance differs greatly from your memories, those familiar features unmistakably reveal her identity. It's been too long. This greeting comes 30 years late, Kane. I thought this time you're finally dead for real. Unexpectedly, the voice catches with emotion. Luna said you would definitely come back. Luna? Yeah, in times like these, we can't even keep the Arctic Joint routes running without her. I see. I'll ask all about that later. Do you know where Lucia's plume frame is stored? Her Omega core is severely damaged. She has to switch back to her old frame. The plume frame? What about the people and equipment that can maintain constructs? There's one right in front of you, Emma. But she specifically said we need to find the plume frame. Vanessa! Be quiet for a moment. I'm looking for someone who can answer your questions. Vanessa raises her hand suddenly, and through a blurry image, mechanical structures are faintly visible within your hand. Oh, that's ancient history. When Eggert went through another big crisis, I was the only one who survived. After that, I became a construct. Now, I'm the captain of Scarab. Scarab? Where's Valeria? She's gone. I'll tell you about it in another time. Vanessa sits down, restlessly brushing the hair near her ears. Listen, we have two options, but both are long shots. Go ahead. First option, come back to the Arctic Joint route with Emma. All the personnel and equipment for construct maintenance are here. Well, given the current surface conditions, it'll take at least 14 days to get here. Can Lucia hold out that long? Casts a questioning look at Emma, but she shakes her head. Vanessa's words hook into you like a grapple, draining away every ounce of your strength. You slump back against the chair instinctively. Never did you imagine there would come a day where even forming words would feel this arduous. What's the other option? Find the plume frame. As soon as those words are spoken, the communication device suddenly crackles to life. Found it. Emma needs to drive 2,614 kilometers east to reach the old base. Asimov left the plume flame at that base before he left, but... Just what? Let Rosa finish. Rosa? The girl on the video feed now inhabits a construct body. Gone is naive, reckless youth from your memories. In her place stands someone markedly more distant. The warehouse containing the plume frame along with the entire base was submerged by the red tide. The evacuation was rushed, and although we had teams sent over to cover resources after the red tide receded, there was no sign of the plume frame. Want to try your luck there? What do you think? This is our only option. Can I have Emma's assistance for now? Naturally. Emma nods in response. Get in. We're running short on time. Alright. Like a drowned person clinging to driftwood, you help Lucia climb into Emma's rescue vehicle. Good luck to you. Thanks. Kane. You lift your head in a daze, meeting Vanessa's gaze, filled with inscrutable emotions. Anyway, welcome back. Those words, Vanessa disconnects from the channel, leaving Rosa alone on the comm line. Rosa? I'm here, Commandant. Tell me, what's happened over these years? Okay. Looking through the window, you watch the wasteland rushing past on both sides. Amid Rosa's crisp voice, information about the base and past events floods into your mind. Lee repaired the rifts caused by the Hydro Tower. After watching both Lucia and you enter the tower at the unchanged date, he and Liv tried to enter it themselves, but all their attempts proved futile. Despite the absence of the core, the tormented agent within the Hydro Tower had adamantly refused to allow anyone entry. Only Chrome and Wansha remain in Strikehawk now. Kamu disappeared during an investigation mission, and Kamu went to search for him. Kamui, I guess. And Kamu went to search for him. Neither of them ever returned. Cerberus managed to evacuate safely. Murray passed away from illness, and Doc Ares volunteered for a rearguard mission during the retreat, only to be completely wiped out. Now only Scarab and members of the support force remain at the base. Your attention begins to drift, your eyelids growing heavy. The scenery outside the window starts to blur. Lucia. Her hand has grown cold. Just a little longer, sure. Amidst your prayer-like whisper, darkness offers its long-awaited embrace. So, into the first light. We'll let it end here. The finale of Shaper's Ripples. The vehicle races through endless wastelands and ruins, carrying everyone on board for 3 days and nights without rest. Throughout the journey, all three of you have barely uttered any words. Only the roar of the engine and the endless stream of passing scenery fills your senses. You keep picking up the pulsing Hetero Tower core from the bumpy seat, wanting to confirm that this one possibility still exists, yet hoping that everything before your eyes is just a haunting nightmare. Time and again you reach for Lucia's hand to check for warmth between her fingers, and as always, she responds by gently caressing your hand in return. But her fading warmth serves as a constant warning. Time slips away with the setting sun, and a long night looms ahead. How much longer will it take? 4 hours. Having been asked the same question countless times, Emma offers no further response. Almost there. As the darkness devours the sky, the only hope that might exist at your destination pulls taut like a hangman's rope, leaving you uncertain whether what awaits is salvation or a death sentence. The vehicle turns left, entering a street that resembles those in the clean zone. The desolation and the prowling hetero creatures on both sides tear away at what should have been a familiar, letting despair rust away at your heart. As if this despair isn't crushing enough, the supply vehicle suddenly begins to shake and emit eerie sounds. Hold on tight, it's hetero creatures. Emma grips the steering wheel tightly, trying to break through the hetero creature's territory. However, the noise of the vehicle attracts the notice of those godless monsters as they begin their relentless pursuit. I'll cover you. Commandant, stay seated. You open the window, ignoring the thick punishing virus that floods in, and fire several rapid shots at hetero creatures lunging toward you. Behind us, insectoid hetero creatures are executing suicidal dives from the skies above. You persist in aiming and firing, releasing your pent-up fury with each muzzle flash, until these repulsive insects erupt into splashes of fluid that merge into the darkness-swallowed ground, too feeble to continue the pursuit. This brief turmoil splits the night's veil before drowning in the endless wasteland, as silence once again blankets the scarred earth. The vehicle's roar becomes the only echo at this moment. The fleeting opportunity to vent your frustration fades away, leaving the weight in your heart unlifted. The headlights push back the darkness ahead, like a wanderer stepping into the long night with nothing but a feeble torch. As the vehicle jolts along, your hand holding the gun drops once more, disappearing into the pitch-black shadows. How much longer will it take? 3 hours, but what's wrong? Before she can finish her sentence, the supply vehicle's peculiar noises intensify. Then amidst a deafening metallic screech, the vehicle is forced into a violent tremor before gradually grinding to a halt. Emma immediately jumps out to inspect the vehicle, desperately trying to salvage whatever she can, but the engine failure renders all her emergency repairs futile. The last mechanical whimper fades away, leaving behind a terrifying silence. This is bad. I already lost a set of repair tools on my way over. The base isn't too far away. Let's go down foot. It's already dark and walking is too dangerous. With your wounds, you'll soon get corrupted. There's no danger to worry about. The argument lasts only a brief moment before Emma's shoulders slump in resignation, her will to protest fading away. Commandant, I'll go with you. Stay here. Emma and I will look for it. We'll be right back. Don't worry about me. I promise you I'll come back with the plume frame. I promise I will be back. Her voice strains with helplessness as she quietly closes her eyes. I'll wait for you. Under the rising moon, Emma and you reach your destination in the early hours. With a detector in hand, you begin your painstaking search under emergency lights. You search through every possible location, from the most promising armory to the surface combat preparation room. From dust-covered personal lounges to the base's assembly hall. Each round of searching yields nothing but hollow emptiness. All around you, the ruins stretch out in a leaden grey, their coldness cutting to the bone. Your fist clenched so tightly that your nails almost pierce through the gloves. Rising once more from the scattered rubble, you glance back to see the sky revealing the first hints of dawn. Any luck on your end? Emma, who left the search for supplies, has returned without your notice. Her empty hands tell you the answer unspoken. Are there any areas we haven't searched yet? She stares at her terminal in silence for a moment. Rosa has sent a new analysis map. There are still 2 locations worth checking. Let's go. You dust off your palms and walk past Emma, turning toward the direction she's pointing. Grab a bite on the way. She hands you a compressed biscuit. Thanks. Despite having no appetite, even when eating has turned into torture, reason compels you to replenish the energy required to press on. While rushing toward your destination, grappling with each swallow, the name Emma just mentioned abruptly springs to mind. Rosa. Your anxiety throughout this journey has made you overlook this matter. Why is Rosa on the surface? Shouldn't she be with Asimov? Well, she came down in secret before they set sail and missed her transport back because of it. What for? I heard that she was seeking revenge for her parents. Her family died during Project Winter, and finding clues about the Ascendant who triggered it, she did everything she could to return to the surface. What now? She succeeded by killing that Ascendant. Unbelievable, isn't it? She was still human then, and so young. But after that, she seemed deeply traumatized and fell into depression for a long time. Even after recovery, she wasn't quite the same person anymore. She isn't as reckless as before, having become quieter, more rational too. To better survive on the surface, she built herself a frame and became a construct. Vanessa once joked that she's like the spiritual reincarnation of Asimov now, but I think this is just Rosa showing her true self at last. So, what happened to Asimov? Emma shakes her head. The last I heard of him, he was gravely ill. Then he left with the others. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. People are gone. Times have changed. Nothing stays the same. Is Rosa now in charge of technology like Asimov was? Yes, she's a genuine prodigy. If only we could have made it back to the Arctic Route Union in time. With Rosa there, maybe something could have been done for Lucia. But there are no ifs. Among the many wounds this arduous journey has etched upon your heart, the one that keeps being reopened is these words: there are no ifs. We're almost there. Rays of sunlight pierce through the thick clouds, casting down threads of light that were meant to illuminate the earth. Under these rays' watchful gaze, you step into your new destination. This used to be an event venue. I had visited here several times before. Rosa, you thought the frame might be here? Yeah, it was infested with hetero creatures a few years ago, and compared to the other places, this area hasn't been thoroughly searched yet. She calmly describes how the base has been picked clean with nothing left behind. Alright, let's search quickly while the sun is up. The two of you throw yourselves into another fruitless search. Refusing to accept the detective's readings, you push past the dilapidated stage, searching every corner one by one. You push open the door to the reception hall where gatherings were once held, desperately searching through the remnants of past warmth, praying for the faintest glimmer of hope. Nothing, nothing, and nothing. There's absolutely nothing left here. Only upon entering the WGA's last lounge do you finally discover an open box behind a long broken hibernation pod. Filled with hope, yet prepared for disappointment. You forcefully break open the box combination lock and are greeted by the sight of something perfectly sealed. A coating? Just as you're about to close the box in disappointment, you notice Lucia's name written on the coating component case. You pick up the case and activate the preview, revealing a drawing signed by Isla before your eyes. Hiya. Message from the past streams forth alongside the preview. The WGA received a direct request from Pacifica to design a ceremonial just for Lucia's medal ceremony. Isla's cheerful voice crackles through the static, worn by the passage of time. Everyone was working at breakneck speed to get themselves ready for when you're back. And this is the one that won the vote? What do you think? Pretty nice, right? You can hear her twirling her pen in the recording. Since it's for a formal occasion, I've included the venue design preview as well. Can't wait to see her in this new coating. The message and preview fade back in the component case, leaving only the dust-covered room in silent mockery. Clutching the coating component case, you walk through the sunset glow as it reclaims the earth. You search for every empty corner until your heart grows just as hollow. Did you find anything? Emma shakes her head again, a gesture that has been repeated countless times in this same conversation. Let's go back. Sure. When you step out of the sealed room once more, the bright moon has already climbed back to the treetops. Just as you are about to head back, staggering footsteps echo from the distant street to reach your ears. At the edge of your vision, a battle-scarred figure leans heavily on her weapon, desperately searching for any sign of you. Commandant. She calls out with a weak voice, stumbling through the ruins in her desperate search. Commandant. Lucia! You rush to her side and catch her exhausted body, worn by the strain. Why didn't you wait in the car? You were gone for so long. I was worried. I was really worried. I'm fine, it just took me longer than expected. She refrains from asking about the outcome of the search. The items you bear speak everything she needs to know. As long as you're safe. She gently releases her embrace. Where do we go from here? Should you head to the Arctic Route Union or return to the Hero Tower for another attempt, words catch in your throat. No matter which side is picked, you know that futility and death are the only certain things. I found this. You hand her a case of coding components. This is the coding WGA prepared for you. Remember, Liv mentioned it before we left. I heard Miss Island, the World Government Association of Art, have come up with a bunch of new coding designs when you get back. Let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? I remember. She clutches the coating component case tightly against her chest, as if trying to contain all churning emotions within. Why don't you put on this coating, Lucia? Sure. You part ways with Emma, who leaves to search for repair tools, and when the two of you finally return to the vehicle, it's always 5 in the morning. Already 5 in the morning. The winter sunrise is still hours away, while a lone, icy moon looms high in the night sky, its frigid glow casting an unyielding frost over the silent streets below. According to the initial estimate, Lucia only has 1 hour left. On the way back, you are filled with desperate thoughts of other possible ways to get help, but despite all attempts and struggles, no solution presents itself. If that's how it must be, these last moments should be spent giving her a proper farewell. Sharing the same thoughts, Lucia turns around in the moonlight and gives you a gentle smile. Well, let it end here. Though the coating conceals all the cracks in her frame, her figure threatens to dissipate into the night breeze at any moment. The one who has always been there whenever you look back, who has never left no matter what happens, is now slowly fading away. If time could turn back to that day of departure, what choice would you make? Seek help from more people, but back then only you and Lucia could enter in the Hetero Tower. Act more cautiously. The traps within the tower and the chaos and contamination spread alongside Agent Zero are far beyond what mere caution can handle. Work with Vonnegut earlier to eliminate Agent Zero. The successor would only bring about the same problems. It's like a cursed cycle. To fix past mistakes, the Hetero Tower must be used, but using it only creates new problems. In this endless loop of pain, everything fades into nothingness, leaving only the vast expanse of stars behind.
Do you remember what happened before we left? Of course. She tries to pull you back from the distant past, but your thoughts spiral into another round of torment. The space inside the Inzer Hero Tower isn't particularly large, at least that's how it felt to me. Every faction's assessment warned of potential dangers in the Hero Tower, but none thought that venturing inside would evolve into such a protracted ordeal. But regardless, you have to watch out for potential dangers. None expected the Hero Tower itself to undergo such dramatic changes. If only we had known before leaving that the Hero Tower was like a giant Rubik's Cube, continuously shifting with every twist and combination. Would I have been able to keep you safe? You still remember her tears, tears that never stopped, not since that first time she held your blood-covered body in her arms. Was that when she made up her mind to prevent such suffering from ever happening again, no matter the cost? Yet, the more the two of you gave your all, the deeper you became entangled in that cursed cycle. When you look back now, the time behind you is already strewn with mountains of lifeless bodies and oceans of blood. Did you know how this would end all along? Did you know from the start that making changes in Hero Tower would cost you your life, no matter what? Lucia falls silent for a moment, then nods. I still believe in miracles. I believe that sacrifice isn't the answer to everything. Even if this outcome was inevitable, at least we have tried everything possible. Regardless, we have found the seed of a miracle. No one has ever managed to take the Hero Tower's core outside in such a safe form, right? But what about you? A miracle will come, but what about you? Where will you be? Please, forgive me. I'll have to stay in the past for now. But you will press on, far beyond until you reach the place where everyone can be brought back. Liv, Lee, and our other companions, they didn't leave Earth because they abandoned it. They left to look for hope in places far beyond, to look for you. When that time comes, if you still want to, come find me. Of course I will. Ever since we first met, I've grown used to having you always by my side. I've grown used to this squad of mine. Over these years of missions and battles, I've seen you badly wounded time and again. I've parted ways with you, and found you back again. Even though every member of Grey Raven has endured their fair share of such pain, we will never yield to it. So I'm sure we will meet again. Grey Raven will come together again as one. No matter how far I must go, I will not give up. I will not accept an ending like this one. I know. Lucia smiles, her voice growing softer with each word. You know, before I met you, I kept asking myself, where should I go? For me, the crucial part of that question wasn't where, but I. Because I am me. I felt lost about where to go next. I am Lucia, but I'm only a replica of her. I am Grey Raven's captain, but back then, the old Grey Raven had no one left but the name itself. I am Luna's sister, yet how can I claim to be her sister while standing against her? The blanks in my memories didn't give me blind confidence, they only left me with an unshakable sense of confusion and discord. Where should I go? What identity should I continue with? When they look at me, who are they really reaching out for? If I hadn't met you, I would have remained lost forever. I'm glad that there are no ifs in this situation. You found me, not for Lucia's combat abilities, but for who I was standing before you. You saw the heart that belonged to me alone. After that, we formed a new Grey Raven, met Liv and Lee. I found a place to call home. Together we tackled countless missions and accomplishments, one after another. And so, all those days and nights, years and seasons, wounds and tears, love and regrets we have shared, they can all belong to me alone. I can move forward as my unique self, the me that I've come to accept. Because of that, and because of you, I have become who I am today. I will never regret paying this price. A future without you is meaningless, and a future that doesn't align with our vision of peace is even more futile. So please, don't blame yourself once I'm gone. It's not because we made the wrong choice. I promise you, I won't blame myself, and I won't give up. Then, we will surely meet again.
Remember the four-leaf clover we folded together before setting out? Lucia reaches out, placing the paper four-leaf clover she has kept closer into your hand. In return, you hand back to Lucia the voice recorder you have carried with you all along. Commandant, every failure has its meaning. We've obtained the seeds of a miracle, and from here on we'll surely find a miracle that belongs to this world, and to us. She places her hand on her chest and gives you a salute. Commandant, I'm so happy to have walked this long path with you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Thank you, really, thank you so much. I'm the one who should say thank you. As the morning sun rises, you take the paper four-leaf clover and pin it to Lucia's chest. Lucia, you are my miracle. Thank you, Commandant. Thank you. She keeps repeating these words until her voice goes too weak to speak. Let's sit down together. You take her cold hand and sit down together with her beside the vehicle. The morning sun rises above the horizon, gradually illuminating... Excuse me, I'm tearing up a little bit again. Gradually illuminating the desolate land. You lean against each other in the cold wind, locking eyes. There's so much you want to say, yet neither of you speaks a word. The time to say goodbye draws near. Despite her best efforts to stay upright, her body slowly begins to collapse. The time to say goodbye draws near. Soon she will fade into the light of dawn. If you don't speak now, you will lose even the chance to say goodbye. Commandant, your suffering at the Hero Tower is over. I believe better days will come, and from now on, you'll be safe and sound. I hope all your wishes come true. Please take care of yourself for that sake. Her words come out strained, as if even after long deliberation, she can't find the right thing to say. All she can manage are these stilted words of wishes in place of a proper farewell. But my only wish is to have the power to keep you with me. Don't worry, you'll see many familiar faces at the Autocrat Union. This isn't the Hydro Tower. You won't be alone and helpless anymore. Even without me by your side, Commandant, I know you'll be fine. Hey, don't say goodbye with those distant hopes. You've long known how I feel about you. But I still don't know how to say goodbye to you. At a time like this, what should I say? What words could possibly... I don't know, because all I want to say is don't leave me. Don't leave me like this. Your words are cut short by her kiss. A kiss as gentle as a breeze and just as fleeting. And so, as if expelling all the pent-up emotions and as agonizing as a torn wound, you hold Lucia tightly, desperately seeking proof of her existence within this kiss. A faint taste of vital fluid lingers in your mouth, coming from wounds hidden beneath her coating. Why did it still come to this? Why must this be the only ending? These questions hammer at your heart as a pain threatens to tear your chest and mind apart. The tighter you hold her, the more you feel her once fiery warmth slipping through your fingers, fading into nothingness. Before her breath stops, she breaks away from the kiss, mustering what little strength she has left to cling on to you. Commandant Kane, I think I finally understand why I couldn't find the right words to say goodbye. Give me a moment. Having stood by your side for so long, I've forgotten that some words need to be said out loud. Of course, if you don't want to respond, please don't feel pressured to do so. You mean more to me than anyone in the world. Commandant, I love you. I just can't bring myself to part ways with you like this. How can I forgive myself for leaving you here all alone? Bound by this soul-deep regret, Lucia leans against your shoulder as her eyes slowly close. I don't want it all to end here. Me neither. Holding her gradually slumping body, you slowly begin to speak of the plans you made before setting out. I wish we could go see how the sapling we planted has grown. Maybe it's grown so tall by now. Yeah. When the summer comes, let's go to the beach together again, alright? We'll give Froggy's unreleased song to the WGA. Let them play it on stage. Those desserts you wanted to try making, we can make them together. We can go to the movies. And how about a walk on the streets? Lucia. She stops answering. Lucia? She will never answer again. No matter what words are spoken, only the echoes of your own voice reverberate from the lifeless streets. This is only the beginning. Days like these will continue to stretch on. You don't know how long this journey will take before you find a way to make things right. You don't know how much longer you must endure before you can hold these hands in yours once again. To the still body in your arms, you whisper her name time and time again, until the winter wind snatches off the paper four-leaf clover pinned to her chest. Before the wind steals it away, you catch the paper clover you folded together with her, as memories of days long past come rushing back. Lucia, I think I see some writing on that page. Earlier, when I had a spare moment while getting used to my frame, I dropped by the library to look for those books you mentioned, Commandant. Whenever I see a passage that moves me, I can't help but jot it down. That's how this new notebook came about. Now this time-worn paper four-leaf clover rests in your palm. When you folded it, you had no idea what words she had written inside. Unfold the clover. The faded handwriting slowly comes into view, revealing the final verse from the prologue of Songs of Experience. Turn away no more. Why wilt thou turn away? The starry floor, the watery shore, is given thee till the break of day. Indeed, the night has waned, and dawn is here. But why? Why do you have to leave me first? After what feels like an eternity, a travel-worn Emma finally returns to the vehicle with her newfound tools. Is it her imagination? She thinks that she hears the sound of crying through the bitter wind. Well, bitter winter wind. As she approaches slowly, she sees a human sitting by the car, cradling Lucia while humming a fragmented, tuneless song. Depths of the sea, edge of the sky, build a rough, warm home. The human's gaze has long since lost focus, wandering somewhere beyond the horizon. Sowing seeds, sprouting life. A weathered piece of paper flutters in the wind, filled with clovers. Dawn has broken, yet the miracle remains out of reach. Vapors, ripples, chrysalis. And that is it. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I knew this was gonna happen. And so on. Because I was indeed spoiled. But it's always about the journey. But man, such a wild, wild, wild ride. That was Shaper's Ripples. thank you all, whoever came in to watch, for joining in on this journey as we explored the story. Anyways, give me a moment to recoup, and the question is, do we have time for Crescent Sun? It's already 1 a.m. We've been at this for nearly 12 hours. But depending on how long Crescent Sun is, we might not go. We might end the stream here. Shaper's Ripples is actually quite long, 25 nodes. But side Crescent Sun. This is 19 nodes. We only got a day left. I'd like to be caught up before the patch happens, and which means we have to do stuff before maintenance. And yeah. I guess we shall continue. I'm going to... Do I want to end the stream here? How long does it take before the backup on YouTube? Since YouTube is only up to 12 hours, you have suggested the live stream for no more than 12. So, okay. So what we're gonna do is, since we're almost at 12 hours, what I want to do is I do want to keep the backup on file. So we're gonna temporarily end stream here, and then after everything's closed out and fully done, we'll reopen the stream with Crescent Sun. So, see you in a bit.